Hey, are you guys able to hear me? I don't know whatever the opposite of serendipitous is. That's the opposite of serendipitous. Sorry for the issue. We've got a huge cord. There's only one outlet that we're able to pull from, and someone accidentally walked through it. Ripped the cord out. Lights out. Cameras out. We're just hanging out right now. We're just hanging out right now before things start. I don't know. I'm fine with whatever. Look, I hate to brag, but I'm very straight. So I'm joking. I'm good. So whatever Logan wants. Yeah, Tom, that was very funny. Yeah, that's insane. I used to be good with tech. Yeah, we'll have extreme technical difficulties to the next one. Yo, what's up, Wayne? Wayne, you want to come hang out with me? You want to come sit down? Yeah.
My voice is always perpetually shot.
That's okay. So, there's a camera right here. I got headphones for you.
Oh.
Have you guys met Wayne? This is Wayne.
Hey guys, how you doing?
You want to tell them a little bit about yourself, Wayne?
Yeah, sure. My name's Wayne. I've been playing this game way too long.
Yeah.
Since beta.
You probably want to be around about in this space. Yeah.
In this space?
Yeah.
All right. See, now you're making me look awkward.
It's the space of intimacy.
Yeah. But for the last 4 years, I've been running events with Lan Go.
Yeah.
So some of your viewers might have heard of us.
Yeah. It was shocking to me that until we got connected with you, I had heard of Lan Go. But I feel like it's like when you buy a new car, you buy a Honda Civic, and you're driving around, you're like, oh, there's a Honda Civic. As soon as I saw the word Lan Go from you in Discord, I swear I saw it everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
everybody owns a Honda Odyssey all of a sudden. How did that happen?
So, you said you've been doing Lan Go stuff for about 4 years.
Yeah.
How did it start? What was?
So our first event was I used to travel across the country, so I've been to a lot of stores. Been to stores here, out in California, all across, and there's always Commander players. So I was like, I want to see what random thing I can do. So we did a 12-store event in 3 states.
Really?
For a set of Galaxy Foil Shock Labs.
Oh, those are cool.
And everybody had to play the same Commander, Allura Mary Thief. It was fantastic. I was like, nobody's going to play this. This is gonna
no one's going to play
I'm going to
this.
have fun, but nobody else is going to enjoy this. And we had 130 people.
That's awesome. That's so
I was
cool.
like, oh, okay. So let's see what we can do. And then I got one of our stores that we partnered with was like, I got a Time Twister. Do you want it? So we were like, yeah. So I started reaching out to stores I'd been to and visited, and players that I'd met along the way, and we're at where we're at now,
Yeah, so something I would love to hear your perspective on. I feel like I can speak for some of our listeners with this too. So as you may know, a lot of what me and Logan do is, we try to keep tabs on cEDH, and we're on Reddit, and we're on YouTube, and we're on Twitter, and we're trying to follow all the conversations that are happening. And I feel like it's every 2 or 3 weeks that someone's like, that's it. cEDH is dead. Big new
yeah,
form.
I mean, I think part of the format is that cEDH is almost always dead. It seems like, it's like, oh, Vivi's out now. The format's ruined.
Format's over.
Emergency ban. And then you see from today, it's like, okay, so turns out it's not the issue it thought would be.
So as someone who's more on the TO side of things, what do you see the future of cEDH looking like in the next year or two?
I think we're continuing to do good things. I think there's other excellent organizers across the country and the world that are doing good things. And hopefully, we get to a place where we can all kind of collectively pool our resources and do something like really, I think organizing and collectively coming together, not only as players, but organizers of the judges and the community as well, does nothing but improve the format.
Yeah, it's when something goes well for like one of us, it goes well for all of us, because I think cEDH is still in many ways in its infancy. We're experiencing some growing pains. We're maturing. We're getting bigger. We're getting better.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunately, a large part of cEDH is the communication. And a large part of the growth of cEDH is also the communication. So, I mean, as long as we're still having communication, whether it's, like everybody's not always going to agree, but we can always find a way forward, and the format will do nothing but improve because of it.
Yeah, and then I want to respect your time, because you're playing in this one, you're not organizing.
Oh, yeah.
But so I was just talking to someone, they're actually from Juneau, Alaska, and they were talking to me, they're like, Eric, I'm just really trying to get cEDH started in Alaska. And they're like, I'm just trying to get the 64-player tournament off the ground. And I don't know if there is, but I assume that there would be people in our chat. Oh, that's really funny.
You have disappeared.
Dang, that's the. I'm a floating voice. Folks, another question: if someone's like, "There's not a cEDH scene, but I want to start a tournament," what's like one or two pieces of advice you would give?
Always, make sure that you have good partners. So you have a store that's willing to take a shot on you. I mean, it's Lan Go is always welcome to have people in their invitationals. We actually had a player last season that won from Nome, Alaska, who was in Kentucky visiting family and just decided to show up at an event and won. So
that's crazy.
It's there's always opportunities to play. That's the best part about Commander and even cEDH. Like we have some players that are salty in games, but the format in general and the community and the players are always welcoming. They're always happy to have more, because that means we have more events like this. So.
That's awesome. And then if people want to learn more about Lan Go, or if you just want to tell them more about it now, I just want to give you the chance to give a platform. If you want to give the pitch for Lan Go, both from like a tournament to come be a part of this, or just from a player like we want you playing with us. What is Lan Go, and what do you want people to know about it?
I want Lan Go was made to bring people together, to show that stores can work together and do something big, to show that players can come together and do something big, and it's all player supported. We're not a non-profit, but we're not for profit. So like almost every bit of the money goes into the upkeep to
awesome.
Keep pushing out events and getting our event kits and our dice made, and then rolls right back into the prize pools for the events. So we are not trying to make money off of it. We're trying to provide a good experience and hope that it pays for itself.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for giving us a good experience.
Yeah, awesome. You guys, you've done a great job today.
Thank you. Yeah. It's very, very privileged. It's I think, I was talking to a couple of people about this, but I feel like in many ways, me and Logan, both as a channel, but also just as part of the cEDH scene, are in a sense kind of standing on the shoulders of giants. And it's not just that we are able to get and do cool things, but it's all these people enabling and participating and helping push us forward. And so I think Mortal Kraumbat isn't just a critical EDH tournament, it's a Colorado tournament.
Yeah,
and that makes me really, really happy.
Yeah, it was. I was amazed. Like I've seen a lot of the Colorado people showing up for events, and I think it's really one of the new hotbeds for cEDH in the country. And I think I love it. So I appreciate everything you're doing. I've had nothing but a positive experience out here, and I look forward to all the great things you guys are going to do in the future.
Someone in chat is asking if there's a Discord they can go to.
There is a Discord. The link is available on the socials. The easiest one is Facebook/Lan Go MTG.
Heck yeah!
It's right there, right underneath the picture to join the Discord.
Nice.
And it's we'll welcome anybody. We're happy to have cEDH players want to come and play in events and keep having fun. So.
Nice. Well, hey, best of luck to you in
awesome.
round 5. Thanks for taking the time to stop and hang out with us.
Yeah, you have a great day, man. Good job.
You got it. Let's see. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, that is super cool.
I will face track who I want.
That's what happened. Your face is just that much better than mine, Wayne. The camera was like, I want to look at it. Sorry, guys. The camera that we're using crazy thing, super cool, very powerful, but it's got this, like, you know, if my face is here, it's going to move here. If my face is here, it's going to move here. And it just kind of, I guess it just kind of got on the way. That was awesome. What a cool guy. What a cool guy. Now, if you guys need any more evidence that I inspire tech issues in the world around me, there you go. Oh, dude, is that level 7 gaming in the chat? For those of you who don't know, if there's any Keeping Tabs episodes where me and Logan talk about playing in our local weekly tournament, level 7, where is that? Yeah.
I'm a little red right now, so I'm not going to get a camera.
Okay. Dude, I matched the couch. I said I matched the couch.
You do it. I will too. Give me like 5 minutes. I just took another shot. So I'm gonna be like as red as that. As red as this shirt.
Was just talking with Dom, one of our good friends. If any of you watched our Road to Fishbowl series, the real ones know. Chaotic asks, is VX2 the only Final Fantasy commander there? I've actually seen some Wandering Minstrels. Austin, part of the Critical Crew, is actually playing it. I haven't seen anyone playing Noctis, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm excited to see what we come up with in round 5. We are 25 minutes overtime, implying that one of the pods had a relatively substantial enough judge call to warrant a 5+ minute time extension, which happens. You know, in a tournament like this, especially. I was just talking with someone about this. If we want to think of the ecosystem of tournaments and the place that points as a resource has in those, round 3 and round 4 are oftentimes a crux of players who might end up having to drop, and round 5 is where players end up on like a win and in. So especially in round 4, it's not uncommon for games to start really, really kind of heating up tension-wise, because, you know, if you're 1 and 2 and you're about to go, you know, 1 and 3, you are gonna dig those heels in. The road to Fishbowl was a 5-minute drive. I wish. It's at least like a 3-hour flight. How many rounds till Top Cut? 1 more. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you guys actually may have seen them as the camera was around. I've got 3 huge TVs right here with the brackets scrolling up, and I think you are definitely correct, Heinz. I am not seeing any other pending pods, meaning more than likely the judges are just collaborating with one another to make sure that if there's anything that needs to be said from the mic, from the pedestal, before we go into our last round, that they get it out there. Terra, 5 color, good stuff. Yeah, 5 colors is a good amount of colors to be in. You get access to all the good stuff. Green can make it a lot easier to convert off of Nazis, right? You get the extra Spirit Guide, you get Metamorphose, you get Crop Rot. You can do a lot of cool stuff. All right. I'm going to take you guys for a for a ride on the Coney Cyclone. I'm going to try and spin the camera around real quick. What an angle that is. That's kind of weird. At least we get the second mic now. Oh, dang. I did not mean to hit that. I'm so sorry. Hey, Tyler. Do you want to come hang out? Sit down, bro.
mostly want to do it just because I think it's fun.
Oh yeah. You want to
Bro,
grab
I
some
threw
headphones?
so hard.
Did you?
I don't know. I think it was. Maybe it's fine. I think if I was any greedier or any less greedy, it works out.
Yeah, that's such a difficult place to be. The camera is weird. For those who aren't familiar, maybe you've seen the name, but you haven't seen the face, or you haven't heard the voice. Right next to me is Tyler Dagson, right? Best known for playing the Mono Blue Commander. You guys just saw on stream Arc of Daxon. Gets to do all kinds of crazy artifact pod stuff.
Oh. Okay, cool.
You're a very strong player with a lot of fundamentals, but also you have the experience of playing what I think could safely be called a fringe deck at a truly insane amount of tournaments. So you have a lot of experience left, right, and center. And so what you were saying is that you either need to be more greedy or less greedy, but kind of hovering between both got you where you
Specifically in that last game, I know Brian's deck, so I should have known that Rowan, if the Dragonstorm doesn't resolve, even with 2 cards in hand, it's pretty likely they have something else.
Yeah.
And I did know what the line was, I just didn't think about it. The one Dragonstorm line is obviously get Brood, Horde, Demon, Dragon. It's not a demon, by the way. I looked it up. It is only a dragon.
Here, if you don't mind leading in a little bit.
Okay.
Nick, mod from the Magda Discord, is wondering if we can get a top deck link. We'll track one down for you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
If people wanted to get information about Arkham Daxon, they say, "Oh, I saw it on screen. It looked like you did some really cool stuff." And I don't want to play good deck, so I want to play.
Oh boy, if they don't want to play a good deck, I got a deck for them.
Where does someone go to get like resources on something like that?
There is technically an Arkham Daxon Discord. I think we have 200 some people.
Oh.
I think 24 are active.
Okay.
It was made when Paradox Engine was still a real card.
Oh yeah, that was before my time. I'm really jealous though, because I got my start in Commander playing Emery, which I know used to be a Paradox Engine deck. Yeah, it's super difficult. I mean, jokes aside, it is unique in a lot of its lines, but also if you're gonna pick a color to be, if you're gonna pick a monocolor commander, blue is a pretty good color to be in. You get access to counter magic, you can get access to draw engines. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some pilots out there who end up building this weird mono blue good stuff, because there's a lot of good cards in blue. How do you make the decision of oh, I want to put in Copy Enchantment just because I like Rhystic Study, or oh, I'm gonna put in Sonic Screwdriver because it opens up this new line that I may use sometimes?
God, how do I or how should you?
Let's start with out of you, and then we'll work our way from there.
I see a card that I think is cool and that other people have played and it usually works out well, and then I go, I'm going to cut a card I probably shouldn't cut from my deck and test it out for about a month. And then I find out, this card sucks.
What's that process like? Because I also play a lot of a monocolored Commander, Lumra, and sometimes when I'm testing a card, I just never see it. And so I know Arkham is kind of different in the sense that you're able to specifically gun for it, but also there's a lot of cards I imagine that are only useful in the early stages when you're trying to get to your other combo pieces. When you're testing a card, one, how do you look for it, and then 2, how do you kind of put it through its paces?
Okay, if it's a non-creature artifact, which is the bread and butter of Arkham, I do just search for it with Arkham.
Yeah.
Or I at least think about it, and I think, how often in the last so many games that I've had it in have I actually gotten it, and would it have been useful? And if the answer is not many, I end up cutting it again. And then for the non-creature artifacts, I will think about the games that I've played recently and the draws that I've had in those games, and I'll think, okay, if instead of whatever I drew, would the new card I'm testing have been a good draw here? And if that's sort of how I'd go through it.
Nice.
Because you don't actually have to draw the card, you just have to think you drew the card.
Thinking is half the battle. Well, it's kind of fun. So we were just talking to Brian actually about what it's like playing a fringe deck in a meta that's all about you want to play the best and you want to play the best of the best. And I think you could make a pretty solid argument that you're the best Arkham Daxon pilot out there. Once again, you can make an argument about anything, but at least in the Denver area, you're the best pilot I've played against. But I also know you've been kind of messing around with Rockcrest a little bit. So what's that kind of like mental battle like of, oh, I've got this passion project, that's, a thing that I'm almost like responsible for, like people know me as the Arkham Daxon guy, versus like, would I win more if I played a different deck, or would I have even more fun if I just like try them all out, or what's that like?
For me, it's a lot about not winning's fun, and I like to win, but I just like to play Arkham more than I like to play other decks. So I tested Rogdrass for like a month and a half before this tournament.
2 months, yeah.
And it was fine. The deck, I think, is amazing. Unfortunately, I just wasn't having as much fun. You can't slam a Portal to Phyrexia into play. Watch the hope drain from everyone's eyes.
Yeah, you could quote unquote tutor for interaction in Rogdrass, but it's not going to be a Portal to Phyrexia. Was there like, how did you know that like I have given this deck the old college try, I've given it the best shot that I can, and it's just not for me? What was the like, I guess I'm not a Rogdrass guy moment for you?
I don't know. I'm still probably going to play it frequently, and I might even play it in one of the bigger tournaments coming up, but it wasn't clicking right now. Maybe I have a build with a couple of cards that just really don't feel right, or maybe I'm just not good at Rogdrass. I don't know. Yeah. Math is hard.
It's a Rogdrass, a 98 singleton format, and so there's so much almost like invisible data that goes into like if you're synergizing well with the list. And sure, you can meet with the coach and say, oh, you're under prioritizing like Earthcrafter, things like this. But also, just like you said, at the end of the day, like if you're having fun or not is a really early sign on if there's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel for you of like, just pounding through, league games and this and that. I would, one last question before. I have no idea how much time we have before the next round. Something that we sometimes get asked about is like, oh, if someone is starting cEDH, what deck should they play? And oftentimes, people make the decision based off their connection, not to cEDH, but to EDH, where it's a very brew-heavy, like, just build something fun, see how it works, and iterate from there. As opposed to cEDH, I think there's a little bit more of a stronger tie that people need to have to the tried and tested decks. As someone who has both played a really popular deck and also kind of like pioneered this fringe list, what are some words of advice or wisdom you'd give to someone who's looking to start playing in cEDH?
I would unfortunately recommend that they try some of the regular decks that are doing well and get experience with the format. It is, while you can trial by fire any deck you want, you might have a bad time. But
that is so true.
At least if you are familiar with what's popular and what is working for other people, you know the general strategies that work well, and then you can adapt them to other decks. Like, most decks in the cEDH format have the commander that either draws you cards or gets you mana advantage.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And Arkham does neither of those and sort of both of those.
Yeah, I feel like Arkham falls into like the combo piece category.
Yes.
Yeah. But you also have the ability to like pivot, and you're like, look, I can, instead of getting interaction, I'll get a one ring right now. Like, instead of winning, I'll just give myself, well, I guess you can't give yourself protection from everything if you're not casting it from hand.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, I think that's been my experience as well. Like, I started out playing just wild stuff I had no business playing given the amount of experience that I have. And then I had a ton of fun playing Loomra, and it's something I'm really passionate about, and it's a lot of fun. But then I also got to this point where in order to improve and get better, I need to know what like cards Blue Farm has in hands. Or when Kinnon's spinning, I'm seeing one card they're putting out to the battlefield, but what are the other four that they're pitching? And so having a foot in both camps can really, really help.
Yeah.
Is there a player announcement going on?
I have no idea.
Well, either way, odds are I wouldn't be surprised at all if round five fires off pretty soon. So I'll let you go. Thanks for taking the time to stop and talk to us.
Of course. I was really just looking for a place to sit. I didn't even realize stream was on.
No, that's
finger pointing.
That's all I mean. I was just too bored to do anything else. What, you're going to play Magic? Get out of here.
Start a game. I have 30 seconds.
She flew up in a bubble, Doug. Grow up.
Awesome.
Hey, good luck in round 5.
Thanks.
Dude, we're getting so many interviews in with people. round 4 standings haven't been posted. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that. I'm just in my own little world over here. I'm just hanging out with you guys. Have any of you guys played against Arkham Daxon? That thing is crazy. Also, yeah, asking the question, would I ever tutor this card? If the answer is no, that's a pretty telling answer. Yeah, I'm really grateful for the time I got playing Blue Farm and Rog Thras and Rog Sai, and I'm still really enjoying Kinnan. I think I've kind of gotten to the point, at least currently, I would say that where I'm at in my cEDH career is I think it's really important to always be playing one of the meta decks. So I think you need to keep your eye on all of them. But I think you have to be, at least in some capacity, playing one of them, don't you? Captain Moral Support says, I played against Magda. Same thing, right? That's really funny. Oh, PKP Xavier says, yeah, I swindled a Nadu player to Legolas's quick reflexes, one of his untappers with my win attempt on the stack, and then proceeded to win on top. Oh, Hunt says, I've been having a great time playing your league. That's so good to hear. I'm really glad you're having a positive experience. I've gotten the chance to play some games. Haven't been able to play as many as I'd like on account of just various things happening, Mortal Kraumbat being one of them. But I love getting to stop by and just see tons of people in Discord. Yeah. Yeah, it's really fun. Tom says, I see the argument to defeat them from the inside. Yeah, I think that when we cross the instead of the bridge to Terabithia, the bridge to cEDH, we're walking into a world that becomes more and more analogous to poker. cEDH is a much smaller card pool than Casual Commander does. And so with greater accuracy, if you're in what would be considered a metapod, you're able to predict via contextual clues what your opponents are going to do. Instead of just like, oh, I think they're going for Drawing Tuner. Oh, I think they're going for a combo piece. It's, oh, I think Magda's going to tutor for Clock of Omens. Or I bet Blue Farm is going for a Smothering Tithe here. And that extra step of being able to be just a little bit more specific makes it so much more important to be able to put the reps in to predict what they're doing. Not that you can do anything with 100% accuracy, but I was just talking with one of my friends about this. One of the things that I think makes Jason, and especially a skilled player, is let's say that I need 5 data points in order to correct the right place to interact at a Blue Farms line. Jason, based off his experience, only needs 2, and then he can reasonably make the logical jump into what else he needs. Rajada for Life says, unfortunately, Blue Farm is the best Jeskai deck and mostly the only real one. Yeah, it's an important question to ask when you're playing cEDH is there a deck that does what this deck does better? And Blue Farm is a fantastic Underworld Breach list. Very, very good. Someone says Blue Farm is a Martyr deck that copes on draw engines and interaction. I think that's an indication of, wow, that camera is moving. That's an indication of the domain that Blue Farm can occupy. It both can go in a Grixis or Mardu or Jeskai selection, and it's part of what prevents the deck from just being bullied out of the format by people, net decking against it. We may say it's a really boring deck to play, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. This is the table silence. This silence is for you guys. You want this. You want me to cast this silence. Yeah, I don't think you have to think that Blue Farm is the most fun deck to play. You don't have to just trick yourself into being like, oh, I actually have a lot of fun when I play this list. But I do think, and this is coming from the perspective of tournament Magic, so even crossing past cEDH into cEDH, I think that if you want to meaningfully make movement as a player, if you want to be able to say things like I should have mulliganed deeper, or I need to cut or add this card, and have it be 70% accurate instead of 30 or 40% accurate, you have to know what the best decks in the format are doing. That's not to say that you'll play your best if you're on one of those decks. Just that your odds of going up against them in a tournament are pretty high, don't you think? Ooh, someone, Horchana says, Blue Farm is the closest you can feel to 60 card control and tempo decks. I begrudgingly play it, and it's pretty fun. Captain Morphlord says, it's fun when you play it correctly. Ain't that the truth? It, especially if you're on the Tremnick style, it requires you to be very technically adept. And so while it can be really punishing and kind of draining to play, I think that if you just take Tremnick or Jason or a list that has done really well, not just at one, but at 2 or 3 tournaments in the last, we'll say, 3 months, and you play it for a month yourself, it doesn't matter what archetype you play, doesn't matter what colors you play, I think it is going to help you take that step forward. And if you don't want to play Blue Farm, at least play Kinnan or Rock Thresh. I think they're very different decks, and they're very good in kind of their own niche ways. I think the Blue Farm has an overall slightly higher card quality. But at the end of the day, I think that, right, and this is coming from my perspective, I love Mono Green more than anything else. I've dedicated so much time to becoming a better Lunar pilot and just testing and writing primers and recording videos and all this stuff. But I do truly, truly believe that one of the most important things a person can do is utilize all the tools in your toolkit to, as much as possible, empathize, sympathize, and understand a person across a table from you. And I think that's both important in a overall kind of this dynamic social responsibility sense, but also dialing in. If you want to get better at Magic, you gotta be able to know what's going on with the other 3 seats at the table. Nick says, did I miss something? Is there gameplay to be streamed, or did it already happen? We are still waiting on round 5 to fire off. I've been having fun with Malcolm Timna again, says Captain Molesworth. I think that deck is fascinating, really, really cool. Something that I find especially fascinating at it is that it's this weird way station for pilots, where it's very rare, I think, for someone to just stay on Malcolm Timna and extend. They go from something, like a Tali or Loot, they go from there to Malcolm Timna, because I don't think they on average, they don't want to play Tivit or Blue Farm, but they want to still be in some kind of Esprit shell, and then they'll go from Malcolm Timna to something else within Esper. I think they'll either find a different color wedge or oftentimes end up with Marnias. Very, very cool deck, though. It gets to do so many interesting things. And I remember talking with Chris. He was the Grixis Pirates player that we had on stream in round 2. And he described Esper as being this wedge that's still very, very far from being solved. And I think that's really cool. Esper gets so many fun tools and toys that they get to play around with. And I think Malcolm Timna represents a high level of versatility. Ed says Marnia/Master of Keys is also sick. I think Master of Keys is really, really cool. Those of you who have watched a lot of content that our channel has put together, more than likely at some point will either have heard us talking about Austin or Austin himself talking about his list for Master of Keys. And it gets to do so many interesting things with Standstill or all these other enchantments that you usually just don't get to see. And it really rides that line of being able to go super duper fast or just grind. However, for a confluence of reasons, it's not uncommon for the deck to convert. And I think that a big part of it is, while it's really, really cool, it suffers not from an identity crisis of internal cohesion, but an external threat of other actors that are available within the Esper pile. Is that there's other lists in Esper that can also go really fast or also grind. Or, it's not uncommon for someone playing a 3-color deck to find some way to staple on a 4th with a partner commander. I think that happens to a lot of Master of Keys pilots, which isn't bad. That's just something I've seen happen a lot. A lot of people are talking about how they've never seen Master of Keys do something. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's emblematic of someone being a little too interested in what's in the text box as opposed to what's in the color identity. I just put a 5-color Wandering Minstrel deck together. Super duper fun, really, really enjoying it. But I was talking with Kyle from That's a Good Card. Super, super helpful. I had so many, many really, really good conversations with him. But one of the things that he was talking about, and he sent me a picture, and it was zoomed in on the part that says, lands enter untapped. And he's like, it's interesting, it's exciting, but at the end of the day, it's not the best thing the deck can be doing, so you gotta be careful that you don't go overboard with it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if a lot of the Master of Keys that don't quite make the cut are a little too interested in either casting Master of Keys or enchantments from the graveyard. Timna Shakashima is interesting. It is very interesting. Is it good? Decline to comment. Casting cost, cEDH. I was just watching one of you guys' videos just the other day. Says there are so many different flavors of Esper that you can play. Artifact Storm, Necro Flash, Extra Turns, Graveyard Reanimator, and Token Spam. Yeah, it's super duper cool. And in many, many ways, the vast majority of them are tournament viable. It's not just good when you go to your LGS on a Wednesday night. If you fly out and you're playing early on a Saturday morning, you do pretty good. Seeing some Silas Acroma enjoyers in chat. I see you guys. One sec.
Can you make sure this gets back in shape?
Do you know why round 5 had this stuff? Do you know why round 5 had this stuff?
I dropped out as soon as my game was over. So.
That's so fair, dude.
Good tournament.
Hey, thanks. Nick says, I think the problem with Hash is people build it wrong. They rely too much on the ability instead of making it a bomb to win the game. Needs to be a good Esper value deck with a reanimation sub team.
Sorry for the long wait. There's been a little bit of discussion happening.
There's announcements happening.
I'd like to get Sam and Z to show come to me at the top of the stage.
Do you know why round 5 hasn't been posted yet? Do you know why round 5 hasn't been posted yet?
The judges were out talking about stuff. There was a stalling issue. I don't know. This is what I've heard. There was an issue with one of the pods that had a post-game judge call, So I guess they resolved the game, but I mean I don't know all the details. I haven't asked, but we're moving ahead to round 5 here in a second.
Gotcha.
So we are good. There was just I don't know if there was like, okay. I don't know. I don't want to spread rumors. There were some in-game actions that were taken that led to a stalled out game that shouldn't have stalled.
Oh, gotcha.
And so people were like, the judges were discussing like whether they can't change the outcome, but like
like a ID stall kind of situation.
Like play every single action out. Like I'm going to make you take as long as possible.
Oh, like I don't
like even
see
though like it's deterministic, but like yeah, just like why are you making them play this out? Like, are you trying to force a draw kind of thing? I don't know. It was that's at least what I heard. And I'm not going to go into like who's doing what.
We can leave it there. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Well, it's very. I would be comfortable saying it's relatively abnormal to have a post-game judge call.
Yes.
I think it speaks to the importance of having high-quality judges at a tournament because you have no idea what's going to happen.
It sounds like Kane handled it pretty well. I think we're all good to go now. He's probably just talking to the players that were involved, just trying to make sure everything's resolved and good. Mm-hmm. But hopefully we should be good to move along and continue with the games.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, waiting for next round.
Okay.
We see some movement, folks.
Are we good with a pod that's not going to ID?
That's the hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try to get a good pod for you guys. Me and Logan's game plan at Lan Go was to try and find a pod that was all on win-and-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like 11 is the bubble right now.
Okay.
At least like based on my estimations.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people at 12. There's some people at 10. We'll have to see where they end up. I've got it. So like we have a 16, a 15, a couple 12s, a fair number of 11s, and then 13 and below is 10. Okay. So yeah, probably some 7s, I'd guess.
Like
some 7s or something with that would be good.
Maybe 110 to keep it spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone that would want to draw, but then they're in the ever unfortunate situation of getting paired down into the group of people that have to win. And you're like, oh no.
Every time they go to cast a counter spell, they're like, bro, is this just a draw?
Every time.
And they're like, I don't know if I can crack this fetch unless you guys agree to a draw.
Before we start, like...
Okay, yeah. Okay, before you go to second 7, let's just have a conversation.
Before your Thoracle trigger resolves, like, do you...
Now that your Thoracle trigger is resolved, I would like to call a judge since the game has ended.
Let's have another post-game judge call. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's the one of the things that I think has continued to allow cEDH to be an evergreen format for me, in the sense that I don't feel the pressure to move towards other spaces, is the fact that the 4-player dynamic generates so many interesting and complex problems to solve. If we want to apply that writ large, though, you're going to end up in situations that have very weird and strange problems like the one that we just saw. And it just makes me all the more grateful. If you're in chat and you're a judge, I'm calling you out. Thank you for improving the tournaments you've been at. We need you guys.
We love our judges. Thank you guys.
We love our judges. I've seen so many situations where tension could be cut with a knife, and then a judge just comes and stands, even within 5-10 feet of the game, and everything just slowly simmers down.
Yeah. Nobody wants to get kicked out unless they really, really want to get kicked out.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah. How'd your Father's Day go? I got kicked out of a David Buster's. Dave, did you drink too much? No, I'm just a really bad loser.
I just really like cardboard.
Yeah. I just have a really hard time moderating my own emotions. No, I don't want to make too much fun of people. It can be really.
It gets really intense.
It can definitely keep it cool, especially if you're in a situation
Pod 6
like
Pod 6. Let's see. What does our pairing look like? Oh, we don't have round 5 yet. Okay. We'll see in a second.
Logan said it's Pod 6.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna jump out and help them get set up.
Sounds good.
You guys have fun. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I'll just.
Whoa, what happened to the camera? Eric, what happened to the camera? Hello? Is that better? No, it's pointing down. No, the other way, other way. Oh, I'm back. Whoa. Woo. All right. We should just be getting set up. People are moving. Finally. We're like 25 minutes over. That's not the worst. I don't know if any of you guys were there in chat for Snowy Summit 2, but at least it wasn't 70 minutes. And I guess even more recently, at least it wasn't 11 hours over. Yeah. I don't know. Like Eric says, I really enjoy the kind of multiplayer aspect of cEDH. I think it makes it a lot more unique. I have, however, been delving into kind of the competitive Magic, like 1v1 scene. It's been really interesting to see the difference in dynamic. Okay, sounds good. We have got some technical stuff with the camera, so I'm just going to switch it to the game. All right. Let us see. Do we have our pod up yet? Pod 6. Okay, I assume they said pod 6, so I'm just gonna get it set up for pod 6. We're doing 6, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, the camera just got... He was just fixing the camera. I'm good. All right. Apparently I can't tell the difference between a 2 and a 3, but that should be good to go. Get commanders going when they start getting lined up.
cards too,
Yeah.
but like I feel like it's pretty easy for him to.
Like, I
assemble
play
that.
farm, and I counter his rogs. Like, there's no way to interact with him.
Oh, I got you. Hey,
Sorry about that.
Oh, you tried telling me and I just didn't listen. Hey, we're back. We just got word that we more than likely are going to be repairing. It's not set in stone yet. So we'll see. Hopefully we're able to kind of keep things as they lay, but it's not uncommon. Last round of Swiss that a
man.
lot of people drop and then they don't
yeah.
TO.
Dude, the number of people walking out of these events and just not saying anything
Yeah.
every single time. It's like,
Every single time.
but yeah, so we'll see about that and hopefully get on to round 5.
Yeah. I really hope they're not repairing, primarily just because it's very rare for me to be able to see Jacob, who on screen you guys can see is in seat 3, play Narset. It's very, very rare. I've played against him a lot, but he plays everything under the sun. I played against him on Najula, that weird 2-cost Demir commander from Assassin's Creed, Atali, but I've never played against him on Narset.
Didn't he top 4 on Narset on a big event like the past year? I think so.
He consistently does really, really well. It's interesting talking to him. We actually did.
Oh,
an interview with
he
him
top
this
4'd the Iron Lion invitational thing.
no way.
Yeah. Because I was rooming with him, Jason, Tyler, and Jason, and Tyler. And I was the only. We all made top 16. I was the only one of us 4 not to make top 4 because Jason beat me in top 16.
That's really fun.
So it was Jacob, Tyler, who you guys saw in Arkham, Jason Doan, who's right over there, but he plays Blue Farm most typically, and then a guy playing Inspector Hawken.
Oh, hang on. No repair. Yes.
Okay, no repair.
Go. Okay, I was worried there. We have, if you're following on Top Deck, you may have seen that the round timer is frozen in place. But we are receiving word from one of the judges that there was just a miscommunication and that we are, in fact, more than likely continuing the round.
This does look like a fun pod, I will say that.
Oh, did we get another sleeve break?
Another? On screen?
Yeah. That's
Oh.
crazy. I did not expect that to happen. I thought it was
Dragon Shield? Come on, get it together.
I thought it was going to be like the unicorn.
Actually, wait, no. I don't know if you guys want a Dragon Shield sponsor. I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, yeah, that's the... I never say anything ever. Known.
So it
known
looks like
silent individual.
we're looking at what? Timnacrom. Okay, Timnacrom, Roxai, Narset, and Malcolm Vile.
Yeah. Plus, so just totally normal pod.
Three normal decks, and then Jacob. Which, if he gets to do the Narset thing, will definitely catch. I mean, maybe not catch them by surprise, but when Narset gets to do Narset things, it gets very bad for everyone else very, very fast.
I have always wanted to play like a big bad extra turn spell. So if I see Narset rip like a Nexus of Fate, I'm going to scream. Sorry.
Yeah. Or like multiple.
Yeah, like, oh, that's crazy. There's 3 extra turn spells.
And the fact that she is hexproof too, like it's not like you can stop it very easily. Like if she's taking extra turns, you have to have either like enough counter spells to stop everything from happening, or like an instant speed board wipe, like a Psych Rift.
Yeah, it's so much more difficult than you would think. I hear people talk about it all the time. And I think that Narset presents this false confidence oftentimes to players who haven't played against it, in this sense that like, oh, it may be a bad flip, or oh, this is a problem for later.
Well, it's also a 6-mana commander without haste. Like,
Yeah.
oh, he gets around it pretty well.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Well, the large majority of top 16s that he's played in has told you, at least experientially, that it's pretty bad for you if Narset hits the people are talking about in chat. It is far from an unknown quantity. I think I am more than likely to overestimate his presence in the meta, being a Denver local and having known many people who have lost to it a lot. But there are other pilots of it as well.
I think it's important to note that it kind of falls into the category same as Arkham, which we saw that I cast last game, and that they are very, very powerful commanders, kind of almost of old, where they are definitely it's known to be strong, but they don't show up in cEDH as much as people would expect, at least at this point.
I think because we can kind of envision it as like a bell curve where
Yeah.
you're likely to get wins early on because people don't understand it. But then once you play against the same group 3 or 4 times, like, oh, it's just Narset doing Narset things. And it's not until you fight through to the other side where you're not just doing Narset things, but you are having such a strong influence on it that Narset is doing your thing, and you've built it, and you've tuned it, and you've just really, really put the work and the hours in.
To everyone in chat, there was one player that had a sleep break, so they're all just helping to get it done faster. I think it was seat 1, correct? Had a sleep break.
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
this is legitimately like the kind of sportsmanship you love to see. Like,
That
these
is- yeah,
players
that
don't
is
have
great.
to, but they all just want to play. Yeah.
Yeah, I updated it. Sure, yeah. We're just going to turn the player audio on.
It's too low.
Adjusting it so it's all facing.
Yeah.
They also may not be talking because
They're totally focused sleeving.
they are cooking.
Judge, you mind if I ask a question?
I don't know. I double sleeve basically everything. That would take way too long. Basically, just take the double sleeve and keep them in the inner.
I've been so spoiled. It's kind of funny actually. The first quote-unquote like real deck that I played was Rockstar, and I was borrowing some cards from Logan.
Didn't you play Kazur Ukama at one point? I played against that when you were on that.
Yeah, that was because I started on Master Transcendent because Logan was actually selling off one of his like spare cEDH decks, so I was like,
Yeah.
I got the
What was the ruling on that?
but so I played like a mix of stuff, and so I was putting a rock silence together at Logan's place, and he saw I was sleeping up without double sleeves. He's like, look, here's a package of perfect fits. Just try them, you'll see how they feel. And shuffling and double sleeve has felt so good. I cannot go back.
Exactly. That's that. People ask me like, why do you like such a big deck? Like, why are they so like thick? And like, I don't know. It just, I don't like hitting edge to edge when I'm trying to cross them over. Like, I don't know. Like having them be a little bit thicker makes things so much easier on me.
And the way that Logan explains it is that if you just have the one sleeve, it's meant to be just a little bit bigger than the card that you have. So it's oftentimes going to gravitate towards the left or the right, and you'll end up with your deck being a little cattywampus. But the way that inner sleeves are designed often results in them folding up not on the left or on the right, but on both. Meaning that when you shuffle, it just slides together super duper nice.
Yeah. I don't know. Especially with the I don't know. The majority of my cEDH decks have been moved to proxies just because I had to sell off a lot of cards to play Modern and Legacy and whatever. Because not gonna lie, those formats are kind of expensive, and you can't really proxy for most of it unless you're playing just with friends. Like if I want to go to a Modern event, it has to be real cards. So I've sold off a fair number of cEDH cards, but I'm still keeping like Ob together. And that deck, I don't know, at least for me, as someone who is fresh out of college, that is a significant amount of money for me. So I'd rather keep it really nice.
Yeah.
I don't know, I got like the wraparound sealable inners. Those have been pretty good.
Heck yeah. No, I think it's it's one of the things I really, really like about cEDH is the fact that the vast majority of cEDH tournaments allow proxies. Makes the bar that people have to reach in order to play much, much lower. I understand a lot of the reasoning that goes into it with specifically 1v1 formats that are primarily hosted by WotC or have WotC price support, but I do very much enjoy being a part of the community in a format
I've played
that's pricey
perfectly, and I will take no questions.
Yes, absolutely.
I said I have played perfectly, and I will take no questions. I was
Oh, boy.
absolutely kidding.
Who's he won?
He is.
Yes, Brian, I'm
Hey, we
talking
got a
right
Blue
now.
Farm, we
That
got
is me.
Ernest, and we got a Narset. Narset has Hexproof and First Strike. Sick.
I'm gonna let you move this. Oh, no, thank you.
I don't know. I got the. Did you see like the silver and black like anniversary dragon shields that they put out this year?
Oh yeah.
I got those. Those have been pretty good. Like they feel very solid. The one issue that I keep running into is they are intact and I've managed to keep them pretty clean, but they're still getting kind of like not sticky, but like I don't know how to describe it. Like they're not like overtly sticky, but like they slide. They don't slide very well.
Yeah, it is weird just how small of a difference it takes in sleeves to be a big problem.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to keep those working well, but I don't know. Maybe I need to invest into cleaning them or something like that.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
Yeah, I for the longest time, I'm sure this is the commentary you guys are expecting. For the longest time, I was cleaning my my cards with a level of ire I can't explain because I was so frustrated. I was like, where is all this gunk coming from? And then eventually I was like, I'm not giving my cards to anybody. I think it's me.
They're just like sweaty hands.
I get really, really sweaty hands. It doesn't help with the venues kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. Coming back after taking like a month off, trying to go through a storm turn and like my hands are shaking and everything. I'm like,
it's difficult. It's difficult. So we talk about tournament endurance and the capacity of. I think in a way that like players are probably going to be experiencing in this game. It is do or die time for a lot of these players, and if they want to get into top 16, they got to win their game in Swiss.
What are their points at right now? Let me see.
But also, just talking about like Storm, or a lot of decks, even if you're not a Storm deck, you have an Underworld Breach, and you're just kind of comboing off. Once you have been the subject of the table's attention for 10 plus minutes, there is a pressure there you cannot escape. And it's not entirely undue, right? If you're about to win, players can and should focus the majority and the lion's share of their attention every single move you make to make sure that if you make a mistake, they are there to optimize. I couldn't have one some O word to take advantage of the opportunity.
Dang, I feel bad for Chris in seat 4. He's at 11. He got pared down hard. Because
deliberating.
Let's see.
That player we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Because Jacob is at 7. Gabriel Stanley's at 7. Where is Colin?
What's up, Iggy?
Where? Huh?
But yeah, it's the dude. Sometimes the nerves get to me after I've been playing for a little bit.
Yeah.
And you've got a tutor and you're looking through your deck, and players are saying, and once again appropriately, they're like, can we see some game actions? It's hard to stay focused.
Okay, so we got a weird pod here in terms of points. So Chris and Colin, so seat 2 and seat 4 are both at 11. Okay. So they both need a draw. Okay. But the issue is that Gabriel and Jacob are both at 7, so they need wins. And we've.
No, yeah, I feel you.
This is that one of those rough games where like I assume Chris and Colin might try and force a draw. Mm-hmm. But the other two need wins, and there's like this rough duality of like, I wish they could draw, but like they can't. Yeah, that feels right, especially if you're the 11-point player and you're dropped into that pod because you're not guaranteed top cut necessarily at 11. Like you might be on the bubble depending on how these points go out.
Yeah,
that is scary.
You want to win, but if you're that close to the bubble, it's really hard not to even subconsciously start to kind of like gun for a draw, because especially if there's another player at the pod, and I'm sure they've talked about it, where you know that they also could draw and win both in Grixis shells, one of you using Grixis and Plus. So if you're able to navigate correctly, you can pretty substantially lock out some of the other players in the pod. But also, I mean, placement in matches.
Wait, I think I was wrong. It's not Robrak. It's not Roxai.
Oh wait, yeah.
Is that Aaron Street Urchin?
Yes.
I don't think it's good.
What?
It's definitely Street Urchin. I can't tell what the partner is.
On stream?
I'm gonna go look real quick.
Go for it.
Maybe. Maybe right now. Turn 1, 5
Yeah,
creatures.
it's definitely. I think it's less to say that they want draws here. They probably wanted to ID, but now that the game has started, if they are able to find a win, that is going to do a lot for their placement in top pods. And if you're going against the best of the best, you don't want to be in seat 4. You don't want to be in seat 3. You want to be in seat 1. Who's the
Okay, so I was wrong. So seat 2 is actually Aranis and Street Urchin. So we have a Gruul pile.
Let's go.
That is crazy. At 11 points, too. He's been doing well.
That's awesome. That is snipes some permanents with death touch, baby.
Isn't this a Hulk deck, too?
Yes, because it's super duper easy.
Yeah, you just kill your own Hulk, boom, done.
Like it's a conspicuous Snoop deck, too.
Oh, Snoop combos are wild.
It's so much fun. I both hope we see one, and if one pops up, we'll be completely and entirely unable to communicate what's happening outside of the card conspicuous Snoop.
I'm glad you're doing well with that, because that was
all I know is that
it puts the thing on top of the library, and then you get to do Kiki Jiki without
Yeah,
Kiki
you do.
Jiki.
So you do Kiki, and then there's, I think it's like Torch Courier, the one you can sacrifice against the face. So after you've created infinite somethings, you go down to half of infinite somethings by sacrificing one half to the other half, and then I don't know. It's something beyond that. Friend of the channel, Jay, used to play it for a while, but that was back when Dockside was a thing.
Going 3.
So I am sure. In fact, Nate, I would guarantee it. If any of you go and Google, Aranis Moxfield Primer, there is like 8 paragraphs with a YouTube video at the end of it explaining how it works.
Oh, for sure.
I haven't read it. I haven't watched it.
As long as it's not as bad as the Get Rock primer, I will be fine.
Halt is asking, are we going to see a Molta 3? We'll see. Definitely keep your eyes out. Let's see what some of the bingo things that could be pulled in this game. One, Cavern of Souls on Human.
Did you make a bingo board?
We got a bingo board.
Oh, no.
Ones that we've seen so far
Cavern
is
of Souls on Human from Narset, I could definitely see.
Sleep Splits on Screen, that was the first one. We
Got
had
that.
Death by Fairy Mastermind, Instant Speed Win, C4 Victory, and a monocolored commander spotted. This game we definitely could see OBN kills one of their own. We could see a Final Fortune fail. Counterspell shown but not cast.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe we're running out of time to see a mirror matchup. Mirror matchup spotted. I really hope we can see a Blue Farm goes to Kraumbat. I was expecting that to happen much earlier.
Has that not happened yet? I mean, I don't know if I've had a pod with Blue Farm in it.
It hasn't happened yet.
I guess,
Two that are on here is 5 Miss Lotho triggers and 5 Miss Smothering type triggers.
5
those
Lotho triggers is crazy.
Those are cumulative across multiple games. There is 24 life bait to Sylvan Library. That does have to happen in a single game by a single player.
Okay.
But I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
I assume Aranis doesn't count as a mono card commander, right?
Am I giving up?
The card itself is mono, but you have that background.
Yeah, it's like half counts because I feel like the background mechanic is kind of like discount partner. We did already see Arkham Daxon though, who kind of took that.
True. Yes.
We haven't seen Thrasios Passios, which I really expected to happen.
Yeah, that is.
Do you have a pregame?
It has been
You're up first. Hey, you can have a ley line.
a lot of interesting stream games. Oh, we went to 3, baby!
Oh no!
Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Mulligan down.
I hate
3.
that, and I can deal with it because my commander game is guard advantage. 3 cards is yikes.
Dude, I know this is a bit of a fringe take. I never feel more powerful than when I'm mulliganing down 3. I feel unstoppable.
Yeah.
Any spell I cast is uncounterable. I just look my opponent in the eyes and I'm like, bro.
You should feel bad for me.
My sibling in Christ, I mulligan down to 3.
I don't mind it. Yeah. Just so they see.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I keep sticking on the topic of Obnixilus, but I've had games where I've gone land, LED, cast Ob, pitch the rest of the hand.
Dude, I miss Rule Lotus. It made it easier.
Yeah, for real.
We see Kami Cat saying Rule is near guaranteed to play LQR, right? What do you think about that? Do you think, like, being in 2 colors?
It's such a solid card. I could definitely say it.
I mean, your deck is also already built around trying to play board release using like your commander. Like it has Death Touch too. I mean, I think that like I'm with you, Kami Cat. You may have an 8 at the end of your name, but I think that's a #1 take.
All the pressure. Yeah. That's true. You know what? You're right.
Listen, farm on the play, Diamond. Let's go. Gamble for that fish, baby.
Gamble. Guys,
Raw
this might
gamble.
be the red entomb we all hope for.
Oh man.
Oh, guys, back
Gamble
to back
my mud-
bingo card called up.
Gamble, my beloved. Well, if there's a bingo for Red and Tomb, I got one last game.
5-6.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, shuffle.
Bryant Bin's fucking
No.
sorry.
So we don't know what
Festival. Like, it was like what the
because we don't want to.
That's part of your
It was from
library.
Dragonstorm Commander. It had Harmonize.
Quick
So it
comment.
didn't even matter
Nick,
if you
Nick is
flashback.
saying, let's keep this chat to the stream. Would definitely agree. We've got some really, really solid players in front of us. Really, really interesting games to watch. I think it would definitely behoove us to dedicate the lion's share of our attention and our conversation to the game.
You guys aren't winning the tournament by winning an argument on the stream. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
No prize money for.
I'm gonna win an argument right now. Water is wet. You can't change my mind. A hot dog is a sandwich. Fuck you, haters. Cereal is soup, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Anything on that side?
You know, I was thinking the other day, if you had the power to turn like fully invisible, wouldn't you also be blind? Because the light wouldn't reflect off your eyes or anything. You'd just be like. you wouldn't be able to
really
see.
funny.
Like, imagine you just like you go invisible, but you're just stumbling around. You can't see anything. Like, whoa.
That'd be wild.
Just running into people.
That'd be wild. What got discarded off the gamble? I missed it because I was talking about.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get a dry.
I can't see.
Random
I'm gonna
arguments
shuffle
I
this back
had
in my library.
in undergrad.
I think it's under the gamble.
I'll get Tiger dry.
I think this was the card that he entombed, but it has harmonized anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Refresh your sleeve.
But is dirt also dirty? Okay, look,
That's
dude. Do I look like a philosopher? What do you expect of me?
Oh, it was a Mystic Remora. He entombed a Mystic Remora. Oh no.
Okay.
That's brutal.
Let's get some commentary in chat. Put some ones in if you think binning a Mystic Remora counts as a red and 2, or a 2 if it doesn't. Whichever one gets to 10 first makes the big one.
Ooh.
1 if it is a red and 2, 2 if it isn't.
Is your Mox Diamond untapped or tapped?
Are you just tapped?
Okay, sick.
In step? Yeah.
End step, got it. Mystical Tutor.
And I'm sorry.
Dryad
yes,
Arbor.
I will.
Of course, would.
I'll pass. I will pass.
Is it Green Suns for Dryad Arbor?
I'm so sorry.
Whoa. What are you doing? Man's touching his opponent's deck. Okay.
I also
I'm seeing a lot of ones. I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. Red Entomb Enjoyers.
achieves.
We did it. They said it couldn't be done.
What if they have a enchantment reanimation spell in their hand next turn?
Mystical Tutor.
And they are playing the wrong kind of blue farm list.
My wife just texted me. I would like to pull out my phone. Are y'all okay with that?
Mr. Logan almost knocking over the light.
Go ahead.
Couldn't be me.
We've never had
I already did.
We've never had any technical issues here at this casting booth.
No, I can't.
Yeah, Heinz makes the comment. He had 1 mana floating to cast them. Yeah, definitely was right. Who went to 3? Chris Spalding in seat 4 on Malcolm Vile.
Oh man, that feels so bad. Chris just needs like any kind of point and he's safe. I mean, I don't know. Is he at the top of the 11s?
I do. Even though it feels bad, I would still agree with his decision to dig that low. Seat 4 in a pod like this,
I'm trying not to get another break.
keeping a mediocre hand is going to be so much worse.
You're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, no. I think Chris and Colin are both fairly safe. Colin is the top of the 11s and Chris is second. So. Like even if they go to 11, if 11 makes it, they are probably going to be the ones that make it. Like, I mean, as far as opponent wins percentage, like maybe someone could leapfrog them, but it would be hard.
I just want to keep
Because
it more
they-
clean.
Chris won early, and he won he won his first 2 games. He was at 10, and he's had a loss and a draw since then. But still, like his opponent win percentage has been very solid.
I see a Mystical Tutor, I believe.
Looks like it. Yep, that's the RKF Dominaria Remastered one.
Mystical Tutor Graveyard Demonic.
Hopefully going to be on 3 mana.
What is that?
Oh, is that Demonic Tutor?
I assume we're going to see whatever it is here in a second.
There's a way to... Man, I'm going to mute ourselves while we try to make some screen adjustments. We'll make sure you guys can hear the players though.
Cast the demonic too. Pass. Cool. You know what you're getting? Yeah, we're sick.
You don't have to tell us.
But yeah. You don't have to tell us. I mean, I guess I don't have to get it.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Force of Will. I'm just saying.
I have nothing.
I'm a big fan of Strix Serenade right here.
I have one land.
If he played this, that means he's like turn 2 gonna dump it. So
Nah.
No, it's a slow hand.
is it?
Yeah.
I love to see it. I would say my deck can't interact with it. You do what you want to do though.
I don't really have a ton of interaction for it, right?
Yeah.
Don't scrap the draw. I think it's the best part.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. Don't make it so you can't win to stop someone else from trying to win.
Well, both of our decks can't interact with that though.
He can just
Maybe.
win. He can just win. He just wins.
Okay, we're
We
back.
mulled to like 3.
And we're back.
It's fine.
Well, let's put this back up. Now we can see much better. That is, in fact, a demonic tutor.
Nice.
That is the Commander Legends etched one. What are they
People
getting?
are theorizing that they are tutoring for a land.
That is fair. I mean, I think depending on your strategy, it actually kind of makes sense. I've been tutoring for Ancient Tomb in kind of in place of what I would have been tutoring Mana Crypt. It's been all right. I mean, it's a lot harder to interact with, and then especially if it's like a top deck tutor, like an Imp Seal, I can be like, hey, if you want to hit me with your Ragavan, I have a land on here, so you will not get a card off me.
Wizards makes the comment. I'm surprised Narset kept a 7 with turn 1 tapped land. I think the first things that come to mind are 1, if I'm going to have a tapped land, I want it to be Mesmerized Village. And then 2, I am very likely to lean on Jacob's experience with this deck when I see questionable plays. So the implication being, do I think he missed something or I'm missing something?
Considering he kept 7 in a deck that cares about putting his commander down, I'm willing to totally believe that his 7 is awesome. Like, he presumably kept gas.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's just not turn 1 gas, it might be turn 2 gas. Like,
yeah, I would.
we're hearing that we're quiet.
All right, hang on.
Playing simple magic,
Does
baby.
more than one person think
Get
we're
3
quiet on
mana,
our end?
play
Is
with
it,
me.
is it just, are we both quiet, or is it just
I am passing.
Eric?
Can I read her?
Yeah, I'm gonna move through phases, but
C2 is in fact Aranis and Street Urchin. Yes, we confirm that.
And card to be ready to the battlefield, choose the background.
What did he name with
Background
Cavern?
says,
Are you speaking into the mic?
pay 1,
Think
sack an
so?
artifact, deal damage.
Is the volume okay now, or is it still quiet?
Trigger.
They wanted those only for
hang on.
So maybe a small black one.
Now play a talisman.
Jake, we need you. What did Seat 1 name with their Cavern of Souls?
What is it?
Can you find out for us?
Cool. I heard town.
We're good.
Please.
Untap.
A
upkeep,
bingo
drop.
sheet hangs in the balance, bro.
You want the ASMR voice?
What's supposed to be more important than this?
banger off the top.
I can
Let's
get up
go.
super close to the
Player
mic and talk
sound
like
is
ASMR.
just high. Okay, I guess
Oh yeah.
they sound high.
Oh dude.
You guys want to see this D-tutor? Sorry, that was a dumb joke. Okay. Go here.
Okay.
I'm probably not speaking.
We are finding out what was named with the Cavern of Souls shortly.
What else do you get when you're farm, bro?
Urza Saga, not bad.
Human every time.
Okay. Naming human seems
Cavern
weird.
of Souls on human. Bingo
Cavern on
enjoyers.
human in the blue farm deck makes sense.
that's
Makes
you.
sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's another bingo point.
Yeah.
Your commander's lot scarier than his. Yes, but this commander.
Sorry I had to take you away from doing nothing to doing something important, Jay. Oh my god.
He's got big things to do.
Yeah. Human.
Okay, Narset went Urza Saga into Talisman, and now we've got a City of Traders into Malcolm from Chris.
Oh, nice.
Not a bad start for a Molta 3. Turn 2
Yeah.
Malcolm gets you back in the game, and from a mana standpoint, pretty fast.
Yeah. Cover moral support. It should be in the description of the video. Let me know if it's not. I can grab it for you.
That is a Ristic study?
Yeah.
That's
Technically,
the-
it's a stay with me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was actually playing this.
Stay with me.
So I was actually playing with Gabriel on Wednesday.
'Cause you're
He said it was like
all I need.
his 9th game in cEDH.
Yeah.
But it was really funny. Whenever
With
it-
Gabriel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Whenever it got triggered, he was like, "Stay with me, trigger."
How do you feel about the Final Fantasy scenes? I'm not much of a Final Fantasies fan, but
I'm not a huge fan either. I like them, but in the like they give like I can fix him energy.
oh, they're saying that it's not in the new stream.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're about to add it.
Don't say I never did anything for you. Here you go, guys.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Cast a Tireless Provisioner.
Oh, let's see. Tireless Provisioner.
That's a decent card.
That's crazy that a lands deck would be.
Why does it look blue in the light?
It could be the foiling. They do so many different foil treatments these days.
True. I think it's an MH2 card, though.
It also could be that the rods and lenses in the back of my cornea are slowly
Ooh.
disintegrating, and I have like.
I'm going colorblind, chat. I'm sorry.
I'm going colorblind in that specific spot of the screen.
You ever had an ocular migraine?
No, that sounds. I've never had any migraines.
So
I mean, I've played in long games, but never a migraine.
So I've heard it's like a stress response or something. But like at one point, I think it was like 8th grade math. We were taking like a test, and all of a sudden, like a black spot appeared in my vision, and just started expanding. I thought I was going blind.
Holy cow,
dude! What 14-year-old Ethan was actually freaking out. Like I was. That was really, really not fun. Turns out it just goes away. Wow. But like. Whoa.
I back during COVID, I worked from home for a law firm, and law firms kind of have this like built-in like timeout for the day because everyone has to go home.
Yeah.
Even though it's a work-obsessed culture, you gotta go home at some point. But when you're working from home, you already are home. So I was working like 14, 15-hour days, and then I would go sit down and try to read. Swear to God, I have 20/20 vision, but holding a book in my lap, like everything was like blurry. Because I just stare so long at the screen. Tom says that they've had 2 migraines and they are brutal.
That's not fun. Not it. But it was like an ocular migraine. It didn't hurt the same way like typically a migraine like hurts your head. I don't know. But like an ocular migraine was weird because it didn't hurt at all. It was just like startling.
Yeah, that's got to be super very surprising and scary. I would be very scared if that happened to me. I could try to imagine what it'd be like, but I generally don't want to. It sounds really scary.
I don't know. I think I was just really stressed that day.
It's really easy to be stressed when you're 14.
Hi, Logan.
That's actually interesting.
Logan is the hostess with the mostess.
Give us a little shimmy.
Captain Moral Support is asking, wait, did Rowan win through the One Ring? I don't know.
The One Ring was put into play by Tezzeret the Seeker. It was not cast, so there was no protection. Yes, I was there. I remember. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so because Arkham cast Tezzeret the Seeker. In response, Arkham got removed, like the Arkham of the Commander, and then because Arkham would have been able to activate, but because they weren't able to get a win con with Tezzeret, they instead got the One Ring. Tezzeret puts it onto the battlefields, not casts. Yep, no problem.
Nice. Is there money in it? Oh, dang. If there was, you should have grabbed it.
Someone already took it.
Bro, I do not have any money. I spent all my It also had 2 counters on it.
I mean, I think either way, there was never a point when he had protection. And yes, Professor Onyx is also not damage, so it gets around protection.
That would have counted if they'd gotten it out via cast.
Yes. So with the One Ring, never did anything. It's a bad card.
Yeah. I don't even understand why people are still on it. Overcosted.
Mine's sitting in a box.
Appreciated.
My copy's sitting in a box because I was cool and got the bundle from Target.
Oh, nice. It was actually, I got mine in the first Magic pack that I opened.
Really?
Yeah. So
wow.
Technically, I drafted Lord of the Rings with some friends, and I had a fun time. But then afterwards, I was like, I really enjoyed drafting. I'm gonna buy some packs just to open, and that's the one that I got.
Okay.
So
okay.
I guess technically it wasn't my pack.
I was just like playing Magic and stuff when Lord of the Rings came out. I ran to my local Target, and I bought one bundle. Or no, I guess I got the one I have. It's actually not the first one. I bought one bundle. It was like $65, something like that. Flipped the One Ring to cover the cost of it, and then kept the rest of the packs and opened those. And then I guess I bought the one I have now for $35 later. That is Hanwar Battlement. It's a land that gives haste.
Okay.
I know because Amulet Titan plays it in Modern. I think it's Hanwar Battlement.
Adam is jumping into chat. Way to go, guys!
Hanwar Battlements, yeah. So it's colorless land taps for taps for colorless.
You have to tap for
red.
That's why.
So red tap target creature gains haste until end of turn, which with Narset pretty good.
I understand half of Amulet Titan from Lumra, and the other half I just wish I understood.
Amulet Titan just says you put a bounce land into play a lot of times, and then you untap it and you pick it back up again, and then you make a lot of mana. and eventually you get more lands, and sometimes it's Valakut, and sometimes it's double strike land, and sometimes your opponent just dies.
Yeah. So I
Dark
guess,
Ritual.
So I guess here's a question for you guys. If Narset takes like infinite turns, does that count?
Is that Braids?
Oh yeah, Arisen Nightmare.
Braids Arisen Nightmare from Malcolm Vile. Sorry.
Move to end step. I will sacrifice City of Traders.
Let's see. There was a previous bingo card that was player wins through combat damage, but it is there no longer. So my question is,
Ooh, Malcolm Vile sacking their land, the City of Traders, to Braids.
That's
a decent way to draw some cards, but like your City of Traders, that's a lot of mana you're giving up.
It's kind of gonna go away anyways. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that seems like why wouldn't? I don't know.
Really thought-provoking. I mean, I definitely. If you're gonna pick one of the two lands between City Traders,
The one that's gonna go away anyway makes colorless. I mean, yes, you sacked a land and drew 3 cards. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, usually you just sack it, realize afterwards, and you're like, I tapped for mana.
True. Man, City of Traders has gone up so much in price in the past 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that. The card is like $300 now.
You know so much more about the price of Magic cards than I do.
Well, because I was like, people play it as like a one of in the Legacy deck that I play.
Oh, okay.
And I was like looking at it as something to buy, but I was like, this is way too expensive. Like Ancient Tomb, like buying 4 Ancient Tombs was already a lot of money.
Yeah.
But City of Traders is an expensive Magic card because it got very popular.
Hellproof says, I hear drawing is pretty good. I mean, mad respect to Tim and Snowball who have been able to make a career out of it. I'm not a very good artist, so drawing doesn't work very well for me. But
Drawing the game or drawing things?
Oh, you meant drawing cards.
Or drawing the game. Wait. There's 3 different ways. Is it drawing cards, drawing the game, or drawing like art?
Could be anything.
I assume they mean drawing cards.
How did they get the double black pip? They swung with Malcolm to get a treasure.
And then they use that for Dark Ritual. Or they use something for Dark Ritual.
Oh, probably the Mana Confluence.
Yes.
Oh, that's why they still have a treasure. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So it was Mana Confluence for Dark Ritual, and then use the colorless. I think I don't know. The mana was used for Braids, and then Braids sacked the City of Traders, and they drew 3 cards.
Interestingly enough, Aranis didn't sacrifice a land.
None of them did.
I really would have expected that.
Yeah, the deck that gets lands back probably would have been pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this price curve.
Oh my God.
Since 2020, with Ikoria, City Traders was $120. Now it is above $200.
Man.
That is called a reserve list buyout, if I've ever seen one.
Oh, here we go. The Trad Bod says, fun fact, the original City of Traders spike was because a finance bro bought every copy on TCG Player and spiked it from 80 to 500 7 years ago during the Legacy Open.
That is crazy. I mean, it is definitely a legacy card, that's for sure. There's a bunch of decks that they revolve around playing a 3-drop on turn 2. And that makes it pretty good. Even on turn 1, if you go Chromox City of Traders, just like Chromox Ancient Tomb, play your 3-drop, usually works pretty well.
Okay, let's see if Ragavan hits a win con. Fairy Mastermind.
Not a bad hit.
That technically is a win con.
No.
If we were in Rock Thrash, I'd count it. I think in Blue Farm, it's a bit of a stretch because Blue Farm usually doesn't win through like infinite mana.
I have Fairy Mastermind PTSD from, again, the round 1 of Snowy Summit when it went 70 minutes over while Mr. Freedom Waffle was trying to do a loop with Kinnan, Smothering Tithe, and Fairy Mastermind and trying to draw the table out.
It's so good.
But because everything was still on the stack, I mean, yes, they're losing in the process, but people kept casting spells, and the entire thing went 70 minutes over, which, wow, okay.
Yeah, I took a nap during that.
Yeah, I was just joking to Raul about that last round. I still have the screenshot of like how long the stack got.
Yeah. Captain Moral Support says it wins with Tithe. It does win with Tithe if you are in Kinnan.
You're in Gruul too.
In Blue Farm, you are paying for mana to generate. So it's more of, I think, kind of just a value engine that if someone like goes crazy deep on like a decon, you can.
Yeah, I agree. Or especially in Aranis, they would have to also flip a tithe. Like,
Yeah, that's a crazy stack. That's crazy.
You're starting to get a bunch of cards.
oh, okay.
Some
So it
people
sounds like are they playing the Fairy Mastermind? I can't tell. They haven't used a
it's still in
blue.
Exile. Vexing Shusher has hit the field.
Vexing
We've
Shusher,
got some people in chat saying that Aranis is very, very close
It's just like my one way
to being able to go for it.
So
Yeah. In terms of mana or in terms of cards in the battlefield? I don't know the deck that well.
responsible if I don't feed it.
So they have both commanders out, so they are able to start sacrificing permanents to ping other stuff down. They have the Vexing Shusher, which is going to allow them to protect pieces on the stack, as well as a Tireless Provisioner, which is going to generate them oodles and oodles of mana as they're going through their line, as well as I believe that's a Deserted Temple.
Yes. Which can untap Cradle or whatever they find. Yeah.
Okay, there's a Sylvan Safekeeper.
Sylvan Safekeeper is also scary
Okay,
here.
so now in addition to protecting their spells, they can also protect their permanents.
Yes.
Okay, so there's like
layers of protection.
Now we can't close.
I don't know if Aranis has a 3-mana spell that wins the game, but if they've got it, they've got it.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I'm gonna pass after
Well, and then don't forget they also have another treasure off of the fetch land.
So they can
They can fetch and make a 4th mana. Yeah.
They can make a 4 mana, and so I guess that's 3 plus 1 mana to protect it with Vexing Shusher.
Yes.
Wizards Mix says they aren't winning here most likely, but Isaiah says they're getting very close. Both of them agree.
They're saying next on top. Yeah. Okay.
Which checks out. They've got every protection.
That
piece
is
in
a
the
big
deck.
board. Oh man. Sylvan Safekeeper just gives me Nadu PTSD.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. Some people enjoyed that deck, but
I liked it a lot, but if people didn't like Nadu, I try not to. I don't disagree with them because I understand why they didn't like it.
Nova Gaming. This is the final round of Swiss. This is round 5.
Yep. 2 players are on a draw end-to-end, and the other 2 are on a win end-to-end.
Seats 2 and 4 are both at 11 points, with the bubble probably at 11, so they probably just need to draw. Whereas seats 1 and 3 are at 7, where they need to win.
We don't die like Glenmore.
Oh, Isaiah, Colin is a part of our local meta, and we see this too often.
Oh no. I mean, I guess you could say the same thing about Jacob.
Yeah.
Min. Yeah. We're used to seeing Narset.
Oh, what's up, Talon Gates?
Talon Gates. Where's that going?
I'm gonna pass after that.
That's right. Good to you, sir.
Okay, he's saying they're most likely to get to Snoop. Okay, interesting.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Plenty of mana to do it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Does Jacob have a way to get to Narset here? Because
Does he have a way to get to Hasty Narset?
well, I mean, he's got the land right there, but he needs a red and the land for that. So floating a mana with Urza's Saga,
Does he get LED here?
maybe. LED would be 7, 8 mana. That is enough.
Enough to get Hasty Narset.
Yes, but you're still hit by counter spells and all kinds of stuff. You have to discard your hand.
Is he able to get
You're-
counterable Hasty Narset?
I doubt it. I mean, yeah, because if you got LED, you have to pitch your hand.
Not knowing what's in hand.
Jacob does live in Denver, yeah.
Yeah, he's a local yokel.
But it sounds like he's hanging out with a bunch of OKC people. It sounds like there's a fair amount that are around here.
What is the artifact in play? It's a talisman, I think.
I think it's blue-red.
Yeah. What's that? Is that creativity?
Yeah.
Or no, I think it's white-blue.
It's the Doctor Who one.
I don't know. I can't tell. Talismans are... They changed the art on these most recent ones. And it's got me all confused.
They changed them all the time. This is a really, really interesting position to be in because both Blue Farm tutored twice. Now we know one of them was a Red and Tune. Most likely. There's always a potential list on it. Highly doubt it.
They would have played the fish before, I think.
Yeah.
But
and then Narset, there's the Soul Ring.
Soul Ring is good, yeah.
That's what he got. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. So if he has I guess he still has a land drop. So if he has a red land here, that is hasty Narset, but not uncounterable Narset.
Is he able to get it if he can Elvish Spirit Guide a land? Does that give him,
Simian Spirit Guide, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gemstone Caverns is not going to do it.
Bunch colorless.
He's too short on colors. Or I guess he has the filter with the...
with the Talon?
Oh, so he's...
He's
Ooh.
putting a Smothering Talon.
Oh.
Zig
Okay,
asks...
this sounds like this is Narset here.
Oh, so he's straight.
Okay, great.
So it is counterable.
Yeah, it's just straight up 6 mana for Narset. Is anyone reacting? Let's see. Draw for Ristic Study, sure. Did tap the haste land for that. No colors up because of Gemstone Caverns. That is rough. But Narset is in play. In the same way that Colin probably wins next turn, I would say that Jacob is also a threat to win next turn. The issue is that Colin is first of the two of them.
This is curing a lot
Zig asked, how's the venue working out? It's been great. Food's been great, drinks have been great, energy's been super high. The temperature was also pretty high for a little bit, but we had the AC cranked all the way. So it turns out that yapping has other consequences.
You're gonna attack, make another treasure.
I'm talking about pulling hot air.
Plus a land drop.
Yeah, this has been fun. I haven't been to Dave & Buster's in years, but it sounds like they're doing well. It's not just us here either. There's some people walking around celebrating their Father's Day or whatever, like with the little kids.
It's been fun.
I don't know. Did you get a chance to go to the arcade?
Only on the way to the restroom.
Okay.
The little cast restroom.
So like,
Yeah.
I got Hulk in hand. I don't have to tutor for it, right? And I have the protection.
All the green spells are tutored for you, right?
You're good.
It's up to you. But I don't think
Now what? Is he just passing? Or does he have something else?
You're talking about
If he had a Spirit Guide, he would have left the battlements up, but
one to side.
that being tapped into only colorless is rough, especially with how many colorless lands that is and colorless sources.
It's really interesting that he kept first 7. I think
Was
I
it first or was it second?
Or I guess either.
I think it was 7. I mean,
I would have expected
Yeah.
more explosivity.
I think he probably expected this game to go pretty slowly. Because if he's just picking a spot, he doesn't need to jam Narset as fast as possible. He needs to make sure that his Narset resolves.
That's that's a really good point.
So we don't know what else is in hand.
And also,
But,
you're, I mean, you're in 2 decks that are both able to cast and get to like a Toxic Deep. Or Cycrypt. Maybe not Chris as much here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether everyone acknowledges that Colin is way ahead of them. I mean, I think it's pretty apparent from the fact that Chris was down to 1 land, and Gabriel's just riding a Ristic Study. But hopefully they have interaction. Otherwise, they might just be in for a rough time. Sorry.
Yeah. It also depends on. I mean, Colin has 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
They have all the protection they need.
Yeah, the Ristic Study is it's good, but when there's a Sylvan Safekeeper and a Shusher, like, how much is it actually going to be able to do? You can't draw a good counterspell that'll deal with it.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what happens.
Swinging the Braids. Interesting.
STC says, I promise to get an Audrey too if they unban him. I think I'm safe. I think you're safe too.
I'm going to say you don't have any flying blockers, correct?
No, I can just kill something.
Sure. I think I'm going to end up sending Malcolm and Braids at you for 5 damage.
How's player audio for you guys? Are you guys able to hear everything?
I will make a treasure.
Captain Mole Support asks, who are the 2 players in our 11? They are our Seat 2 player on Aranis Street Urchin and our Seat 4 player on Malcolm Vile Smash.
Gabriel and Jacob are both at 7, so they need to win.
Right, so like my goal is
I'm on Nas. It makes sense to attack. So you're not Nazi anymore, so we're good.
I would like to move to my end step.
Yeah.
I will sack a treasure. Sure, the Braids. It's an artifact. You can So,
You're moving that stuff?
so yes, I would like to move that.
It makes sense that this game has slowed down a little bit, considering that there is a pretty relevant threat on the board. We hear from Isaiah that it's hard to hear some of the players. Is anyone else having any issues? If we're more than welcome to turn it up if you guys are having a hard time.
I hope they're being conscious of the time because we are down to 34 minutes in the rounds, which could become a factor fairly soon. I mean, if there's a win right there, it won't, but if it comes around for another turn cycle, maybe it will.
Yeah, but you're also putting a lot of pressure on me, and now you're like reversing it, be like, all right, now we're about him.
No, I'm done. Think about it. If he untaps,
I wonder if Colin's in position to force a draw here and be like, hey, I have win, but if you don't interact, I will just draw.
It's definitely an interesting situation.
I care about that, but I appreciate the I think if I...
Someone's getting cold in their stocking.
I actually want you to draw cards.
and I have no choice.
As is the commander Aranis.
I
Well, technically, it's Aranis and the background commander.
Landfall trigger?
Yeah. I'll get the treasure first.
Yep.
And then we have the surveillance on the stack.
I agree that Jacob will probably have issues winning at time because Narset is not a very deterministic win commander. You could say that Narset attacking usually results in a win, but that result might take 10 minutes. Because
And if you are in round 5, if there is ever a time to make him play it out.
time left in a round is 32 minutes and 45
In order for
seconds.
me to use the cards I see, I have to go all the way around or do a board. And like, I promise you, I will not board.
I think what would kneecap the Gruul player here is if someone had a lot of mana in a Psych Rift, and that is not the board.
That is not happening. Yeah. I mean, I think a board wipe is just like the best answer, but it's cEDH. Board wipes are not really our thing.
They used to be, but not that.
That's crazy to say, like comparing it to casual commander, where board wipes are very much like a thing.
Yeah.
But the I don't know, it just doesn't become that common. Do they?
Well, I think it's also an indicator of how mature what ticking is in cEDH, and that like in order for a spell to get through, you often need the specificity of I'm not getting rid of every creature, I'm getting rid of that one or that one.
Fire Covenant's a good card
Fire Covenant's really fun.
until it gets countered and Wandering Archaic, and then you have a bad time.
Yeah, I would agree with Isaiah. I think if you're calling, this is a great opportunity to push for promotion. Because especially with that vexing creature as a Sylvan Safekeeper, while you're not in like a power position in a sense,
Yep.
you don't have like a Smothering Tide or 6 steady, but Aranis is essentially the most powerful OBM I've ever seen, and then you have the ability to protect and
Yeah, I think a board wipe is in order, not just because of the Smothering Tithe. Okay. Interesting play at this point in the game. So, Mana Vault into Smothering Tithe. Gabriel seems content to sit behind value engines, but they might be too late for that.
Yeah, people aren't really drawing a lot of cards. I think so. They have Timna out. Based off the way their mana is tapped, that means they played them on a previous turn.
Yeah,
I
so
think this would be a great turn to cast Crom and say,
move to Kraumbat?
yeah, Chris, Jacob, I think you want me to deal 4 damage to you. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but I think you want me to hit you with Crom. Fellow asked, is Top Cut going to be timed? I believe so. Don't quote me on this, but I believe top 16 is going to be 100 minutes with 20 minutes overtime, so 2 hours total, and that top 4 is going to be 120 with 30 minutes overtime, so 150 minutes. With tournaments like this, a lot of it is determined by how much time we eat up in rounds, especially with the kind of lengthy judge ruling that we had in round 3 and in round 4. So we'll see. We may be able to keep that.
I would like it back. No, absolutely.
Definitely no 11-hour games. I would very much be rooting for a 12-hour game. All I'm going to say is records are meant to be broken.
Oh no, not with maybe next round. Not this round, though, please.
Holt says if Colin has any type of tutor here, he just wins. I would very much agree. If he top decks like a Eldritch Evolution or like a Court of Calling,
that would be pretty good.
Boom.
I'll go 3 here.
Does this list play Pact or Summoner's Pact?
I would bet.
That would be pretty good as well. Like there's just so many options.
Good for damage.
Yes. Mine says Oppo open from Chris. That would be hot.
Samuel Grigg, yes, we are calling the Monocolor Commanders from Game 4, Pod 4. I think so. We just saw Arkham on screen last round, which would in fact do it.
Mm-hmm. I believe it should have been called. If it's not showing up for you guys, let me know. Isaiah says Oppo does nothing here. I guess it depends on what type of backup they have. Oh! Because they can just kill it with Aranus. Oh, you're right.
Force. Trigger.
More people should play Ashiok.
You think so?
I think the card's underrated. I mean, like, your graveyard hate plus tutor hate in a format full of graveyards and tutors.
No, Ashiok was also triggered. I thought it just.
Ashiok, so Ashiok from War of the Spark, it has a passive that players can't search libraries.
You have Narset fully untapped. Village.
Yeah, it has the passive that your opponents can't search libraries, and then the minus is a player mills 4 cards and then exile all opponents' graveyards.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because that one sees play in a lot of CC.
Yeah.
Like if someone's trying to like tutor for an Oppo, tutor for Ashiok.
I'm gonna Eldritch Evolution.
Oh, there's the Eldritch.
Ooh, scary.
There's the Eldritch. They haven't sacrificed a creature yet, so it looks like they are debating what creature they want to sacrifice.
Already went to combat. Ragavan for 4. Stealing Word Dryad. +2. Huh?
What now?
Yeah,
Eldritch
1, 2,
Evolution.
I know, but it gets you a 3 creature.
Yeah.
There are still things that Veshing Shusher can't stop.
Yeah, I mean.
Whether or not that's going to be the case here, we'll see.
Okay, so he's hitting Ragavan. Is it just Conspicuous Snoop?
Snoop is a 3-drop, right? Yeah, that would do it.
It's colorless red.
But Snoop also needs Goblin Recruiter to set it up.
He's on a silence creature named Dosa.
So if this is Goblin Recruiter to get Snoop in the pile and then draw Snoop somehow, I could see it.
That's a great question.
Unless I'm just really bad at Magic. I don't know.
Question, and I'm looking at you with interaction in hand.
Yeah, I mean,
I have interaction in hand, and I'm asking.
I definitely have been very bad at Magic at many points during my tournament experience.
Don't let him fish information out of you. That makes no sense.
Because here's the thing, I've already been saying, like,
I was talking it over.
I mean, the game is what it is.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
You know he has risk against Tide.
Colin
I
is an
guarantee he has a counter
incredible
spell, too.
politicker. I played against him in Heisenberg. It was so
Like,
much
my thing is,
fun.
I have to push advantages on my turn.
It's really hard to talk your way into people not interacting with your freaking mega tutor that puts it straight on the battlefield. Like,
If you say no
I don't know.
Dosen, we have
Yeah,
answers
but
for
Eldritch
that.
Evolution is a good card.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a Dosen, like, we have.
Yeah, I mean,
This
Is this a?
Priorities. I'm just saying, I would at least have the conversation with him, right?
So I will show.
Like, here's the thing, when I pass the
Spencer
turn,
C.
I
asks, is
can't
Ashiok the glare card? No, I was just bringing up Ashiok. The glare card is the Final Fantasy Risk Study.
If I'm gonna
The Stay With
push
Me
to do
one.
anything, that also has hexproof.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't think one thing's gonna be enough.
How much do you flip?
I'm gonna priority more.
All I need is for this Eldritch to resolve.
All I need is for them to play the game. The fingers are pointing. The fingers. They're pointing.
Is Eldritch a win? I think, as is often the case with green decks, it in and of itself isn't a win, but it more than likely gets them to a win very quickly, especially with the Vexing Fissure on them.
Yes, I would agree.
Right, they're not able to get Protean Hulk and just kill it. I don't think
They can only get 3 drops or 2 drops.
They could get a 5-drop if they wanted.
No, it's only they stack Ragavan. It's 3 or less.
But I don't want you to allude to them at all. What I have.
What are your thoughts on people like when someone tells you I'm not going to win this turn, then they win on your opponent's upkeep? Like, do you think that's a valid move politically, or do you think that's like?
That's a really good question.
I've heard mixed opinions.
Before I answer it, I would want I want to recognize both the fact that oftentimes I conceptualize of things in a tournament framework, as well as if you're just playing in games on a Wednesday night and things like that.
That's fair. That's fair.
The emotions of like the feel bad emotions are going to be real high, and so before I answer that, I just want to acknowledge I have been in a situation and it felt awful. I'm sure other people have, and I've been in situations like this sucks. Now at this point in time, I would make the argument that the deal to not win on your turn is not a real deal. Either because, let's say you got a risk extending out and you just draw board upon one silence, or are you just right? If you're, I'm not saying you should lie, but I'm saying if we were in a tournament together and you did it, I would be very angry for 15 minutes, and then afterwards I'd be like, you know, to be fair, he did have board upon one silence, and if you just went into upkeep, it's not like I feel better. Like I'm not like, well, you know, at least you honored the deal. So that's my thing, is that I don't think it's a lie. I don't think it's skeevy behavior. I just think it's not a real deal. So I'm not trying to like put the onus on the person who right kind of got hoodwinked. But if I'm in games, I try really hard to be like, you know, if they get the nuts, I don't care if they've shown you their hands. If they wheel and then they get the nuts, you know, we're here to win. There's money on the line.
Exactly. It's redundant, right? Why would I need Dosen?
I say that because I've done it a couple times. I'm like,
I've never done it, but it's happened to me a ton of times, and I think it's like I try really hard to.
I picked up and started playing Rafine, and getting to play blue and white. It's like, ooh, okay.
It's so good. It's so good.
I'm a red-green deck. I can't really make deals. I just want you to make educated decisions. You know. I'm sorry. I just don't.
I would agree with you. It's kind of a meme when people just win on the next person's upkeep.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to eat up time.
That's my answer to your question. Is I don't think that deal should be passed on.
I did show him the interaction I have. That's fine.
So you don't think they should even try to say that to get people to back off? Like,
I think that like if me and you are in a game together, you say, look, what if I agree not to win on my turn and I accept that deal? I am like putting myself in a position where I'm giving up a significant amount of advantage.
Wait. We're seeing a Flusterstorm on the Eldritch Evolution.
How many spells we cast?
Not many, but how? Vexing Shusher is right there. What is the plan here?
Well, I mean, but also like Vexing Shusher. That's really funny that it's a Flusterstorm because they can just. Oh no, they can just pay one basically either way.
Yeah. So are they trying to make Colin use mana? Because there's a Swan Song as well. They are.
Are they just trying to take him off the mana to cast?
Maybe. They're probably fighting over
5 mana.
I'm going to deflect him.
Yeah, 6. There's 4 treasures and then 2 lands.
They're saying it's a Swan Song now.
Yeah, there's a Swan Song over there, and then there's a Flusterstorm on the left.
Is it revealed? It was revealed off. Oh, it was revealed off Ragavan.
The Swan Song? Oh no!
Oh man, and he's got the blue.
Oh no!
Yeah, is this looking really bad for the table?
Yikes!
Oh, here we go. The classic move. They're like, "Hey, blue farm player, you don't mind if we use your board?" That happens to me all the time. I'm like, "Here, guys, I got plenty of space. I'm not in this game."
I don't have any heuristic triggers on me. I got a VV trigger.
I'm impressed with how many people are still around, even though it's kind of late in the tournament. You'd expect a lot of people to drop, but the tables are still reasonably occupied.
It also makes sense to me, given that there's an 11-point bubble.
Yeah.
I think that means that puts a lot of people at not winning in, but winning in the bubble.
Yeah.
So I think that can also translate to people staying.
I mean, yeah, don't quote me on that on the bubble being 11, but it certainly looks like it is probably going to be.
Whopping Willow says, you will always remember your first time getting beat by the Gruul deck.
This season's
chat, I would be really, really curious to hear what you guys' experience with that is. Kind of going back to the
This is a dumb question. I know this doesn't work. I want
right, if you make a deal with me, and I'm not going to win on my turn. I generate infinite mana, I destroy all your permanents, my deck is in my hands, and then I pass the turn, and they untap, and I say, I would like to hold priority on your upkeep. What do you guys think about that deal?
I have Sylvan Safekeeper. I give target creature Shroud.
CD says, Italy, March 15th, 2023. It was raining. It was raining dinosaurs. Dang.
There is a
D-SWAT came out.
Vexing Shusher ability on a stack targeting his Eldritch Evolution.
What other Gruul decks have I run into?
Ability cast with deflecting spell.
I mean, most commonly Italy, that's for sure.
Vexing Shusher ability.
They're complicating the argument by saying I'm not going to win in this turn, and then they cast a Final Fortune.
Oh yeah, I've seen that done.
Yeah, I would put that in a very similar vein. Where like, I think that is one of the ways that veteran cEDH players utilize their experience to oftentimes outmaneuver junior players.
Risk Study I'm fine with.
I don't think it's particularly unsportsmanlike or like poor behavior, but I do think you're going to generate a lot of really negative emotions, and at least one of the players is going to walk away. And however correct or incorrect it may be, they're going to have the conversation with their friends of like, I just got liked.
I guess I've played against Rurik Thar one time. I did not lose, but it was certainly interesting.
I played against that. Someone says part of making deals is making sure you also make the fine print for the deal. I very much agree. One of my relatives is in education. One of the things they talk about is that when you are communicating with other people, your primary goal is not just to make sure that you are understood, but extending that to make sure that you cannot be misunderstood. And oftentimes when we make deals in cEDH, we purposely leave the door open for interpretation in the hopes that our opponents will assume one thing based off the context clues available, allowing us to kind of tiptoe around it without, crossing any dubious lines or any tripwires. And I would say that's a very important way where experience, I think, is going to do so much for us.
Yeah, looking at this board still, I'm not really sure what is going on at this point, because it seems to me like Vexing Shusher should have this Eldritch Evolution totally covered. Like, what is the confusion here? I'm not really like.
I believe the players are discussing.
I'm not going to cheat you, I promise.
Because you also have the Sylvan Safekeeper, which can give things Shroud. And so there's a lot
you have to agree what he gets right now.
Activated abilities and spells on the stack.
I will get a bird.
I think this is a great opportunity to call a judge.
Make sure someone's watching it.
Yeah, even if you as a player are confident in your ability to navigate it, if a stack is this big, just get a judge. That's what they're here for.
I agree. Hopefully, there's an available judge to come watch this in case something goes wrong, because I think that making something uncounterable is one of those very few times where people will trip over things and assume, and then because it's not written on the card that it can't be countered, they'll forget, or they'll just try and do it, and then something will resolve when it's not supposed to, and then all of a sudden you're 3 spells deep in the hole and have to rewind everything, and we want to avoid that.
It can be brutal. And then also a lot of people are talking about the amount of politics.
You're telling me that 6 mana is
we've talked about this both in previous streams and in previous videos. In the same way that I think judges can be really, really helpful for resolving stacks like this, I think judges can be extremely beneficial for resolving situations like this. As a player who is very, speaking about the social dynamics in cEDH, I feel like politics it's much easier for me to put my foot forward than with fundamentals, just based off the amount of experience I have. I've just spent more of my life talking than I have playing Mana or playing Magic. I think I'm really prone to just talk way too much in games, and so in situations like that, I think it's very appropriate hey, let's see some game actions, or we got spells on the stack, let's do something about it. And then if I don't respect that, if I don't treat you as an opponent with like if I don't take that like request seriously, right? That's a huge part of what judges are there for, just to help keep things moving, keep the game going, keep everything above board.
You gonna search my
grab your
library?
judge.
Yeah.
To purify. That's his.
I just had a judge walk over and make sure that everything is being resolved correctly. I would be worried about things getting confused, and hopefully everything is doing fine.
Yeah, it's a complicated game, and it's a game about rules and breaking those rules via the cards in your library. You can only play one land per turn, except have an exploration, or you can only cast spells if you have the mana for it. Except I've got Narset, which lets me cast them for free. And so when you have all these rules interacting with all these exceptions to the rules, it can just be really, really helpful to make sure someone who knows all the rules and all the exceptions is there to keep things moving smoothly.
Yes. I'd be interested to see if you could do like a breakdown. Like I just want to ask, like, do you think what cEDH is closer to 1v1 competitive Magic or to Judge's Tower? Because sometimes it definitely feels like Judge's Tower.
That is a Reddit post waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Someone says the slowest resolution to an uncounterable spell ever.
Exactly. That's why I walked over and I asked them, like, hey, like, can you check on this? Like,
Makes the most sense. I'm going to combat. Any effects?
No.
Ooh, someone's asking for a Sands waitlist, and Captain Moral Support jumps in saying, "Dangerous."
Can I read it one more time?
Okay. I'm going to take a step away real quick, but I'm leaving you in good hands.
You said what?
You good? Or sorry, on reading it, yes.
He would like to move to combat. I'm passing.
I'll pass.
You're passing, I presume.
I think 3 year away. Makes more sense.
I have declared no blocks.
Talisman.
Sick. I'll take the 3 damage. I guess I can track Commander.
Narset, not Narset, bro.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
You get to cast any of them, or
I cast all.
Okay.
Please. I'll cast this one at a time.
Sounds good.
Remora? Yeah, and I'll have a.
Where's giving him the cards?
I will pass on Mr. Gromora.
What do you want? What do you want?
Huh?
What do you want?
I'm just asking if you're let him draw a card of the card.
It makes
Like I
sense
said, my
for him
only
to play
game
those.
actions is like play on my turn and ping stuff. So like,
Yeah, that's right.
I can't beat a handful of cards. That's why like I think he has more resources. We could have made him use it.
I mean, I made him use the first one, right?
Yeah. I just don't think it's good enough. I'm not saying that anything was played wrong. I'm just saying I don't think I'm gonna get another turn because of that.
Do you think we get to untap? Do you think we get to untap all that information, all that he has? How many cards do you have? Not that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How much mana do you have? Open right now or until your turn?
And we're back. Usually, when we come back, we're telling you, chat, what you've missed. But I had to step out for a quick conversation. So, chat, I beg, nay, I beseech. What did I miss?
Was that? What was the first thing you played?
It looks like they're. Whoa. What is the 2/2 token?
You're good.
Huh. So there's a token there, and it is Narset's turn. It sounds like there was a whiff on the Narset attack.
Oof. Whiff.
Is that exile?
Or not, I mean, like, not like an actual whiff, but like the equivalent of a whiff in terms of hitting fish, lotus petal, some other stuff. That's unfortunate.
Flip was poor. It is what it is.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has an extra turn in hand.
Narset whiff. Oh no. Oh, and then the Eldritch for a bird.
Really? They went and got Birds of Paradise? Wait. What happened?
Uncertain.
Did he just get politicked out of going for it? That is interesting, that's for sure.
Sure. I'll tap 6 to cast a turn spell from hand. Oh, the restick, I think?
Yeah, hold on. I want to know what spell's being cast. Take an extra turn after this one.
Yeah.
Rhystic trigger.
Draw.
I am going to pass.
Sorry, what are the stats on Narset?
3-2. 3-2. Hexproof.
Yeah, it's a hexproof. I mean,
This is on the stat.
yeah.
This is a thing you counter.
I can't counter it.
I tell you, I've drawn. You guys have given me nothing. So if you think
What
I'm
now?
gonna win this interaction back with 1 treasure,
No, he's tapped out. You have no
Oh,
cards?
Mormonator, what's up?
You do not.
Josh, the creator of the Rakdos Discord.
I was thinking about you, dude. I've been listening to the Book of Mormon on Spotify.
That's not how it works. You got a fish too. I love the politics.
Is it best?
I don't have anything.
Fellow saying I don't think he has time to close the game. Yeah, we've got a little bit less than 8 minutes on the clock. Because they are the streaming pod, they do have a small time extension, but
W's in the chat, boys.
is it enough? So, did they really waste all their interaction on an uncounterable spell?
Dude, I don't know. That was among the weirder interactions I've ever seen in cEDH. I don't know.
Yeah, Mormonator the musical.
The 10th.
I wasn't a theater kid, but I was homeschooled, and the Venn diagram for those is basically just a circle.
I'm good to go to the next turn.
he's playing already when I get an answer.
And he asks, do you get overtime in the U.S.? Yes, in the current REL cEDH tournament structure, you have, on average, 80-minute rounds, and then when you go to time, you are no longer able to pass the turn, but you still have 20 minutes of overtime.
It's responsible. I knew you had a last turn, too.
Logan has to head out for that. Everyone say goodbye to Logan.
Your last turn? I did not have
Bye,
a
Logan.
We love Logan.
I think I just drew. Nice.
Please say it back.
I have no response to silence.
I'm good for. I am good for silence to resolve.
I'm just going to let
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's just I really just checked it out because it was catchy music. Yeah, I will go ahead and turn the player audio up.
Can't really hear them above the rumble of the crowd.
I have to pass another visit. I don't want to go in combat.
How's that? Can you guys hear him all right?
Put life pressure on him by swinging with Narset.
I can't cast anything. My X
That's
out.
true.
Yeah.
It's a must.
Listen.
Yeah. Okay.
I must X out, yes.
All right. My
Yeah,
turn.
let us know if you guys can
Untap.
hear everything.
Upkeep. Draw for turn.
Yeah.
You get
Tithe,
your
tithe,
you
baby.
get your tithe. I will play a Polluted Delta. Yeah.
Let me see if he has gas in hand.
I mean, it's farm. He only needs breach. He has like 10 cards.
Crack polluted Delta.
Jacob got silenced. Did he get silenced by the blue farm player?
How much time did we actually have?
It was like
At least
6
5
minutes.
minutes,
I
yeah.
think it was 6 minutes.
What was our first initial one?
Yeah, we had 2. 34 minutes.
Are we at time?
Judge! We're close. It's 5 minutes left.
How much of an extension do we have?
You're not going to have one.
Just 1 minute, right?
I don't think I gave you. No, we had to like.
No.
We had to re-sleeve him.
There was a
re-sleeve.
Was time going during that?
Yeah.
Because we had started most.
I can't remember honestly.
You have 5 minutes currently.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 9 more minutes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm glad you cleared it up.
Alrighty. Thanks for people who are asking that we increase player audio. Me and Ethan actually haven't been able to hear the players all this time as a result of a lingering tech issue after the power got into the screen. But as a result of you guys asking for help, we ask for help. And as a testament to the value your community can provide for you, we now have player audio.
We figured out how to unmute the computer.
We did it. We figured out how to unmute the sound.
With the story.
Triggers.
Triggers.
This is Glenhorn and does win the game. Sorry. This does get Glenhorn and win the game. Can I draw off this?
Yes.
You have a treasure. In response to that draw? Yeah.
Besiege.
Pretty good.
Bow Masters. Ooh.
If Chris gets an OBM and kills the other OBM, that's a bingo card.
What is it going to hit?
Malcolm.
How many cards in hand? 8. I mean, I obviously have pings.
Yeah, I'm willing to offer a draw.
Oh, there it is.
You remove Bowmaster, we get the Mayhem Double.
Play it out.
Both 12 points.
Play it out.
Play it out.
Because I killed Malcolm on his draw.
I can kill your Bowmaster.
So there's the point differential coming into play. Chris is content with a draw, and Jacob needs to win.
We can't draw. They're trying to draw.
Colin's able to kill it with Aaron.
I'm willing to offer if I get to win on stack, I draw.
There's the handshake.
Ooh.
I don't have much of a response.
Given where time is, I'm not entirely sure that Chris is supposed to agree to that. I think he has the leverage in order
I
to
have a ping trigger on
force Colin to play for a draw,
So you do have
even
the
if he
ETB.
isn't kind of hanging out.
Thoughts? No, just let's play. We're running out of time.
Play. This is the 1 damage marked on Malcolm.
Unless you have SWAT. Unless you have SWAT. I don't have SWAT. Let you know.
The Besiege is still on the stack. So
Besiege, am I good to draw?
that would be,
What was bargained to it? The Soul Ring?
I believe so. It's the on top of the grid.
Besiege on the stack.
Besiege the Mirror. Great card.
Besiege on the stack.
Like, I remember people talking about Besiege being like maybe playable, but when it actually works, it works really, really well.
I think it works best in 3-color piles or 2 piles. I think those are 2. Like if you're able to, if you resolve a Holy Ritual and you want a way to spend black mana, do I have a card for you?
Calling Ritual's a card that I haven't seen that often recently, I feel like. I mean, I don't know. Is it maybe just the piles that I've been playing against?
Also, I feel like it's a really big TNT card, and I feel like TNT
especially because you were
was
like playing tempo.
really popular.
Like you played really, really good, and then you whiffed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a Rock Thrust
That's
card. That
very
makes a difference.
Oh, that is a good argument. He can kill Malcolm even if it doesn't happen, meaning Chris doesn't have the leverage in order to force it without an agreement.
I think that I am going to. President,
There's
you have
Glenhorn.
11, and I know you have an answer.
Well, you have to have 2 mana to do the thing, right?
Yes, but it can be after combat.
I have 8 cards in here.
It can be before leaving combat after I deal damage.
Well, I mean,
Well,
Colin
so
would
you
be
got a
content with the
treasure.
draw as well, wouldn't he?
I am going to.
I know you know your combos. I'm not. Yeah.
I'll pitch a Siemens Spirit Guide to pay for your risk.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
No fish. Yes. Okay.
I would do now, yeah.
Okay, so that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, 2.
We, as the casters, are not specifically backing up a draw. We are just looking at the fact that they are in the position to have a draw.
Sacred.
I believe he's making the argument that Colin backing up the draw.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I need to have fast priority on that.
Colluding is definitely kind of a very in vogue term right now. I think in a situation like this, it's
Yes.
relatively reasonable.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, make a treasure.
I think the difference is instead of saying I will put a win on the second, agree to a draw, as opposed to saying I will kill these 2 other players.
9 extra minutes and 30 minutes.
No, he said 5.
But it is dubious territory, and if you're in seat 1 or seat 3 here and you are not happy with this deal that's being made,
Okay, Malcolm back
get
to
it,
hand. I
get
got
it.
1 mana. Glenhorn on the stack. Good for this to resolve.
Yeah.
Okay. Rude.
Okay, Malcolm is
That
gone.
is 1
Two
mana, 2
hands.
mana. That is.
You got anything else you're gonna end up?
I have Breach in hand, so I'm trying to figure out if that gets me a win.
Rage is always a good card.
And I will show Breach and win in hand just to show that I am actually trying to take this. And I have another mana source, but I don't think I have anything after that.
Yeah, it's the
I can't
relationship
cast a land from the
between
graveyard.
tournament points, draws, and agreements
I
that take
am
place
going
within games
to,
is definitely an area that I think we as a
cast
CEDH
Kraumbat.
community
Yep.
stand to
Yep.
benefit
Yep.
a lot from having the conversation of what should and shouldn't
going
be
to
on the
imprint and
table
have double.
when we're making deals. It's something I would
I am
and
going
continue to
to,
really appreciate judges and tournament
move to
organizers'
combat.
perspectives on, as well as players that
we're going to
routinely
send
see
a
top odds.
Glenhorn and a Bridge. I'm going to send a Glenhorn at you.
I would also consider the braids. This is gonna be last turn.
I need it for the draw.
He's not gonna bother. It's a 2/2.
He has 3 creatures. He has 3 power.
Yeah, I respect it.
2/4 coming at you.
Just 2-4?
Just two.
Sorry, what's he do?
I want to confirm we only
Kind of going back to our
have
earlier
three.
discussion,
We had
I
5.
think if you're Gabriel or Jacob here,
It's like, Alright,
it feels really bad.
Sick, move to end step, Bridge trigger.
Yep, I agree
I'm
with
going
you,
to
Joe
go
Bass. I
ahead
think
and
it's very
sacrifice a
contentious,
land.
and I think it's appropriate that it be contentious. I think for such an important part of our format, winning,
land?
it's important that we be willing to
Wait, did he
dedicate
start land?
time,
He did not.
energy, and attention to something
I'll
that
take
has
5.
the potential
Okay, I will draw 2.
to really be a perennial thorn in our side as tournament goes.
Last turn.
You're in step?
Okay, we're on end step.
You're good.
But that is enough about that.
Priorities yours.
Let's go back to the game, focus on what they're doing.
Actually, real quick, I had a question
Is that a
from
target for a player?
a friend of mine at DMV. Do you know if this ended up being platinum or gold?
I believe it's platinum.
Okay, that's good.
I believe we did hit the player cap. Some people
Do you have Veil Summer?
dropped, but I know that top deck often can be pretty forgiving. You know, if it's 128 player cap, but you're down to like 124.
Storm?
Besiege, Kraumbat.
At least 3 here.
This is a cast, so 3.
6.
6.
I'll freeze you.
Ooh, brain freeze inbound.
Oh, you're brain freezing me?
Oh, brain
brain
freeze.
freeze? Yeah. All copies started you. Interesting. I don't know this line. Sorry, 18 total? 7, right? 7. 21.
6, and then 7 spells.
Okay, so 20.
Do you think that's beneficial?
What do you mean?
I'm just asking.
I mean, like, he has to move his turn,
because
right?
it, yeah.
He has to win this turn.
Okay. Cool. I just want to confirm you're aiding to help him win.
No, I'm not.
4, 5, 6. For you to return your end step, right?
Yes.
Their turn will be the last.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
Intuition.
aid him, but I'm trying to make him so he doesn't 2 to what he needs, right?
So more goes in the graveyard. So I know he has.
that helps him.
He has Savines and Breach in hand.
I'm bad at leaking. I'm not aiding
Aren't
him.
we all, Gabriel? Aren't we all?
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He has Breach and Savines in hand.
Oh, so it didn't matter anyways.
Not really.
I was just an eye on this intuition pile chat. Let's see if we can predict who they're gonna get.
Ragavan.
What they're gonna
seven.
Wait, what? Oh, no.
Join one here. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do you already draw your cards?
Yeah.
Is this at Flash Speed? What's going on?
I don't know what you have.
I don't believe any spell has been put on this deck to enable Flash Speed.
Is this Chris's turn? I think they hit time
We
during.
are still on Chris's
Sounds
turn.
good.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, I was just away
On end step.
talking to the wait staff.
I am passing
little
on my.
snack.
Intuition is on the side.
After a long day.
You're right.
Proceed.
Chris is desperately trying to get back to his own
What's
stuff.
that?
Priority starts with you after this.
Sounds good. I will pact.
Pact of Negation. That is a good card in this position. A good way to force a draw.
Especially with
If he already has Breach, I have this, right?
Oh, just so there's weight.
Like, I'm assuming, like, do we want... I'm a Secret Graver. My only question is if he has Grand Abolisher or Ranger in hand, it's going to be a lot harder to fight
Okay.
both interactions.
Got it. But we can counter the Grand
So
Abolisher
does
on the stack with the
Gabriel have a
Vexing.
flash effect in
He
play?
has Voice in Graveyard, he has Silence in Graveyard.
They do have a small time extension as the Screaming Pod.
Okay, they're 7 minutes over.
I believe they're no longer within the window,
So,
but
I can go confirm that real
I'm going to
quick.
give you the information. I don't know how we should play. I don't know if
All
he has
right.
anything.
Intuition, I think, is good. Intuition is good. I pass on it.
intuition getting resolved.
Are you just F6? Honestly, Cycler, MVP of the game.
If it's a Voice of Victory, they're fine. If it's a Grand Abolisher,
Yeah,
I
silence.
don't believe they're able to activate
I mean, he has the
abilities.
whip too, which really
I
hurts.
forget what it is that
I could have recapped
Grand Abolisher
Malcolm if I
turns on.
hadn't paid for so many heuristics, but like also probably just gets countered. Yeah. Question mark.
It is not clear
I mean, it's
how
why
their
I'm trying to get him to use
how their
all the
stance is being
actions,
treated.
like,
I just didn't
it's
want to
very
interrupt.
hard for you to win through
I
the
think that's very
my deck.
appropriate.
I can't interact with
Assume
this,
that they're
right?
playing.
So,
That Kane is right there watching everything, so there is a judge present at the table, and
what I really could have
the clock may not be correct, but I'm assuming that it will be treated as necessary.
For sure, if they try to pass the turn and Gabriel tries to untap.
And then we'll know that they have another turn.
Yeah.
Are these two cards that he set aside?
Yes.
Okay, that's not issue.
That's really the silence.
Yeah. I respect it. Silence is the bane of Gruul, Mardu,
All right, so those are the three.
anything not
Those are
farm.
the three.
Silence is GG.
Don't give him swap.
Ranger, Grand Abolisher, SWAT.
Give him Ranger.
You can kill the Timber.
What was that?
You can kill the Timber.
I think it's...
Vexing Swisher doesn't play well with SWAT. Ranger Captain, we can pact.
I apologize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We already did your rapes.
Yes.
I think
It's SWAT.
it is SWAT. Yeah.
What do you think, Chad? Would you give them the swat?
Between SWAT, Ranger
we're
Captain,
still on
and
my
Grand
end.
Abolisher.
Right.
Yeah.
Where you want to hit? I got that. Okay. I will Kragate Treasure, sacrificing the Birds of Paradise. I will have a trigger right here.
Or is ping right?
Yeah, so that touch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so far, chat's agreeing with us, saying, give them that SWAT.
Okay.
Incept.
Not even close.
Passing on my Incept.
Incept.
Got it.
I will also pass on Incept.
Okay, so it seems like that Gabriel is getting another turn. It's not clear whether or not this is time. I assume so. He's in and out 10 minutes, 10:30 over.
Yeah, did tap a judge.
Yeah, you got it.
I took the one.
Oh my, did you already draw it?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're around.
Before the manifold?
Before the damage.
Upkeep is a trigger, draw step is the trigger.
Okay.
It's a weird card.
That's
Yeah,
like
get in there, Kane.
the body language distracted me.
Playing Arid Mesa.
Is this
Just another
on
quick shout out to our judge, Kane, who's at the table.
Play against him a lot. I played against him a lot in Kenrith, actually.
His Kenrith deck is nasty. It was nastier pre-Dockside ban, though.
It definitely was nastier pre-Dockside ban. But I did still lose to it afterwards anyways, so I'll give it to him.
I think he's the one that introduced me to the fact that Phantasmal Image works the way it does with Kenrith.
Yeah, we can see how.
Mormonator says Gabriel took an action in end step. In top deck rules, a new turn is created after time is called during the post time.
I'm going to respond to your trigger.
We can let him draw, and then
Mormonator.
we can respond to the
Thank
tithe.
you.
If you
The
want.
TO,
I think that'd
speaking
be
up.
fine. Are you not paying the 4? Okay, correct. Draw. You got it. You got the trigger.
Respond to the tide trigger.
More you know.
We are going to sack this
Well,
treasure
either
for
way,
blue.
they still got 9 minutes to close
Target
stuff
Underworld Breach
out.
with blue elemental
Is
blast.
Is that a Hydroblast?
There's no way. There's no
It's
way.
2025.
Red is not that good anymore. Why is there a Hydro
Because
Blast?
it's stopping.
Red Blast on Hydro Blast. Oh no.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. No trigger.
Triggers.
What are the 2 triggers?
I think we just have one.
Oh,
Yeah.
just one trigger.
Oh, wow.
Off the fish.
No, there's 2. He's buried.
Mormonator says, I don't like that rule because it's very weird, but that's how it
You
is.
just Vex Treasure, yeah.
And I think I just missed a wrist injury.
And then here. Oh, sorry.
That
So,
is
Sovereign Tide
awesome.
Trigger.
I was talking to Chris
under
before the
this.
game, and he said he specifically wanted to make top
on the
16
round
because of some spices.
Fish is on the top.
Yep.
Are you paying for it?
Something
Hydro
tells
Blast.
me that's one of them.
Hydro Blast into
I'll be honest, like,
TNT Rog Thras meta is
I don't
interesting.
know. I really don't. How many cards in the game?
Although I haven't seen that much TNT, so I guess
I'm
its
gonna
time
say
is
no, because
kind
a
of
lot of TNT
passing.
these days.
We
don't know.
purposely gave
Resource
him the slot for a minute.
I almost exclusively play against it when I'm playing against Raul.
Decline the draw.
I mean, Roll's been playing TNT
Red Elemental
like
Blast
forever.
Vex
Forever.
Treasure.
From before it was cool.
Eric
Maybe-
says, wait, am I running Hydro now?
Crack a treasure.
Nick says, just make it uncounterable in response.
Blue Blast.
There's a known swap though, isn't it? Or is it the GA taken?
Blue Elemental Blast.
Because if he uses Shusher on the Hydro Blast and it's a swat, then all of a sudden, yep, there,
Yeah,
yep,
but
yep,
then
yep.
doesn't he just pack the breach on top of it?
I'm gonna let you grab it real quick while you pay.
Yeah, probably. I mean, yes, killing Timna made that swat a lot worse. So there is that.
Does he have any free rocks in his graveyard?
The swat makes the breach uncounterable.
For sure. This
But yeah, then you
that's
get
what I'm
spawned on top.
Yeah, so on top of the swat, then you have the
So my
packs.
question is, if you draw, he has Savines in hand. He doesn't. He currently has 2 mana, so like he can't cast Savines if we stop this Underworld Breach, right?
Sounds good.
And he says they're putting Hydroblast in
Okay,
Rod
so here I'm
because
gonna
it's
pact, and I
a
believe I pact the
I'm gonna put Hydroblast in
You're
Orb.
declaring the deflected swap
I'm gonna put
targeting
Hydroblast in
I
Oswald.
don't declare targets, right?
Ooh.
So it resolves.
You target a thing with deflecting.
Jay, if you're still in here, does Hydroblast go in
I
Liberator?
am targeting the activation of vexing.
Hello.
Why isn't Colin running Hydro Blast in Airness?
flat. Okay, so we do have to counter the deflecting swap.
Gang, who's gonna tell him?
It's the same thing, if I'm being honest.
No, because he if deflecting spot resolves, Underworld Breach is uncountable. So I'm going to pack.
Well, you pack
deflecting
this,
spot.
same thing, right?
They do have to pact on top of the SWAT resolving. Or on top of the Vexing Shusher resolving.
Tom says, where are my Null Blast enjoyers
Yeah, you
at?
pack it.
Right here. I got my binder.
Null Blast is cool. What about shoot? What's the old? The Scream or whatever it's called. The old Eldrazi counterspell.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Deafening Clarion. No.
I thought you were talking about Guttural Response.
Guttural Response is a heck of a card. No, there's like the counter target like what was the? It's like 3 mana in Colorless.
Again, I think you're fine.
Yeah, I just want to.
How many guys I want to waste your time?
Captain Moral Support says Hydroblast and Arkham. I hate to tell you, but it can't run it. Wrong colors.
I hadn't fucking done.
Let me see your hand.
What was the flip?
I did have to spin.
Bro. That's a hell of a run right there. That rift came in clutch, bro, for you.
It's not Hydroblast. It's True Elemental Blast.
I'm glad I got
My bad.
everything.
It's been a while since I've seen
I gotta
either.
silence him. I think I
You want to try for the jam? Why?
Well, instead of like that wasn't the greatest intuition, right? It was okay.
Looks like they got there.
I will say,
I guess
you were going to counter one of these.
So Pact on Breach.
that's tough.
That's
true.
it.
I was like,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, that's good for Chris and Colin.
I think it's just got
Did he draw that?
All right.
3 draws.
Let's see if
Did you have the
if anything else
silence
changes.
the whole
I guess they're just talking about it.
At some point.
Yeah.
I
right.
that I win. I misplayed.
We are going to mute the caster and the player audio and then move to the bracket while we do some quick stream stuff, but don't worry, we will be back in a bit.
That was really fun, though. I'm so sorry. One, you guys are the best.
Don't
for help.
Hey guys, I was running around fixing a problem that required a doctor. Dr. Pepper. Something about it, man. Something about it. They're taking top 16 photos right now. Being taken by the Evan Freedom Waffle Pierce.
You like casting?
It's a lot of fun. Oh, hey, let me. Are you headed out?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm top 16.
Heck yeah! Sorry, I don't know why I asked that. I just asked Jason, who's literally one of the best players in the world, if he was headed out, and he said, no, I'm in top 16. I'm so sorry.
He's just used to me playing one.
Eric, we just have top four maps, right?
Yeah.
How's casting, bro?
Good. You're welcome to jump in if you want.
I would be happy to cast the.
Yeah.
But I gotta find someone to watch this.
All right. Yeah. Keep an eye on those guys. You know, cEDH players. Can we see full standings? We only got to see the top 8 on my screen. No, Tim or Freedom Waffle in top 16 seems odd. Nah, some people just played against. They're yapping. Let's go, sister. All right, here. Let me see if I can finagle this for you.
Dude, snowball.
Sorry for cutting in now the audio. A lot of things happening. Just want to make sure everyone gets what they need. Captain Moral Support says, Dr. Pepper, Nectar of the Gods. Ambrosia. Yeah, I myself have in games have been like, before you go for it, there's players after you with wins lined up on deck. If you're going to go for it, make sure you win, because if you miss, it's not going to be your win, it's going to be theirs. And I've definitely been in situations where those players are like, I think I've got it, and they don't. But I've also been in situations where players are like, I think I got this, and they do. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. Devin asks, what deck won the last stream table game? It actually ended up being a draw. Now, it is up to you to answer the question. When a table draws, does everyone win or does everyone lose? I feel like it depends on where you're at. I think for some of the players in that pod who had 11 points, probably felt like a win. To the players at 7, probably felt like a loss.
We will start and pair the top 16. I believe it will be
We're hearing from the judge right now that they're giving the players a 10-minute break before we start the top 16 game. It is something very common in tournaments and something I would highly encourage. Top 16 is a place where you are more than likely to run into some pretty intense situations, as well as some pretty gnarly stacks. And just taking a little bit of a break, just take a walk, drink some water, maybe eat some of that Dave & Buster's food is a great way to make sure you solve problems before they even start.
You're like almost through the second box.
Oh, heck yeah. Audio back on. We got Dom. We were talking about him earlier. He joined us for Fishbowl. Ended the day number 2 in Swiss, right?
Oh yeah, I've been killing it on the new Tygum Mono Blue.
Oh heck yeah.
Oh yeah. People aren't ready for that. They aren't ready for that. The suspension tech, bro.
Suspension tech.
It's so good. You run Joyous Time Bug, dude. The world ain't ready. World ain't ready for that hotness. How have you been up here, man? You've been casting all day, dude.
Oh, dude. It's been awesome, but only, and I don't say this lightly, only because of the people we got in chat.
Oh yeah. Oh, how many people we got right now?
Right now we're looking at 129. If we were to start a tournament right now, it would be equivalent in size to the one here if it was populated entirely by the viewers we have on stream.
Dude, thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah.
It's awesome. That's so awesome.
All right, Mormonator says, when the table takes a draw, I think the best player and the player in first seat lost. I think the players going fourth felt really good for not losing. Yeah, we were kind of talking about when a pod draws, everyone gets 1 point, but you think it's more of like it could be considered like a group win, or more of like a group loss.
I mean, if you're playing the Japanese point system, absolutely, right? You lose all your points that you wagered.
Oh yeah.
You
oh
know?
no, not my points.
Not my points.
How am I supposed to
please.
become the god of Commander now?
Yeah, we can't all be Jason. Just farming everybody, dude.
Yeah. Get those points.
Get those points. Get those points. That is an interesting kind of statement, though. Like, you know, thinking like first and second seat, they kind of just threw the game away, you know, when they could have had it. I don't know. I on some level, though, I think that's just kind of too focused on. I know their stats to back up like the turn order, but I don't know. I think sometimes players get too focused on it, right? Yeah. And then they're already in like the defeatist kind of attitude when they're in 4th seat. Like, oh man, dude, I just keep getting like 3rd, 4th seat all day. My man Jason, you know, not to, you know, we're always gassing him up.
Yeah.
But he was telling me the other day he was playing Molda 3, Seat 3, won that game. I would love to see the stats on how often he wins at Seat 3 or 4, and off of Molda 3.
You know, I've said it once, I've said it again. I never feel more powerful, more ready to win than when I'm in Seat 4 and I'm mulliganing as deep as my deck will go.
Dude.
I think part of it is, one, it gives you the hidden power of any spell you cast is uncounterable. There's no way in hell you're countering this Smothering Tide. But also, I don't know, I feel like it frees me up of like, I'm not in the pressure of Seat 1 for 7, right? I don't have to worry about playing everything perfectly. My deck is already stacked against me.
Yep.
And so sometimes I just running uphill all the way just motivates me in a way that being at the front of the pack doesn't.
Yeah,
it gives me something to chase, I guess.
Exactly. And I feel like it also kind of takes off a lot of responsibility, too. When, you know, like if you're at a Molda 3, you never keep interaction. That's not your job.
Yeah.
You know?
That's like the easiest pass priority in my life.
Oh,
that or I'm holding priority to probably crack a joke. I'm like, I wonder if this Verdant Catacombs does anything here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you just hold priority to float mana and then you pass. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to float 2 blue and pass to my turn. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Devin asks, do you prefer the U.S. or the Japanese point system? I have had very little experience with the Japanese point system. I did like it for the online league that we had last month because it made it easier to bridge the gap between people who play multiple games a day and people who play solitary games a week. So it allowed this kind of catch-up mechanic of where someone could just grind games, accumulate all these points, and then someone who really only gets to play once or twice on Saturday gets to circle back and sweep up those points and they get one good game in. Something I like about the U.S. system is, honestly, familiarity. I have played in so many tournaments, I've watched so many tournaments, and seen the system work relatively well. Obviously, there's fringe cases where things go haywire, or where you get these like huge bubbles or a lot of draws or ways that the game begins to warp around not just the cards in play, but the points on the table. And those are ways that I think as our format continues to mature and grow, we can mature and grow with it. So while I currently like the U.S. system, I look forward to the way in which we will continue to grow into the U.S. system, and potentially the U.S. system will grow with us. I'm interested in seeing where the German system ends up going.
Oh, I forgot. I always forget about that one.
Yeah. Kevin Moore support says, is a turn 3 tithe too slow in TNK? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I think you want it on turn 1 or 2 because around like turn 3, people already have Ristic Studies down. You know, they got interaction. They're looking to counter it because, I mean, unless you, I don't know, it's tough. But I don't think it's worth keeping, right? Like if that's all you have in your hands, if you're passing turn 1, turn 2, you just play a Smothering Tide, guess what? You're already down on cards, and the table is already drawn like back up to 7 more cards.
Let's peer at it through this lens. Smothering Tithe is a 4-mana spell. The reason that Smothering Tithe is going to be obscenely good for you is that you have all these spells and you just need the mana. But oftentimes, if you're playing very efficiently in TNK, by the time you've gotten to turn 3, you also should have acquired a relatively solid mana base. If you've hit your land drops, played an artifact, maybe got a ritual or 2, odds are you should be able to turn that 4 mana into 6 mana. And if Smothering Tithe is getting you the mana to cast those spells, by the time it's turn 3, you should be able to convert it into some more actionable permanents on board. Not to say that's a universal use case, but that's the first thing that comes to mind when I think about that. I think in the game that we just saw here, the player was able to deploy a Smothering Tithe later in the game. The interaction the 2 other players had kept them in the game, and then they were able to utilize the extra mana generated off the Smothering Tithe to try and wiggle and make room to push their board state forward and push for a win. Unfortunately, they didn't really have many card advantage engines, so it kind of locked them into like if we want to evaluate like a decision tree, it was more of like a decision shrub. Like like they cast an intuition, you only get 1 card off of it, and then they have a breach. So you're essentially breach plus 1 of 3 cards. I mean, and if you go back to the cards they had, that also for the most part only costs about 4 mana.
Yep. Yeah, your decision tree is like literally a twig, and everybody else has shears. So, you know, that's where you're at. That's where you're at.
G Wild asks thoughts on Goro versus Liu Kang.
Oh, I mean, what are we talking like? We talking like canon?
Yeah,
canon, because I think it's Liu Kang all day, right? Like
Liu Kang all day.
Are we talking lore? Oh, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but like Liu Kang did become like, I don't know, the god of reality for all my Mortal Kombat fans. And Goro, you know, he's, I don't know, he kind of got downgraded, right, as the series went on. You know, he's just a sub boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just a sub boss.
Mini boss, more like a beta boss. Oh,
damn! You went there. Damn, shots fired.
Kendra Moore support says I was gold fishing. It was 3 lands, Talisman of Progress, Force of Negation, and Fairy Mastermind. I think if you're in Blue Farm and your strategy is Smothering Tithe, Fairy Mastermind, I would highly encourage you to play Cannon and just add Copy Enchantment.
Yep.
That goes hard. Yep. You are going to have the game of your life, brother.
If you ever see a Kinnan player and they're 100% okay with a Smothering Tithe resolving, you better just buckle up. Buckle up.
I have never passed priority faster as Kinnan than when someone casts a Smothering Tithe, and I am digging deep. I don't just want you to have it. I want me to have it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's too good. It's too good. Dude, yeah. I mean, how are they setting up the top 16 games right now?
I believe so. Hang on, let's flag Austin down real quick.
Austin. Is he in the middle of a sale?
Austin, click. So they're setting up top 16 pods?
Yeah, we're doing 3 here and then 1 for the stream.
Okay.
Is there any particular pod that you want at the stream table?
Here, let's. I'm gonna mute you guys. Just conversation. And we're back. Yeah, sorry for making you guys wait, but, when we're choosing pods, like a fine wine, a nice brandy, we're willing to wait as long as it takes to get the right pod for you guys.
Yeah, we gotta give you guys time to get out the pen and paper.
Dude,
because,
other streamers aren't willing to say it. We're all thinking it. I'm just going to put it out there. We're pro viewer.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What we care most about is you guys. Other people don't have the courage to say that they care about their viewers.
Exactly. We're going to the Pro Tour. Spectator. Look out, Worlds.
Someone's new is going to be the god of reality. And it's pitching on a Tolly.
Dude, that deck is sick. I always love seeing a Tolly. Dude, this top 16 is so cool.
Jason and Brian in the pod.
Oh.
Will be on this empty table right here.
Go work.
The chairs are mostly separated. It'll be in
All right, looks like we got our pairings for top 16.
at the farthest end from me.
Oh man. I'm assuming chat's been keeping up with the tournament.
Flesh and Blood?
Oh. No, we're not. We're not hijacking the stream for that. Yeah, I'm assuming the chat's been keeping up with the bracket, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. In chat, who are you guys rooting for? Do you guys? I mean, if you know the players, right?
Who do you guys think is going to take it down? Who's climbing the combat ladder?
Yeah, are you guys partial to Critical EDH and Jason, or?
I am.
Oh, dude, I'm so biased. I gas him up all the time. I'm his number 3 fan.
I'm his number 3 fan. Number 300. Through 100. I occupy all 300 spots. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought it was assumed.
If Jason has no fans, I'm not alive, right? Yeah.
I'm going to go on ahead and repost the bingo sheet in the chat.
Oh.
If you've been following along so far, we had an awesome time last game. We were able to cross off a lot of stuff, potentially implying that when I put the bingo sheet together, I had Blue Farm in mind. I was like, surely I'm going to see a lot of Chrome.
I think you're going to see a lot right now, honestly. We got Jason, Pigeon, what to say, Brian? Who's the 4th in that pod?
Ooh, Lucas says, yo, Eric, is cEDH more luck or skill? Honestly, just off the top of my dome, thinking about it a little bit, I'd say if I win, it's skill. If my opponents win, it's luck. I think that's a pretty...
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to take responsibility for anything that happens in the game.
Yeah.
Unless I win, right? Unless I'm goated.
What am I? In blue?
I'm coming from the Loomer player.
Yeah. Sorry guys, Ominous Cemetery doesn't stop this. I got nothing.
None of this is ever my problem. I'm just here to create problems.
Yeah. The only problem I have in this pod is that I still have 3 opponents left. Let's get that number down to 2.
Down to 2. Easy.
What's the pod? Let me see if we've got people sitting down. All right. I am going to leave it on the player cam. I'm going to turn off audio while we give players the player speech. But we will be back with both player audio and caster audio very shortly. Hello. I am back and here to try and figure out how to change the overlay.
I can put up on the phone.
1 second. Thank you guys for hanging out. As we are moving into the top pods, there's just a lot of tournament stuff that we.
How do I edit the text in here? Is it here? Rename. There we go. Let's see where we. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. How did you guys do this? Oh, it renames that. Is there a rename in here? I don't know what I'm doing, bro.
Can you double click on it?
Double click. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Oh, there it is down here. Oh my god. Can they hear me right now? This is hilarious. I hope everybody's having a good time. Okay, what is going on? Why is it doing all these shortcuts? Here.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and turn player audio off.
I'm fucking joking, right?
I don't know that. Prove it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this 4.
I'm gonna keep this 6.
Properties?
Keep.
Pre-games.
Steven, let Eric know that we're starting. We're good. Can you tell Eric that we're starting?
Yeah, I got it. I think it's really fun.
Is this being streamed? Is this being streamed? Is this being streamed? Or chat?
No, we're good.
I'm just gonna put that back.
Okay. Any pre-games?
Pass. Good luck, have fun, don't crash.
Okay.
I'm gonna crash out.
Okay, I can't wait. Land, snapback, blue card, all for Rowan.
Hell yeah.
Bloodstain will fetch for Badlands into a Soul Ring.
Thank you, Rowan.
GG. Mistep check.
GG. No, he's saving that to miss at my fish. Tiger. Bob.
GG. Go next.
Land fish.
I pass on fish.
Pass. Drop. It's the infamous Jason.
Thorn Spider Verge into Wild Canter. Pass.
Doesn't intrigue me.
Nope. Good luck. Now we lose.
Pretty exciting stuff so far.
That's the plan.
Untap. Draw for turn.
Do you guys think we're gonna see a traditional turn 3 Rowan
seriously?
win?
Where does this go?
Probably me. I don't play Cradle.
From the top ropes?
No, intent.
Oh, yeah.
I don't play Cradle. I pass it.
I cast it, bro.
Yep.
I'll
You got
pass
that
after
win,
that.
bro. I hope you drop 4 rocks so I can find snapback here.
Or just
Virgin
a kill
zone.
spell.
Lightning bolt. Got him.
I play Lightning Bolt. I don't have it, but I play Lightning Bolt.
Here, I'll let you mystical tutor real quick.
Wait, Tony! You can mystical tutor.
Fish. Drop. Give me drop.
God. Yeah.
Yep. Tinder wall.
Yep.
Pay.
Yep.
I'll just use one of these D20s.
It's fine. It'll be around that long.
Drop.
We know.
Orchard, go.
Drop. I'm gonna surveil.
Okay.
I don't even think
I'm gonna be real, I don't actually
care
have
about
anything.
that. I'm gonna bin it. It's a Velociraptor. You guys can draw. Carpet. Carpet good. Go to second main and pass.
So we're doing seat 3 first.
You're so clutch, by the way, bro.
I mean, you can hang out.
Have a spirit. Top deck that Chain of Vapor.
Oh, let's
got
go.
Yeah, you got it.
One more turn. We get one more turn.
Yes. Isaiah, we are currently working on getting the overlay up.
I don't have an actual spirit.
You want to draw?
Last time we had tech issues, I managed to take down the entire stream, so I
next
wanted
one's
to
on you,
tread
bro.
carefully
Good untap.
as we were fixing the overlay. I super appreciate you guys' patience.
Come on, this is so cool.
I was gonna use mine, but I want to make sure this stream
Man,
is.
it's I am very, very
100%
thankful to have
so
the
real.
support of
Dude, I can't
support
believe I
of
actually
friends
caught that
here.
channel.
So yeah, hopefully we'll get those up for you in a second.
I was gonna use it to tax evade, but then I remembered I don't get to tax evade.
I mean, you say no sweat, but
Hell yeah.
I hate to tell it to you, but it's like 80 degrees over here, so I am sweating like crazy.
And I can exile a creature from each hand.
I'm good on it.
Yeah, I'm not really. Yep.
ETB? Good to reveal?
Yep.
Tide, Badlands, Enlightened Tutor, and
No creatures.
Command Tower into Floodmaw, Lightning Grease, Valley, Perforos, and Time Twister.
Take the Perforos. We do not care about the Valley. Take the Perforos. No matter what you do, there's a wheel. There's a wheel in this hand.
All right. Wow, looks like.
That's really fun.
Yeah, you just have to take them.
All right.
Harlan says, I'm doing great. Well, you know what I say, Harlan?
Did I know?
Thank you.
Yeah, what do we got? We got Jason with a fish out. You know, typical Jason. Got. What does Pigeon have? What's that blue creature?
Yep.
I believe that's a Thunder Trap Trainer.
Oh, nice.
We also have a Final Fantasy card.
Yo, let's go.
Can't you just Atali next turn?
Atali is faster than Rowan now because we bounced.
Oh, yeah, we got Rowan. We got Rowan, and then what's C2?
Because
Rowan?
Okay.
We got him.
This is stupid. I will fizzle the target by cracking. Make a red.
Wow.
That's so dumb.
Oh, no, it's a wild cancer.
This is-
How could I forget?
Yeah.
Mana hybrid.
Okay.
Rule card that can sacrifice itself and generate any
cEDH
color.
staple.
How did I forget that?
Also has a 4-color. Wait.
Corvold fans, I am sorry. I am ashamed of my words and my deeds. I promise to read your primer one more time in repentance.
Grease, you may draw.
Greaves. Wait.
I have a trigger. He's targeting bomb.
Nick says, I have a Valky in my Dargo deck. It's such sweet text.
I know.
That's sweet.
Valky is wild.
Yeah, that's cool because you can take other people's fishes and
You're lost
stuff.
with the card with C2. I don't know about the rest.
Harlan, I believe Valky took a Perforos.
Ooh. Perforos, yo.
For our viewers, they may think that Perforos is the color wedge of red and white. I would like to clarify that's actually just Boros.
We need to clarify which Perforos, though. Which Perforos are we talking?
Yeah, is it the good one?
I made them hurt.
Sorry, I should have asked that and stop succeeding. I'm so sorry. That's rude. That was rude of me.
Wait. Is it Cyrus?
2 spirits.
Two Cyrus? I can't see. I'm having a hard time seeing. Oh, it's our friend Evan. Hey, bud.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I'll target Jason.
Oh, looks like they got an OBM they got to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm his favorite.
Actually, no. I'm gonna not do it in main. It's like first main. I want to ignore that. Second main.
Second main?
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if they've heard of second main.
Nas player with a no Nas.
I haven't even been to first
Second
main.
main.
I haven't made it to New England yet.
What about
Make
second main?
target. Make a red.
What deck is Tony playing?
I want to say Cyrus, but I could be wrong. Right? We saw Perforos?
I believe
Am I
so.
tripping?
Is that a Xyrus card?
Yes, because you make a bunch of snakes and you kill the table. Apparently, one of the other players was telling me earlier today that he had an Adnos. Turn 3 Adnos, but he couldn't play the turn 3 Adnos because he was at 16 life.
God of the Forge. God of the Forge. But there's not any forges here. What's he gonna do?
Yeah, the good one.
The good one. The good Perforos. It's target. How good can it be?
How good
Go to combat.
Yeah, swing of the Nas. Swing of the Nas.
4 your way.
Oh, wow. We're going in. Damage is going in.
It had haste, bro.
After that, I will pass.
Oh, it had haste.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, and I guess have we discussed what the time rules are for the chat?
Yes. Just to clarify, they talked about it in the player meeting for top 16. But these players, as opposed to the traditional 80-minute time you would have in a round with 20 minutes overtime, due to the placement in top 16, it has been extended to 100 minutes with 20 additional minutes of overtime.
Yep, sounds about right. And then I guess when it comes to time, how do they determine the winner?
In this situation, it's going to be based off of standings. There was a short conversation before when we were off mic about if it should be decided based off of all 4 players' standings or all players currently alive.
5 cards in my hand.
Oh, Eric, I don't know if you saw that, but Anthony just casted Xyrus, and he equipped Greaves to it. So I think the table's going to be taking some damage here in a minute.
Doing some damage. But doesn't Rowan want to take damage?
Yeah.
Draw 3.
I also draw 3.
G-Wild says, hey, commentators, can you order me a $45 dry meat nacho plate from D&B? Well, G-Wild, you first.
Can't get rid of Xyrus. That sucks.
I know.
Oh man, that's okay. Imagine this: you're the Rowan player, right? The Xyrus player gets their Perforos back for whatever reason. You draw cards on your own turn to damage yourself, so you can discount the Rowan activation, or so you get more discount on the Rowan activation.
Heck yeah!
Or you just cast Peer into the Abyss and you just die.
Well, you guys are currently watching a streamed game of cEDH. Dom is playing 4D chess using them as his tokens.
Exactly, I got the buy in champ. So I'm winning. I'm winning.
Wild.
Looks like Jason is paying for his fish again. Classic.
Tenants of the Critical EDH playmat are well aware that until you have reached 8 time counters, you are obligated to pay for it each and every time.
Yeah, if you want to, turns out if you want to win games, just pay for fish for a long time. Who knew?
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. Championship or champion difference.
Yeah.
Critical EDH champion difference.
You guys are welcome for the coaching, though we do expect to be convinced.
Oh wait, no! Jason just let his fish go.
Oh no, Jason! No!
Oh no!
Who's getting the spirit?
Oh, okay.
Oh, seems like someone drew all the cards they wanted.
Yeah, actually that makes sense because of Xyrus. He's like, okay, you know what? We got Xyrus. If I draw cards, we're going to die. We're going to die. So I'm just gonna make a bunch of mana and have everybody else deal with Xyrus.
Don't make that deal.
Don't sack it either.
I won't sack the spirit.
Dude, don't make this deal. Wait, we need to attack him. Bryant, come on.
Looks like the table's game plan for dealing with Bryant right now is attacking the Rowan, just killing him with damage.
I definitely agree with the political tactic in a top 16 pod of saying, I'm not the threat.
Be me? Who, me? Oh, me?
What?
That's crazy.
You must be thinking about some other player.
They just made a deal at the table. Wow, okay.
Oh, dang.
All right, yeah, that orc army's like pretty big too. That's getting pretty
Actually,
big.
I do want to do this. I do want to upgrade just the Greaves.
Wow, and he gave him the spirit token too.
Just so it's not.
That's crazy. But I guess, I don't know, with two Cradle decks, right? I'm assuming Xyrus is on Cradle. You wouldn't want to give either of them the spirits, but then also, right, here's Rowan running cards like any cards that you can like sack a creature and get value.
It has to be. Yeah. I mean, if you're on Xyrus, I would be shocked if you're not on Cradle, because let's say you go to combat, you make 7 snakes.
Yep.
You've got all the mana you had to begin with. You play Cradle, you tap it for 7, plus, he's already got 4 lands on board. It lets you finale for what, 10?
Oh yeah.
So you can get any creature you want, but now you have 7 snakes that all do 10 plus damage.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Because I'll just not use it.
Wow, looks like these players are being very responsible. Pigeon paid for Smothering Tide.
And he has a wheel.
They're just on the. I don't know. Actually, where are we at right now on the phases?
A Braid is targeting Greaves, and a Force of Negation is coming out.
I know. Wow. I don't know.
Wow, being able to defend the Xyrus.
Time Twister in hand, correct?
Yes. Okay. Am I good to untap?
Oh, okay. And actually, we're going to Pigeon's turn.
G-Wild said they believe they heard the Xyrus vocalize they aren't on Cradle during moles.
Wow. That is. I need to see this list. I'm excited to see your guys' breakdown once the tournament's over.
Yeah, super excited. It's been so much fun to get to see all the different brews and pilot expression. Really cool.
Yeah, we have a pretty diverse top 16. I got Cyrus, Rowan. Honestly, I think this pod is probably one of the most interesting. There's one deck that we haven't seen right now, but it's the Kaidel and
who knows?
Black Planeswalker Tivesh. Yes, Kaidel Tivesh. I've heard that deck's been popping off too.
Ooh, G Wild saying it potentially could have been Pigeon saying you weren't on Cradle. I could definitely see that. Pigeon does historically play decks that really hate Cradle.
Oh, absolutely.
Known Cradle hater.
Known Cradle hater. He definitely doesn't play Rock Dress. And he definitely cuts it when he does.
Drunk Logic says, Cyrus should just jam a wheel into the smothering and go for win. Make them have it. I believe what you would make them have is a win, but I could be wrong.
Oh, Atali on the stack. Wow.
Get out there, Atali.
All right, what are we flipping into? This could be huge. This could be really big. I don't know. Is Zyrus are you going to see some weird Zyrus tech here?
I'm going to shuffle it real quick because it wasn't my deck.
Let me see the other Perforos.
Bronze
Hey, either way, show me what you got.
Sorry about that.
When Diesel says, what's the green card on Pigeon's board? It is Carpet of Flowers.
I'm not
Although it is from the Kingdom Hearts set, so it does have strange art.
Oh my God! They just wow for the Greaves. That's crazy.
I'd like to cast them all with the Ranger at the top.
They got the what is that?
Storm's Will, Simeon Spirit Guide, a Ranger Captain, and I didn't see what's on the bottom.
I know it's a disenchant, which can take care of the Greaves.
And then I'm gonna have my natural state target the Smothering Tithe.
Oh, he's blowing up the Smothering Tithe. Interesting. Hey, Pigeon is in a very good position. He just ripped. Oh, you can't target because it's 3 or less. It's 3 or less.
Oh man, he is playing way too responsible for an Atali player.
Top of stack is Ranger.
Bro's acting like he's in 3 colors. Come on!
Play Gruul. What is this, Naya? What is this, Naya?
The only thing you need to pay for is your commander like 8 times.
That's fine.
Come on!
One drop matters besides.
I think, man, Pigeon's in a very good spot. It's a very good spot.
Lumberjack, maybe.
Think of all the cards you could exile off the top that cost red mana.
Oh, pretty good. Oh, he grabs Ragavan. Okay. He was talking a little bit about Orcish Lumberjack, but I think in this position with a Ranger Captain, if you see that you have a win, do you just kind of jam it?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Jason, for that Ranger Captain, by the way.
Top 3 is.
All right, here we go. Oh my God!
Does he just get it?
Oh! Wow! What is
dude,
oh man, that.
Oh,
did
dude.
anybody else's butt cheeks clench when you saw the dual caster?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh man,
I'm not even in the game, and I just watched. My chances of going to top 4 just flashed before my eyes.
Yeah. I guess I'm going home early tonight.
Yeah. Dang, I should have ordered those nachos.
I'll go get Volcanic Islands. Into the Flood God, target Atali.
Oh, okay. Into the Flood
Whoa.
Targeting Atali.
Does he dual caster this to send Rowan back to the Shadow Realm?
Oh, that would be a very cool play, actually. Yeah.
Well, it sends it back to hand.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have, it has Summoning Sickness.
Okay. But doesn't that mean he can just recast Atali? How much red did he create?
That is the problem. I think at least 6.
I don't care.
That is what I'm seeing on that is what that says on that die, I believe. 6 red mana. So he doesn't. He's played a land for turn right? He has an Ancient Tomb from. Oh no, he's played a land because he has Ancient Tomb and the other land in the exile. He's just not casting those.
Ooh, Wizards is saying he has Heat Shimmer in hand.
That would be hot.
Holy cow!
Heat Shimmer targeting the Spirit.
No wonder he's playing so responsive.
Oh yeah.
I'm not agreeing unless you show it to me and then say you're gonna cast something. I don't know.
Okay, looks like they're trying to come to a deal right now.
Yeah.
I believe probably the Ranger Captain activation still on the stack.
Ranger resolves. I'm gonna Heat Shimmer target here.
Oh my God, he had it.
Infinite. I haven't gone to combat yet.
He has 6.
He had it.
That's my 6 floater.
Yeah, wow, exactly. Had
exactly
it.
6. Never did it.
Wow, what a game.
Holy shit.
Pigeon wins on the dinosaur.
Congrats.
Look,
Oh.
someone's going to say it. I'm just going to go for it. Roar.
Wow.
Nice. Holy cow. Make them have it.
Yeah. I think the lesson here is Turbo. Turbo this tournament has been showing up very well.
Yeah. You don't even need to be in white. You can just steal from your opponent.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. Way to go.
Chester, twice you got me, bro.
Well, fortunately, all the other top 16 games are guaranteed to be just as fast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would, yeah, it looks like they're all wrapping up right now.
I have zero doubt about how much downtime we will have waiting for the next
Oh my, we're gonna have to vamp. Oh my god.
Oh man.
I'm looking at another top 16 pod, and morale is a lot lower than this one. I'll tell you that.
Hey, don't worry. I have a surefire way to kill time. Does anyone want to hear my longest yeah boy?
All right, everybody, buckle up. Here we go. We have an hour and 20 minutes left in the rounds. Wow, that was okay. Dual caster off the
That
top
was
of Jessica's
crazy to see. Here,
Wow,
I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to the caster view. I was not expecting that even a little bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we saw it. That was crazy. That was crazy. Thank you, Jason, for the Ranger Captain.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's the. Oh, he got it off in a tolly flip. Yeah.
Hey up. Yep.
Today's Gruel win has been brought to you by Blue Farm. Blue Farm, a deck so good, other players win with it as well. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's wild. I'm just gonna do positive exclamations for another 5 minutes. What the fuck?
That was. Oh my god. Yeah, good catch on that heat chamber, by the way. Whoever who was in chat that called that out.
Yeah. Was it revealed information or did he bleed it to the camera? Yeah, Jacob says to think that Pigeon said he wasn't going to play today. Yeah. Yeah. Who's going to tell the Zyrus player?
Oh, yeah. I know. Oh. Man, that's crazy. Out turboing Rowan.
That's crazy. When was the last time Rakdos thought to itself, damn, I wish I had gone faster?
Oh, I know, right? I just wasn't fast enough. Oh,
it's so slow.
So slow.
Why is Rowan so slow?
I think the thing to note, too, is if we pay attention to seat order there, what seat was Pigeon in? He was in seat 4.
He was revealed off Valky. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Dude. All right. I'm gonna hop out because we need an interview.
Yeah. You know him. You love him. You just watched him destroy a top 16 pod. Turns out Itali still has it.
Oh my goodness.
Did you look at your hand and you're like, wow, I'm just going to win?
Yeah.
Fast, I guess?
I see a Ranger Captain that just as well flips dual caster, and I have 2 clone spells. I'm like, oh, I have exactly 6 mana. I'll just crack this Ranger Captain.
That's crazy.
I got scared of Anthony responding. I was like, oh, please don't.
No.
He can't have silence, but I was like, please don't have some random bullshit like stifle or something. I don't know. I was like, oh, please don't have it.
No, anything.
Literally.
What is Zyrus gonna have?
Literally.
Turns out, not much. Okay.
No.
So, first off, I'm sure it feels great. You're locked for top 4.
Yeah.
Back at it. Very comfortable spot for you.
I was so worried about not making top 16. 11 points was cut off. 1 didn't make it, but I was really high seeded, so I was like, hopefully I'm like 16th. Hopefully I'm barely in this, and I ended up being 13th or 14th. It was close though. I was like nail biting. I was like worried, but we got there. We got to top 4. God. Holy shit.
That's okay. So, it's really interesting to me the decision to try to abrade the Greaves there. Talk to me about that.
Yep. Basically, what I showed Anthony in hand was also a Fury. So if I need to, I can still just kill the Rowan. We know and respect this Rowan player a lot.
Yeah,
They will pop off if they have
good.
Rowan.
They're very good.
They're very good and will win. So I'm like, I know we have to kill this. But I don't want there to just be permanent Shroud on, what's it called? It also baits interaction. He tells me he has something. I'm like, cool. I'm Geosurging next turn. I want to make sure that I don't lose the game to a Force of Negation like it was, right? So it baits the interaction. It also means that if I need to, I can still kill Rowan, and I'm chilling. I didn't think it'd be quite win, but I didn't want like something important to get exiled, right? In my hand as well, notably, I had Food Chain.
Oh.
So yeah, it was pretty good. But I don't really need Food Chain when I have win the game go to combat.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense because especially in that position, if the Zyrus has revealed interaction, and you know that Rowan's coming up, if you try to cast anything, if you cast the Food Chain, for instance,
exactly, immediate negation.
They're going to hit you with their interaction, and then you go right into Rowan's turn. They've got the Valky, they've got surely some way of discounting all their spells.
100%. And that's why I was like, okay, now that you've told me by like me targeting it that you have interaction, I want to use it no matter what. No matter what, I want it out of your hands because I can kill Rowan pretty uncounterably. It's a creature, right? And it dies immediately, so it's fine. And I was sure that I'd get another turn, if not, unless Jason just does Gnaws with his Tithe. But we're beating him down pretty low. His Gnaws is still good, but not like necessarily game winning. So I'm like a little confident that like if I get my Tali and have some value, I should get another turn or win. And that was the whole plan. So yeah.
Drunk Logic says if you're not in blue, you should always jam unapologetically. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm kind of agreeing. I told you we had a little conversation earlier. I was like, hey man, I'm jamming today. I'm having fun and I am jamming today. Like there's no slowing down. There's no like, oh yeah, Ristic Study, I'll pay. Like, unless I have 10 extra mana, I'm not paying, I'm not doing it. We're sending it.
That's
Just
so
send
interesting
it.
because you played very responsibly in that game. Like you paid for
100%.
Smothering Tithe.
Yeah, I paid. Oh no, I didn't pay the Tithe.
No?
No. I didn't have mana to pay the Tithe. But if I had 8 extra mana, but I know I might win, so there's no reason to pay. I want to get the Authority. I want a Geosurge, right? And again, everything was exactly perfect. I had exactly a land drop enough. The Carpet Flowers made the 4th mana. I had exactly enough to dual caster and the Ranger Captain for protection. So like, there isn't a spot past that. Again, it's gambling. It's not. It's gambling. But there's not a spot past that I could have gotten any luckier, basically. And that is what the deck is, 100%. If someone tries to come at me, I'm telling you it's gambling. It's luck. But that's why it's like so good because half your time your opponents are like, well, we can't really counter it because you might not win. I want to save this Force of Will. And then I go win. And they're like, oh shit, what do you do?
Look, you can either watch me cast a Tali or I can show you this video of me opening loot boxes in Overwatch.
Exactly.
It's gotta be one of the
50-50, I'm playing chess on my phone or casting a Tali. Like, there's no in between.
Big Bear is asking this question, and it's a question especially for people who may have not been here earlier. Why play Tali?
Dude, no one expects you to just randomly win turn 2. I did that so many times. I'm like, turn 2 trees this ogre, and they're like, huh, what do we do, guys? I don't have a Force of Will. And I'm like, oh, that means you lose the game now. It's the best way I can describe it is like Rogsai, but I think Rogsai is a little different right now because some of them are playing mid-range, some of them are playing some more interactive pieces, but this deck just doesn't care. I'm like, destroy Draenith or bust. Destroy Draenith, cast a Tali or bust. There's no in between. That's it. I'm on a few of the Nature's Claim and Nature's Chosen effects.
Okay.
Shout out Cam. His list is awesome. I just kind of based it off of that.
Nice.
But yeah, besides that, like, you're jamming, you're having fun, and you're casting gruel spells.
Yeah, how many non like my game plan is to cast a Tali a million time cards? Like, are you on Endurance?
No Endurance, just Fury for that sort of effect. On Breach stuff, but like you can only be on so much Breach stuff, right? You're on green, red. A lot of Twin Caster, dual Caster, Twin Flame combo, things like that. A lot of clones, obviously, for Tali. There's some bigger hits too. Eldrazi Confluence or like Chandra to flicker again, and then you can repeat it because it's a Planeswalker. Besides that, you're just Italian. You want your opponent's decks, and you want to win.
Yeah, give me your deck.
Give me your deck and let me win. Like I didn't. That wasn't my Jessica's Will. That was Brian's Jessica's Will. So like,
really good Jessica's Will. And 2 of them were lands.
And 2 were lands. And I'm looking at the Dualcaster, and I'm like,
So I mean, like you mainly picked up the list because you weren't expecting to play.
No, I wasn't expecting to play here.
And you just figured you could play something fun with gambling.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the new, is Itali Pigeon's new favorite? Are we in the Pitali era?
I wouldn't say favorite. I really love this deck, though. I really love gambling. As an overall, not Magic specifically. As an overall. So,
anyone want to watch me roll dice?
I mean, that's also what Rod Thrust is a lot of time, though, right? That's like the deck I'm playing a lot right now, and it's, maybe my Thrust spin finds me a win, or maybe it finds me nothing. It's gambling, right? I love having fun. Most of all, I love doing well, but I love having fun. This shit is fun, dude.
Hot take. I like having fun.
That's a hot take.
I don't care who knows it.
I know I'm gonna get some flack for that, but I like having fun. Oh, the camera.
Oh heck yeah! Hang on. Let's
What
see if we can. How is it worse?
It's going backwards.
Get over here.
Okay, cool.
Thomas asks, what was the politicking on the original OBM targeting Cantor? I think I heard some back and forth on that.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Basically, because my turn was last in seed order and there were 2 fish out, I was like, why kill my thing? There's a birds and a revealed flood caller, which can untap and make a bunch of mana. So I was like, I think you kill the birds first and then kill my thing. I don't think you don't kill my thing, but like because I'm last in turn order, I think you should kill it later. Again, there's 2 fish out, so it will die, and it did, right? Or I mean, then the birds did. But still, I think it's still correct to like hit the next player in priority's turn, especially when you know their entire hand because Valky. That makes it a little easier. I was a little worried about the flood caller stuff. It ended up not mattering because I got the draws from Xyrus. I found a land. I just needed a land at that point to Geosurge, and then the rest is history.
Harlan wants to know, is your next deck Krark Thrasios?
No.
No? It's gambling!
I am a Krark hater. I am a gambler, but I am a Krark hater.
But
I don't want a stacks piece I cast. That hurts me.
Is it because he doesn't have thumbs? You can say
Dude,
if you
if
hate.
he had 5 thumbs, he'd be cooler, but I'm not a hater because of the thumbs.
Krark the Thumbed.
The multi-thumbed.
Yeah, that's probably
I got 5
better.
thumbs
That's
right here.
Yeah. That's our friend Jay calls Krark your own personal stacks piece. You can run in the
It is though.
Yeah.
I like gambling, but I don't like gambling that stops me. The gambling is like to see what I hit, and it's still going to be 4 spells, right? Even if I don't cast them all, even if it's like a counter spell, whatever. I'm still getting 4 things for free. It's not like Krark, this game-winning spell I need to resolve, go back to my hand, oh, oops, I didn't do anything. Oopsie poopsie, like, I don't want
dang.
that. I am a certified Krark hater. That one you can give me flack for, but I've been a Krark hater for a while.
Speaking of hating things, Joe Beth says, thoughts on Rakdos after flaming me 2 days ago?
2 days ago? Was it last night? Not sure specifically, but I think Rakdos as a color combination is decent right now. It's definitely not that strong in comparison to a lot of other things. But Rakdos the Muscle as a deck, decently good.
Rakdos
I've been
the
surprised recently. We have a few locals that play it, a bunch of people online that play it with me. That deck is surprisingly good. I'm a little scared.
It's really fun.
And you get to play Ingot Chewer. I love Ingot Chewer.
Yeah, you told me the last time you chewed on an ingot.
God, dude.
I can't remember.
There's
one ingot. I can't.
There's one ingot in Magic, and it is indestructible, so it doesn't even die to Ingot Chewer.
No,
He can chew all he wants, but he will not break it.
Chew on that.
Dark Steel Ingot, if those are wondering.
I haven't seen that since I started not playing.
I get so off topic. I'm sorry for the autism ADHD.
No worries. Big Bear wants to know if you're on Emrakul, Mr. Cool himself.
No Emrakul today. No Radagast either, the 9-drop one. Ooh. Neither of those. Again, it's pretty standard Cam's list. I talked to him a little bit about it. I played it just last night and today, and that was it. But no Emrakul. I think it's really good for the cast trigger, but it's also just a super dead card in the deck. I don't like having those really dead cards. I think the one I'm considering cutting right now is the Chandra, the 7-drop Planeswalker, because it's very expensive, but it is another clone.
Chandra, more like see you later.
More Chandra. Like Clondra.
Go watch Star Wars Episode 2. That's a good card, cEDH Podcast says. When is Pigeon going to switch to Landfall Korvold? Asking for a friend.
Landfall Korvold is not what I have on my bucket list right now.
You literally cast Wild Canter this game.
That's okay, though. That's okay. That's different. I've been looking a lot at Wandering Minstrel. Some of our locals have been playing it, but I've been wanting to build a list and I haven't yet. So like landfall, other stuff. You can play Corvold in the 99. I think you play the Corvold in the 99 of the deck. It's a little spice. But it's also just like kind of like Claim Chowder in my mind of like your turbo nosing or necroing. So you get to do the land stuff and you get to like turbo and no one expects it. Pretty good. That's the closest I would say.
I have a list to show you. I literally have in my backpack a turbo wandering minstrel with Lumra Corvold backup.
Lumra and Corvold?
Yeah, dude, you gotta have the king and the queen.
Can we pull it up on stream?
I don't know how to do that.
Frick.
You can
Never
look through what you
mind.
want. Here, while you're looking through
Yes.
it.
I'm listening and answering questions.
The
first card, by the way.
The Emerge Dragon.
Yeah, it's the Emerge one. Yeah.
Isn't that Airguest?
Airguest. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I don't know card names unless they're.
Yeah. I can't believe you forgot the name of one dragon in cEDH.
My bad. I don't know. But it is that one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Simic Growth Chamber.
Oh yeah, dude. Give me those bounce lands. That's what I'm chewing on.
It's
not
free that you
ingots.
bounce itself, and then you play Summer Bloom and make 3 more of them.
Rewinding a little bit, Stan asks, best Final Fantasy commander you've seen at the tournament so far?
Specific to Final Fantasy is definitely either Kefka or Wandering Minstrel. Besides that, Pharasios in Final Fantasy form. I haven't seen any Iridias. There's a Iridia in this list, though, which is really cool. I kind of want to look at Iridia, too. That's a very interesting deck, because I've heard about.
It's the,
Sagas and lands, right?
I think I enjoy green too much. I also put a Iridia list together that I called Iridia Study. It's like really good.
Who let this guy in the booth? Who let this guy in the booth?
What's this guy talking about? For anyone wondering, I do spend too much time on Moxfield, and I do have an inappropriate relationship with the entire color wedge of green. I know.
Dude, this guy used to play Lumra.
Oh, can you believe this guy?
Dude, this list is sick. Squandered Resources is super
Squandered
cool.
Resources. I actually got
Shout
that one
out.
from Kyle. Thank you, Kyle.
out.
It was too big.
From That's a Good
From
Card,
That's a
Kyle.
Good Card. It
Hell
was
yeah.
too big for my inner sleeves, so he gave me a bigger one.
Oh, what a gentleman. Sorry, these earbuds are...
Speaking of the guy with the bigger one, Kyle wants to know if you're on guttural response.
No, I thought about it heavily. It's a counter instant that's blue, right? It's either red or green, counter target blue instant. I am not... It was very much so considered, but I wanted to be on as few of the like response pieces as possible. I really wanted to just jam. This was like, I think the tournament to jam right now in this meta. I was just like, send it. Let's just send it. Well, I have a few pieces of removal, but like, nah, I don't want that many. Just churn and go.
Churn. Just give me wins. All I want is wins. What more do you even want?
I want to win the game. I know that's a hot take. I'd like to win the game.
Arlen says the classic blue farm to mono green pipeline.
Literally.
So I would love to know, and we were talking about this earlier, for those who weren't able to catch the stream, we both kind of, and I think a lot of players do, have the feeling that we're speeding up and we're on this train, this
little train.
Itali is definitely one of those just that works really, really well and make them have it meta.
100%.
But let's say I'm like, you know, I don't want to be a fanboy. I don't want to pick it up just because Pigeon's playing it. What are other make them have it commanders?
You guys ready for a spicy little insert that I'm going to talk about real quick?
Spicy insert.
How about Chatterfang?
Chatterfang. Whoa.
I said it.
Kevin's been crushing
dude,
it.
Kevin's been crushing it. He's first in Swiss today, and he was 3 wins, 2 draws. Chatterfang Turbo. He's been playing this list for years. I don't know if it's necessarily the best deck, but it is definitely a Turbo list. I would look out for more. You don't expect it. It's Golgari. How does it win Turbo? You don't even know what's going on half the time. What? A Gilded Goose? Does that win the game? Force of Will? No. I think that's one of them. I think for sure Tali. Rogsite 100%, but like a little bit less so right now. Kind of like it's getting more mid-range sometimes. And then besides that, maybe just some like off-meta brews. I'm trying to think of like another really big
Off-meta
list.
brews? What would that be? Brews Kodama? Brew
Not
Yoshimaru?
that, not Bruce. Wrong Bruce.
How am I supposed to know?
Bruce, I talk like a dummy. Mardu Summer's a little bit back in swing, so maybe some Timna decks. Timna Dar obviously just took it down.
A little bit of Dahada, a little bit of
Dahada, yeah. We have, what's it called? Kalia here.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
Kalia.
yeah.
I don't really know. I don't know. Tough question.
Louise says Sisse. Make him have it all day. Do you feel like Sisse's a make him have it deck?
Dude, if you're playing Clam Chowder, it is.
Yeah.
If you were playing Clam Chowder, it is. Because there's always like one bounce spell or one kill spell in a pod, right? There's always one. And they're going to use it on Sisse most of the time. But if you're not playing Sisse, and you're playing Underworld Breach on the stack, and they're like, what?
Doesn't he know that if he brain freezes, he can't get Tyvar? Who's going to tell him?
I'll bring back my Tyvar from Underworld Breach. No, I think Clam Chowder's been very underplayed recently. I think that deck is also very good. 5-color pile. You really can't go wrong. You have draw engines. You have Turbo, Necro, or Naws. You have Sisse in the command zone just in case. Same with Wandering Missile. I talked a little about. They're similar in my mind. I think that deck is pretty good right now, and no one is playing it. Shout out. Oh no! Shout out my boy TurtlePod. Still repping it. But besides that, I don't know.
Shout out to the Turtle, man.
Dude, our boy who runs March Madness, my favorite. But I don't know many other people playing it.
Yeah, it's not super common. Another one that I think is super duper fast, but we don't see a ton of, that someone just mentioned in chat, Britain, all the way from across the pond, says Malcolm Tana.
Malcolm Tana, ooh. I haven't seen a Malcolm Tana in a while.
I haven't seen it since my Nadu era. I apologize.
Wow.
It was
trigger warning. Nadu mentioned.
It draw a card.
It doesn't draw. It doesn't draw.
My bad.
Puts it in your hand.
It just puts a land in untapped. My
or
bad.
a land in. No, I think that deck is a little bit better now. We see more of like the creature decks, and again the mid-range meta. So you can kind of just like. Blood Pod. Here's my thing. Here's my Wincon. Here's my Glinthorn. What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
I'm gonna polymorph into Niv Mizzet or whatever. I'm gonna win. What are you gonna do? It's like less interactable because it's a lot of creature stuff, and an interesting spot. I haven't seen it in a while though.
Yeah,
Sounds pretty hot.
I feel like you just haven't seen much of it, but right, if what Grixis Pirates gives you is access to this, is it combo with Universal Tutors? How much better is it to trade a Universal Tutor for it to the Battlefield Tutor?
Pretty good, generally pretty good.
Yeah.
You get like the Neoforms, the Eldritches, the battles, the finales. You get all of those, and you can just be like, "Cool, I have a Malcolm on board. I win the game because I have a Glinthorn."
Yeah,
that's all I need.
Oh, you're gonna counter my Nature's Rhythm. I'll just harmonize it.
I'll harmonize it. Where do we like to harmonize?
I'm starting to Wildy White harmonize.
I love harmonizing.
What do you think about Ral? I feel like there's not a ton of Ral players in Denver.
We don't have a lot here. We have like one or two. Ral is a crazy deck. I always forget about it, but it's super on my radar. Got a few pilots in our little group that have been playing it a lot. Shout out Kevin Verix and shout out some other boys from Zen. Zenith, appreciate you guys. That deck is, dude, yeah. That deck is so good, though.
Anytime I'm on Moxfield and I see the Zen, I always stop by and take.
You know. No, this deck is like crazy. You just turn one Raw no matter what, if you can, and then just. It's kind of like a Talia. Just like, I'll get there probably. I'll Ritual, I'll cast a Bergie, I'll cast a Helm Awakening, and then I'll just cast 2 more spells, flip. Oh, I get 8 free instants if they're there. Or sorceries. Oh, I'd like to draw 7 cards from this Seagate Restoration first for free. Oh, I got countered? Okay. I'd like to cast this anything. Yeah. That deck is very, very cool. I actually respect it a lot, and I'm pretty scared of it when I see it in the pod.
Yeah.
I always forget about it, though, so I'm glad you brought it up.
I forget about it a lot, too, because I just think we don't see a lot of it in Denver, but I think you do see it a lot more in online. I also think that one of the strengths of the decks is that there's no one linchpin to pull, really.
It's basically just keep killing Raw, which is crazy, because you can't have that many kill spells or bounce spells. You just don't run that many, right?
Yeah, and also, like, you can't devote that much attention and mana and cards to
one deck.
One player.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so since most of it's at like instant speed, I mean, you run a lot of sorceries, but like every way to get flash in the book.
All of them.
Yeah,
all of them.
I mean, while we're talking about it Stella League?
I think Stella League's a little dead.
A little dead?
Well, it might be a little controversial.
Yeah, because it was so alive to begin with. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Wow. Don't dog on me. Dog on him.
I'm sorry.
I think right now that Vivi's kind of taking that spot. it's in a very similar spot, and it's, I think, a little bit better. Maybe a lot better. We'll have to see as time goes on. It makes mana for nothing. I know you have to cast some stuff, but that's nothing, right? You play 0 drops and whatever. You also just get combos of Curiosity draws you 3 cards anytime you cast something, or you can cast a Div Visit and win the game. Like, there's so many better options than just Stella Lee being stuck on Stella Lee. Like, if you don't have the Stella Lee and you don't have the effect, there's not a lot of ways you can win in that deck unless it's Breach, Brain Freeze, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another one, but I can't.
I'm gonna threaten.
Toolcaster, Twin Flame, it exists. It's very possible, but it's like
I don't know if
way
Stella Lee is
harder.
on those though.
Maybe
I don't
not.
know if you're
Maybe
Stella
not.
Lee and you're watching right now. Jump
If
in the
your name
comments.
is Stella Lee, type down below, my name is Stella Lee.
First name Lee, last name Stella. Never saw it coming. Yeah, I think Vivi's really good. I am excited to see if it is just like kind of like flash in the pan good, like really interesting and fun to play around.
100%.
Or if it's one of those decks where like everyone plays this like 5-cost elemental and is it chill because
Exactly.
it has,
It's super interesting. The what's it called? The Quicksilver.
Yeah, Quicksilver Elemental.
Yeah. Funny card. I don't know how good it actually is. I haven't played the deck.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
We'll see.
If you're playing a 2-color Storm deck, and
Yeah.
red and blue is a creature, the thing you want to.
Oh no! What the heck is happening with the
cow.
camera? It's
Taking
just.
you on.
Oh, it's back.
Wow.
It just did that on its own. I don't know what that was.
That's crazy. It's way better than it was before, though.
It is. It actually looks
crazy.
great. I don't know how or why, but it looks great.
Dang.
Oh no.
Stella Lee casts a spell targeting our camera, untapping it. Oh, how do we not see this coming? Oh, and Stella Lee is so projected too.
I banged the table fake, and then it banged the camera. Oh, and it's moving again. No. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way.
Joe Pass says Stella Lee is good if nobody knows what you're doing, and if I'm planning for anything in cEDH tournament, it's my opponents being dumb. So.
And expecting no interaction.
Yeah.
It's basically like my mulligans on Moxfield. I expect no interaction.
Spencer says Vivi probably helps run interference for Kinnan in pods as another shoot on site
100%.
commander.
100%. I think Kinnan gets a little bit better from this deck. Again, you need to deal 3 damage to it or kill it or bounce it or whatever. It makes the targets for Kinnan or the things it has worse because, like, they're playing this commander, right? This is their outlet. This is their thing. They're just what they're going to do. And if you bounce it when it's a 4-6 or whatever, or 4-7, then they'll have to reset and start over. But Kinnan is just like, oh, you bounce it, it's just 2 mana, like whatever.
Yeah.
I think it makes it better. I think it makes creature decks a little bit better because it becomes more of a target for sure.
Dude, propaganda I am not falling for in second half of 2025 is I am in X colors. I don't have access to good cards.
That's what I'm saying.
You're playing cEDH.
I'm playing Gruul. I don't got tutors. I don't got silence effects. I don't have Ristic Study. Screw you guys. Figure it out.
Now you paid all this money and spent all this time just to have a terrible time at a tournament. Okay.
Oh, you cast Ristic Study for 3 mana? I paid 0. Who's winning? Who's winning?
Okay. Sorry, we're just getting flagged down by our producer.
I will head out in a minute here. Let's wrap up so I don't waste too much time. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now that you've got a little bit of a break, I'm expecting some pretty long in the tooth and nail games here in top 16. You just won top 16. You got a bit of a break between top 4. You're in this headspace where you have time to mentally and physically prepare for what is more than likely going to be a long game.
Almost guaranteed a long game.
Almost guaranteed. Before you're going into what has the potential to be basically trench warfare, right? What are some things you try to do to make sure that you bring your A game?
That's a great question. And I want everyone to listen to this. It's what I do. It's not what everyone has to do or should do. But really just clear your mind. It might sound easy. It's hard to do. Just don't think about what's going to happen. Don't think about going fourth. Don't think about the pod comp too much. Think about it a little bit for mulligans, but don't be like freak out about like, oh, there's a turbo deck going first. Like just like relax, keep a good hand, keep something that either can interact or get a engine out fast or your commander, whatever you're doing, and just chill. Be nice, be respectful, be kind, be happy, be present.
Yeah.
Do everything you can to at least have a good time, even if you lose. I always really try to do that. I know sometimes I've crashed out. It happens. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but do what you can to like try and have a good time regardless.
Yeah. I mean, I think in games you're always going to have these high highs and these super low lows.
Oh,
but both
100%.
in game and out of game, if you can allow yourself to fully experience that range of emotion, but utilize an equally wide range of coping skills and mechanisms, you're able to kind of balance it out, bring a little harmony in, and make sure that the same you that was dialed in and cooking in the last game is also bringing 100% of that into the next game.
Yeah, 100%. Also, like, good to mental reset after every game. Again, even if you do really bad, let it out, go outside, yell out whatever you need to do, come back and you're a new person. Nothing just happened. Like, you're going to the next game. Everything's going to be okay. Life will go on.
Heck yeah. Well, we have a little bit of time before the next game, but don't worry. We're not going to make you guys wait for a full hour. We are going to switch to the bracket. I'm going to mute our camera, so there is going to be a little bit of radio silence, but we'll be back before too long. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Unfortunately for me, I forgot to put the camera gets straight up demon possessed on the bingo sheet. For our viewers, first off, welcome back. Hey, hello, what's up? Did we miss any bingo items in that last game? Any bingo options missed? Did we forget to bingo something? Let me go ahead and put it in the chat again for you guys. There we go. That's one for you guys. Don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Cavern on Human. We actually got that earlier in our round 5 game. Believe it or not, Cavern on Human was from Blue Farm. I'm just as surprised as you are. Not gonna lie, I really expected a Cavern on Wizard by now. Dude, if there was an Anala, as I heard you guys talking about Anala when we were having the Turbo conversation, if we saw an Anala, we would have seen a Cavern on Wizards. Probably not, actually. Well, I don't know. Anala, not Anala mains. I'm talking Miss Anala, Mrs. Anala, Captain Anala, Lady Anala, if you're out there. Are you on Cavern? Seat 4 victory. We got that in our round 4 game with Rowan, piloted by Bryant. Some other ones we could have, but that we haven't gotten yet. Final Fortune Fail, Death by Combat Damage, Turn 1 Necropotence, and Angel's Grace Gamer Spotted. Captain Moral Support says, and all is still good? I think so. Oh, Harlan. It was death by combat damage. Yeah, because they won via the infinite dual caster loop. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and mark it off. All I'm going to say is we still haven't gone to Kraumbat. Can you guys believe that? We still haven't gone to Kraumbat. What's the world coming to? I can't remember the last time I died to combat damage. Can you? It's a pretty difficult way to win, especially in a flash meta where so much of it comes down to your ability to find your window. Limiting it to your first main phase really truncates the opportunities you can go for it. Just got a wave from a Sisei player. If you haven't gotten one recently, I'd highly recommend it. Yeah, no Thrasios Passios either. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, guys. Get it together. These Thrasios pairs. Fellow says, I thought I would witness a bunch of wrong sides and a lot of farms. Turned out it was just all jammers. It definitely was the case for the games on stream, but also as I was perusing amongst the tables, it seems like it was the case for a lot of other pods as well. Oh, that's really interesting. Oscar says, Kinnan, most of its wins is combat damage. That is fascinating. That, for the most part, has actually not been my case. Most traditionally, I see it winning through some form of infinite mana loop, usually involving a Hullbreaker Horde, a Tidespout Tyrant, or potentially a Value Flood Collar and a Banishing Knack or Attraction Helix that's then fed into Kinnan until you get to some form of Fairy Mastermind, and then you loop your deck utilizing either Endurance, which you then keep evoking in, layering the trigger so that it sacrifices itself before it puts your library on top and your graveyard on bottom of your library, or use Flash Speed to cast Green Sun Zenith. There definitely is the capacity as well to just cast Finale of Devastation for oodles of mana, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a scene I'm in where people try to wait as long as possible, and just kind of going back to that, your first main phase is a small window. Average. Bodhi says, genuine question. Do you think Kefka will stay in the meta? That is a good question, and I'm really glad you asked. First off, I think Kefka is a really, really powerful commander in his own right. It has access in a variety of ways to card draw. Second off, while it is expensive, it's not untenably so, right? 5 mana, while it is a lot, is simply on the higher end of commanders. So it just means that you kind of have to build around it in mind. And if you're already in Grixis, you don't mind throwing in a few rituals. Even more so if you're wheeling and dealing. I definitely think, like most commanders, it has the potential to go a little bit too far in line with the commander, aside from its color identity. Waste Not's good, all these cards that reward you for having your opponent's discard are really, really awesome. But at some point, Grixis can do plenty of powerful stuff on its own. So we'll see. Sorry, I was asked a question not related to Kefka, something I am very unable to do. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Kefka. I think it will have a place in the meta for sure. I would feel pretty comfortable putting it around B+ tier right now. I think what's really going to cause me to keep my eye on it is if we start seeing players like Ty, Max, or any of these like really consistent like tournament grinders, pick it up. Yes, as Lincoln says, any finale win is a combat win. Agreed. Joe Best says, has Angel's Grace ever won? Well, unfortunately, it doesn't say win the game, so I'm not quite sure how it could win there, Joe. Drunk Logic says Kefka can't really pressure blue farm decks the way it intends to. Yes, one of the difficulties of pressuring decks like Blue Farm via the axis of discard is that oftentimes they are very comfortable pitching cards to the graveyard. And this is for several reasons. One, it could be that based off either one of their commanders or the multiplicity of draw engines they run, that there are already cards up on you. Or, second off, that they have the tutors or some form of Savine's Wreck effect to either underworld breach and just get all those cards back, or just navigate around the fact that everything's in the graveyard now. Joe Bass says, no Kraumbat? I'm just as surprised as you are. Better be a blue farm in top 4. Gaspel says, Harmonic Prodigy, Tiny Bones, Essence Flux. I'm not quite sure what the context of these are. I'm hoping you are describing cards that players put in their Kefka deck if they're a little too Kefka-pilled. I could be very wrong on that. I've been wrong at least once before, I think. Valediction says, Turbo Terra Breach is really good. Yeah, there's actually a player in my local meta who put it together, and it seems to be performing really, really well. They're part of the HR department, right? The Highlands Ranch division of Enchanted Ground. So we've only been playing with them as a group or a kind of collective set of brewers for a while. But I have been very impressed both by their diligence and discipline as players, but also their ability to turbo out wins. It's really helped kind of push and stretch me as a player. And part of that is playing against these 5-color turbo decks. It's been a lot of fun. Captain Moral Support says, VV Poop. Unfortunately, I'm not well-versed enough in the Final Fantasy lore to answer these questions about their biological functions. I would highly recommend you find some sort of Wikipedia or subreddit to ask that question, if it indeed is one. Oscar says, Angel's Grace has helped me win by preventing me from dying to the One Ring, and then I win on my turn, so yes. That is pretty interesting. I think there are a lot of different ways that you could handle a situation like that. There definitely are still a lot of flash effects in the meta, and the assumption is that if you've gotten a One Ring with enough counters on it that is meaningfully affecting your life total, that you should have had the ability to really, really kind of select and sculpt, what we might, offhandedly refer to as the perfect 7. I don't know. I also think of it as a more reactive card, which is the reason I don't put it in a lot of decks. But also, just the fact that I myself haven't played it a lot indicates that I may not have the full range of experience necessary to significantly evaluate the effect that the card has in pots. While I see my opponents play it a lot, I tend to lean towards decks that have the capacity to either win right now or assemble enough advantage that you can then win after any silence effect or Angel's Grace effect has been played. For instance, if I'm playing Kinnan and you cast it in response to my Finale, if I'm able to cast Finale for enough damage that would kill you, I more than likely have also generated enough mana that I will be able to assemble some form of win either in your upkeep or after it gets back to me. That's just one example of why it may not be the card for me, but if people have had positive experiences, I'd love to hear about it. Bodhi says, Minstrel is a wild deck, and it's super fun to play. I completely agree with you. As soon as it was spoiled, I put my Live, Laugh, Lands deck together, and it has been awesome. I originally started with a more mid-range bend, playing some cards that aren't great. But since then, I've moved it towards a little bit more of a turbo belt, getting help both from Kyle with Taxi and some local brewers in my area, and it's a really, really good spot. 5 colors is a fun place to be in cEDH right now. Joe Bass asks, how are the other pods looking? Surveying the field, the 2 words that come to mind are tired and sweaty. Close to finishing? Unknown. Tom says, I think Kefka's appeal is not being oppressively threatening. Given that the art, in many instances, somewhat looks like a clown, and many people, in many instances, have a fear of clowns, I would be doubtful of that conclusion that you've come to. Hines says, unfortunately, I'm going to bed, and I'll watch the finals tomorrow. Don't let the VOD go over 12 hours. Well, if I know anything about records, it's that they're meant to be broken. Don't tempt me with a good time. Benjamin says, I'm just here to relish in the fact that we're all in full turbo summer. Bring on every turbo deck and just slam your wins early and often. As I've said in a couple different areas, I would feel very comfortable saying that we're in a make 'em have it meta. I think time will tell if it takes the particular shape of Mardu this or Turbo that, but I think in some way, shape, or form, every deck has to have a way of having the nuts. You gotta get a first 7, you gotta be able to look at it and say, dang, that's a win right there. Moral Support says Minstrel is the 5-color Lumra deck, right? Yes, the way I've built it, it is able to add Nas into a traditional Breach, that's his Oracle pile, but also, boy, do I love Landfall. So I've added some Corvold, some Lumra, and a little bit of Iridia stuff too. I find that it helps smooth out the early curve of the deck, and it gives me options so that if I sniff that there's some interaction for my Adnos, I have a couple other routes that I can go down. Because even though a lot of decks are speeding up, there's still plenty of copy enchantments, still plenty of Mirror Maids, and an Azorius player behind at least every other corner. So I like to have a bit of a backup plan. Ooh, the Mormonator says, in the tournament I hosted 2 weeks ago, I think we only had 2 or 3 draws happen over 5 rounds. I would love to hear some of your sort of observations of why you think that's the case. I know that here in Denver, we've definitely seen a dramatic decrease in the amount of draws, and a large part of that is due to the 20-minute cap on overtime. Captain Moral Support says, close, but mid-range health decks are still good. Benjamin says, there isn't a mid-game if I win on turn 2. I'm really interested to see how this top 4 pod goes. Something that we've talked about on previous streams and in previous episodes of content that we put up on the channel is the way in which player philosophy oftentimes shifts as you navigate your way through a tournament. Even within Swiss, there's a very, very different play style that people are willing to adopt as tenable ways of approaching the game in Game 1 of Swiss versus Game 5. Oftentimes, players are very willing to accept draws in Game 1, Round 1, whereas in Round 5, if you're staring down the barrel at 6 points, odds are you are not accepting a draw under any means. Once you get in the top 16, we tend to see this shift in a way that many players have vocalized as being a just playing not to lose. You're trying to get the game to go as long as possible, elongating the opportunities for a window to pop up for you to take your shot and hopefully make it to top 4. However, once you get to top 4, oftentimes you're in a situation where players have been at it all day. Fatigue has set in, and even though they've been ordering fantastic pretzel bites from Dave & Buster's, they've only got so much energy left in the tank. Odds are, unless they are a seasoned veteran, at least one player at the table is running on fumes. And so your ability to pressure the table, aim for weak points in your opponent's armor, is much stronger than potentially it may have been just one game prior. Casting cost cEDH says, counterspells were made up by big magic in an attempt to stop Turbo. If you just jam, they can't hurt you. Lincoln says, what do you think about counting a draw as a loss for point values? Currently, I really enjoy the 5-1-0 tournament structure that we have here in the US cEDH scene. While I definitely am always interested in opportunities to innovate or improve the systems that we have in place, especially for the sake of allowing more people or opening the gates to improve the format, whether it be for growth or maturity of pre-existing players, I do think that there is a historical precedent around the validity of the system. I would need to see a little bit more data and information from the German system that's being implemented right now before I would feel comfortable touching that particular aspect of our tournament scene. I do think it's a very important conversation to have, and I'm very grateful for not just our community members, but the broader cEDH community that continues to address and converse around the value of, if we address change, how much points draws are worth. Todd says, why do you think the 20-minute cap on overtime leads to less draws? Seems like it would lead to more draws. While it is correct that at the end of 20 minutes of overtime, the table ends in a draw. Before that, the amount of pressure that opponents feel to put stuff on the stack, take game actions, keep things moving, accelerates in a way that it didn't previously. Right? If you have a handful of cards and you know you got to cast them at some point and there's 10 minutes left on the clock, you don't have time to stop and argue or think over every action. You have to start moving at a pace that you may not have practiced. An analogy I would think of is if any of you in chat have run downhill. At first you have this feeling of almost flying. You feel weightless. But then you start to pick up a velocity that you're not quite ready for. Depending on your balance, depending on your experience, sometimes you can find a way of slowing yourself in ways that help you maintain stability, and other times that momentum can lead you to quite a hefty fall. That's why I think we see less draws with the current cap. Bodhi says, would you run Yogg's Will in Kefka? Potentially. I think that's an indication that you're maybe going a little too deep on the discard plan. Not that that's entirely untenable or incorrect, just that I worry that while Yogg's Will may not be a bad card, it indicates that you're running cards that are bad. Or at least not quite of the... They're not going to be as impactful throughout all different areas of the game as you might want. Commodore asks, are we moving to top 16 or top 4? We soon are going to be moving to top 4. Fortunately and unfortunately, our top 16 game wrapped up incredibly quick. Fortunately, it's giving us the opportunity to break down aspects of the venue so that we're able to get everyone out on time and keep everyone happy. Unfortunately, it does leave you guys with a little bit of a gap in content. So thank you guys for bearing with us, staying watching, and being patient. I definitely like Yawgmoth's Will as a card. I think it opens up some really, really interesting lines. But I think very similar to when people try to slot Gifts Ungiven into a list, they have to find a spot for it. And trying to find a place for it, it's not uncommon for them to see that they also shouldn't be on Intuition either. Not that it's not a powerful card, or that there aren't really, really cool and powerful things it can do, not just in your deck, but in a lot of decks. However, you have to evaluate it within the vast plurality of situations you might find yourself. And once again, this is my bias from a tournament perspective. And I think Yogg's Will, it opens a window for you, but in several ways it also kind of shuts the door behind you. And it kind of turns the tap off on some of the more resilient aspects the decks that are able to run more graveyard-centric strategies typically rely on. Captain Moral Support says, I feel like Kefka wants to play similar to a playstyle like that of Kess. I would very much agree, and I think currently I'd feel comfortable putting them at a similar power level. I think oftentimes what Kess has struggled from, and what I think Kefka might struggle from, is the other options available in Grixis might be eating up the attention of the more seasoned Grixis pilots. But now that I'm on the topic of it, I think Grixis Pirates is often going to be where a lot of players are going to go to as the meta is speeding up before they go to Kefka. JM says, where do I put VV in regards to cEDH viability? I think it is definitely cEDH viable. I think it is a very unique shell in terms of what it's capable of, and time will tell if it's tournament viable. I expect it to do really well in Swiss, but then once you're against players who have seen many, many waves of things that have come and gone, Zeitgeist that, and Vogue this, it may not do as well. Time will tell. Naomi says, do I think Terra is a better mid-range or turbo list? That's a really, really interesting question. Based off the fact that it's a 5-color commander, the world is your oyster. You have access to basically every card in Magic, sans a few banned ones. So, a question that you could ask is, given the unique aspects that Terra gives you access to, namely milling cards and returning enchantments to hand, does that lend better to a turbo strategy or a mid-range strategy? I think that's going to depend on a couple factors in addition to just the initial analytical options that we have before us. First, you gotta bring the meta into question. Second, you have to look at what's being brewed around it. I think that many people are having a turbo lean towards their decks right now, which means that if you're aiming at mid-range, you may not quite be aiming at the right spot. That being the case, I also have a bias towards turbo, specifically with Terra, in the sense that a local brewer in my area has done really, really well with it. I think I'm really, really hot right now on cards like Adnaz, as well as cards like Manamorphose. Things that give you these huge bursts of cards, but also allows you to be very, very flexible with the pips that you're generating. If you haven't Adnaz with access to green, you should try it. It's a rush, guys. Bodhi says, with the format speeding up, do I think Anala will get better or worse? I think something that we see with Anala is that people pick it up, see a lot of success because they know the lines. But after a few wins, your opponents do too. I think it's rare to see someone stay on Anala for a long time. Very cool deck. Love getting to see it in action. I am a huge fan of Tutor Chains, and I have great respect and admiration for the pilots that are willing to dedicate themselves to the memorization and repetition of games necessary in order to confidently and competently pilot a list like Anala. While you can start with, having access to Spellseeker and 1 open mana, once someone mental missteps your calling the week, now you have to play a very different type of Anala game. And I think that's the true test of a pilot's skill. Someone just pantomimed throwing something to me, so in return, I pantomimed eating it. Pantomimed? Phantomimed? Benjamin asks, did any Lumra pilots enter this tourney? I know that I lent one of my copies of Lumra to someone, but I don't know if there were any pilots. Unfortunately, none of them made it on stream. If you were a Lumra pilot and you are in this tournament, definitely hit me up. I would love the chance to look at your list. Surprise to no one, I love a good Lumra. Andy says, excited to see the Chatterfang list. Love that tree rat. First off, I applaud your vernacular. Squirrels are, in fact, tree rats. I was very sad to see them underrepresented in the movie Ratatouille, but I do hope that if they ever come out with a sequel, they will amend their previous mistakes of the past. Beyond that, Golgari is a really, really interesting brew space, especially in a world where there's so many draw engines. Even though things are speeding up, Rhystic Study is still a very, very powerful card, and so seeing ways in which they circumvent a powerful wedge in Magic that they don't have access to is always interesting for me to see. Captain Moral Support says, squirrel, not a rat. Unfortunately, I do think that one is included in the other. Casting Cost cEDH says, do I have a favorite color combo? First off, I would love to hear what you guys' favorite color combos are. I think it often says much more about the individual than the wedge itself when people tend to gravitate towards a specific area, shall we say, of the Magic collection that people can pull from and have access to as they're building their decks. Personally, I always have a penchant to lean a little towards green, and a huge part of that is I am just a sucker for To the Battlefield tutors. The more I play Magic, though, the more and more I just love having access to Breach. So I often, when I'm looking for things to build on Scryfall, try to find something either in the Gruul Plus or the Simic Plus space. They're just fun. Something about them. Benjamin says, Lumra being mono green is complex, and I commend anyone running it. I think very similar to Zavala or Yisan or Yeva. It's super cool, and it has access to a lot of very unique and atypical tech. However, it does put you in a position where one of the biggest things that the deck struggles with is pilot error. Why does Lumra not see more top 16 play? Because at least in the tournaments I play in, I'm pretty bad. Britain says, it's crazy to see where Gitrog is at right now. I originally played it in the Flash meta and put it down. Big strides have been made in that list. Yeah, huge shout out to the Gitrog community. You may be playing a frog, but your list did not croak when we lost some of the bigger cards in our format with the bans last year. When there's lists like that, I always have a lot of respect for pilots who weather the storms of multiple meta changes. If you played it then and you're still playing it now, hats off to you. I see Grixis, I see Mardu, I see Simic. I see Blair says mono colorless. I think there may be a Liberator in the chat. Gruul. Esper Jeskai. Esper. Best color combination ever, says Oscar. Hunter says, mono blue, always. Bodhi says, can we shout out Sylvan for being the GOAT? Absolutely. Sylvan, goated. Dimitri says, I think newscaster Eric is my new favorite. Well, you're my favorite. A commenter says, they have been playing Gitrog since 2018 and never stopped. When I was speaking of players weathering the storms, I was thinking of 1 or 2 years. You just presented me with a time frame that is roughly approximately 7 years. I'm now questioning my previous statements of respect and admiration. While I'm in this waiting period, please don't stress yourself. I'll come to a conclusion soon. Blair says, not a Liberator. I actually play Zul'Dog, but Liberator is sick. Sick and Twisted.
Sick and Twisted!
Two questions of a very similar nature. What time are you all expecting to be there? Already about midnight here. And MTG Biz6 says, hey Eric, sorry if y'all covered this already, but is there a time limit on the semifinals? Yes, the semifinals are 100 minutes with 20 minutes of overtime. Originally, the finals were going to be 120 minutes with 30 minutes of overtime. But as is often the case when it comes to venues, we are making sure that we are able to get our players to top 4 out of the venue and all our equipment packed up within a time span that gets everyone to bed at a reasonable time and meets all the criteria, not just of the people here working the event, but also the people employed by Dave & Buster's. So Here in Mountain Standard Time, our main goal is going to be to get all the games wrapped up by 11:45. Hunter says there's no time limit because they can't draw. There has to be a winner. While ideally this would be correct, in situations that happen not just in cEDH, but in many other formats, if the decision is not able to be made via game actions, you use other criteria to kind of manage things. In this situation, as was acknowledged by the players and the judges before top 16 started, it's going to be done via player standing. There was a discussion of if it should be player standing of players alive or just player standings overall. We made the decision to go with player standing overall, which is weird because typically you see players sitting. Benjamin says, Glarb Turbo is sick. It can jam very well. I would be curious. How well does it preserve? Davy Jones says, from my experience today, Vivi gets pointed out as a scapegoat for people who want to push early. It gets interacted with when someone else gets to push while Vivi's out of it. While I can't speak to that, even though I do have 7 cards in hand, I really do think you should do something about this Vivi. I just received a notification from the producer that we are down to 1 pod. Nick says, it's looking like a late night for this top 16. Well, taking a more global perspective, some might argue it could look like an early morning. Demetrius asks, when am I hitting the live stream Dance Dance Revolution that people want to know? We did have a malfunction with the camera earlier where, due to it overheating, its internal servo caused it to spin around at rotations previously unseen. And also, based off the fact that I had to close my eyes to avoid from hurling, it's also currently still unseen by me. Bodhi says, for my games against Vivi, it is a great way to make your opponents use interaction. While I can't speak to this, I do think it's important to let my Smothering Tithe resolve so that I have mana for interaction. Don't worry about my Fairy Mastermind. I need something for Vivi. Lincoln says, which part are we waiting on, and who are the winners so far? I do not have information about the pod that we're waiting on, but I think the winners are all of us who have persevered so far. Except that Gitrog player. Enough is enough. These are some really great questions about other pods that have wrapped up. I think this actually would be a good time for me to kind of go around and kind of see what's happening before we head in the top 4, just so I can get as much information and make sure you guys are as well informed as possible. Thank you for watching so far. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Hey, what up? It's your boy Skinny. Something. Just hanging out. There's still one pod wrapping up. They just went to time. So if any of you guys are like, God, I just don't want anybody to pass the turn, don't worry, we got you covered. Surprising no one, the stack is tall, the faces are long, and these players are tired. But don't worry, we are gonna get you your top 4 soon. Austin is tracking down one of the other players that managed to take home the dub in their top 16 pod. You guys may have heard Kevin just walked by saying he was back from wallowing in sand. Kevin just said he's back from wallowing in his sadness. The implication being, I think he lost his top 16 game. Conversation that was happening before I left the stream earlier is which color combination people are the biggest fan of. Esper is one that sees a lot of play, but we've got a Gruul player coming in. Hello. I got some headphones.
Let's go,
for
baby.
ya.
Let's go.
Dude. Okay. I want to hear a little bit about your top 16 pod.
Yeah, bro.
I've been here sweating basically everything I've drank through my skin. It's still really warm in here. So aside from being tired and probably a little worn out,
Yeah.
what are some other things that were happening in your top 16 pod?
Bro, just you know how it is, top 16, everyone feels the pressure to win.
Yeah.
Especially we got a clock now, right? So
Yeah.
everyone's like pushing the pace, keeping the pace up, which I actually really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Everybody was like hyper focused, hyper like aggressive on trying to win. And I think that's a really good direction to be in right now.
Yeah. I think I'm a yapper. I think you're a yapper.
Yeah, I'm a yapper.
I think having something to kind of keep the game moving for us is an important thing for the other players in our pods. How are the vibes? You said everyone was focused. I know it's not uncommon in top 16 for things to get a little tense. Were people mostly having a good time? Were people having a good time right up until Aristoc's already made its way in? How was the overall kind of energy of the pod going?
I love the energy. People are in a politic, try to like snipe a bunch of like advantages every now and then, but like as a Gruul player, I'm red green. I have very limited options, and I can't play the game plan everyone else is trying to play, right? So
Here, and try to hang out around here. Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool. Primarily just like giving people the information, letting them make educated decisions is really what I think got me to top 16.
Nice.
Was like, here guys, like here's the facts on the left, here's the facts on the right. Like you guys should make the decision that's going to be best for you, and I'm going to respect it at the end of the day.
Yeah. That's something that actually came up a lot during our game in Heisenberg, and I think it's something that we both end up doing. Is I think few things make a stronger argument than the context around the situation. Because at the end of the day, you can't make a decision for a player any more than I can make the decision. And so oftentimes those break points are around: do you think this player's in the lead, or do you think this player's in the lead? And I can say, well, obviously it's not me, so you should just let whatever spell I want to cast through. Yeah. And maybe it's a more sophisticated argument than that, but I have found that kind of takes this like pressure off of me of, oh, I need to convince people. And instead it pressures me to hone those analytical skills of like, if they have this spell in the stack, what do they have in hand? Well, then I can say, well, I mean, if they have got a demonic tutor and they have open mana, odds are they could go for like a Thassa's Oracle line afterwards.
Exactly.
And you don't have to filibuster. You don't have to go on this whole tirade. You can say, look, here's the way I see it. Take it or leave it. But I mean, if I were you, I would counter this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I do know that it oftentimes can be difficult in games, especially as things are kind of speeding up. It's not uncommon for a player to go for it early, they get stopped, and they are like mentally out of the game.
Yeah.
In that situation, are you like, it's a 2v1 now, easy mode, or are you like, I gotta find a way to bring them back in? I gotta jump start them and let them know like, I need your counter spell, stay in it, dude.
Exactly, especially like playing Gruul right now, like very limited options, so I have to keep everyone focused and giving some spirit to the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if we fold, we're just letting the player winning. We're making the job easier, right? Like let's make it as difficult as possible. Let's
Mm-hmm.
come together. Let's stay locked in on the game. You know, that's what it is.
Something that's also really, really interesting to me is traditionally you're a blue farm player, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like everyone starts on the off meta deck, and then after a lot of losses is like, they admit defeat and they're like, well, I guess I have to play blue farm now.
Yeah.
You're a really successful blue farm player.
Mm-hmm.
What encouraged you to kind of step out of the like sans green kind of good stuff pile to move towards the primarily green good stuff pile?
Yeah. It's a great question, and honestly, it's a lot of ego involved because like I'm obviously I got results on blue farm. My whole, meta knows me as the farm player, and I actually enjoy playing farm. I know a lot of people, it's boring, like draw engines and stuff like that. I love casting spells. I love playing cards that are vintage level cards.
Yeah.
And that's what farm feels like. Everyone's playing legacy. I'm playing vintage, and my local meta just kind of challenged me to play something different. So I kind of picked it up, played some local games, and decided to come out here.
Yeah, I'm super.
Oh my God!
Whoa,
Where we at? All
who's
right.
this guy?
Look, real quick. This is my buddy Colin.
All right.
The reason that he started playing is he's a filthy farm player, and I talked shit about him until he picked up another deck. Complex Simpleton, I also top 16. This guy, we brewed the deck together. Do not let this guy tell you he built the deck. And that's why he played it. Good job. That's all I got to say. I want my clout.
Really though, I gotta give him his props. The night before the event, actually Thursday, whatever. Yeah, I got you.
I think he's got you actually.
What's today? Sunday? I got my days and fees.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we
Friday
got about
night-
another hour of Sunday left in it.
Friday night we stayed up till about 11 to like 4:30 or something
Really?
like that. Like 4:30 a.m. Scry falling, thousands of cards, trying to get this list perfected, and arguing back and forth over a lot of cards. And I gotta give him his props on one card in particular, Zerzoth Chaos Rider.
Wait, is that the one that like creates the imps that like
The Devils.
The Devils.
That card.
How could I get an imp confused with a devil?
Wild, bro. Game 1, I just play that, and it just does all the work for you.
That's
If
crazy.
you guys are in red and have the capability of testing this card out, you have to.
I haven't seen it
It's
since
beautiful.
like Historic Brawl on Arena.
Look, Zerzoth, Arasta, and Rose Cutthroat Raider. It's all me.
All right, I got the rest of the 97 then. I'll take it.
95, because you have a commander and a background.
Facts. Yeah.
So, I mean, how did expectation mesh with reality when you have this brew that you just pushed together? You got bullied by Complex Simpleton in a switching deck. So you're at a tournament, you're playing a new list, and while you do have this like really, really kind of like crunch time put together, you basically took like a summer class intensive on it of just a bunch of time, just all together, all at once. What was it like piloting today? Did it feel like it's like, oh, this is exactly how I envisioned playing it out in my head, or are you like, wow, this is the opposite of how I saw it playing out in my head?
I'll be honest, like, it exactly how I thought it was going to go. Maybe not to this level, but, as a Magic player, I've been playing cEDH for about 10 years, over 10 years.
Whoa.
So, like, Flash Hulk era, like, Prosh was, like, a top 3 deck. Like, I've been playing Magic for a long time.
Holy cow.
Only cEDH. I grew up on
crazy.
cEDH, right? And the good thing about playing an off-meta deck when you can play a meta deck at a high level is that you know exactly what they're wanting to do. I'm not afraid of farm at all at the table. I know their game plan. I know exactly how they're thinking. When they're trying to get all these cheesy deals, it's only to their benefit, and you can use that skill and knowledge to make the deal, more beneficial to the table in general, right? So...
I mean, it's super interesting that you talk about deals because, for better or for worse, talk. That's what I do. Very surprising to our viewers that I've been talking all day, and that's also what I do in Magic games. But I find it's something that I lean on a lot when I'm in Magic games. And I know some players oftentimes will kind of look towards the Japanese meta, and they're like, we should play like them, where everyone, talk, make deals, politic, you let the cards do the talking for you.
Yeah.
What would you say to someone who's like, the problem with cEDH is players yapping?
I'm a yapper, so I can't really go against it. But this is one thing I can definitely say is that, obviously I play with like a lot of high-level players, and they have some of them are yappers, some of them are like silent cutthroat, like they're just trying to kill you.
Yeah. You know who you are.
Yeah, you know who you are. And my personality is that I will adopt other personalities based on the situation, right? Like, sometimes I need a politic. Sometimes if I'm farm on the play, I got Ragavan, Lotho, Timna. I don't need a politic. I didn't need a farm. Sometimes talking can hurt you, right?
Yeah.
Like, just play your game. Sometimes I sit down, I don't say anything. I let them control the narrative. And the moment I think I need to like, hey, step in, like this is like inaccurate information or whatever, then I'm gonna do so.
Yeah, I think another thing I've seen you were on stream in a game at Lan Go, and one of the things that me and Logan commented on is that it seemed that a lot of times when people think of politicking, they're talking about presenting their own agenda.
Yeah.
You should let this spell through. I should be able to do this. But something I see you do a lot is communicating with players, trying to get information from them. And I think the traditional one that people think about all the time is counter spells that are shown but not cast. Like, don't make me use this pact. But I'll see you do things where you're like, I don't understand the play line that you're going through. I think we may have really different views of like what's going on in this game. Can you help me see it like through your eyes? Because from the way I see it, I'm just having a hard time following what's going on.
Yeah.
And just like asking players like, information, please.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, like, I think that sometimes I think junior players over rely on people in the pods to give them information and say, oh, it's my first tournament. I've never played it against Vanilla. How should I stop it?
Yeah.
And I've got Thassa's decon in hand, and I'm like, you need to use all your counter spells on them. But as you mature into a more veteran player, I think people forget that you still have access to your opponents as sources of information. What are ways that you feel like as you play either these very like high profile decks like Blue Farm or these more kind of like fringe kind of niche things like Aranis, that you are kind of like throwing your fishing rod out, kind of like looking for little tidbits of information? What are some of the ways you get those little tidbits from your opponents?
Easy. If I'm on farm, I'm gonna info farm the table like insane, right?
Yeah.
Like I'll be on stream, we'll play a game, it's gonna happen because at the end of the day, I'm a mid-range build specifically. I don't play Nas, I don't play Necro. I'm not trying to kill anyone on turn 1 through 3. And so typically if there's another player that's in the TNT, Marnius, anything like that, I'm like, look, the first 3 turns of the game, we have to take control of the table.
Yeah.
I've died with Flusterstorm, SWAT, and another counterspell to Glinthorn combo.
Oh, so many times. So many times.
I'm like, I have 3. Like, I'm like, I got SWAT, I got Fierce. Like,
Yeah.
I can help, but like, this is what I got, right?
Yeah. The whole like, I can back you up, but I can't. Like,
Yeah.
You gotta. Whatever's gonna happen, you gotta start this.
And this is an emotional game, right? People are going to act off emotions, and that's totally okay. I think that's just part of the game. So what I like to do when I play farm is I actually don't like taking people out of the game. I want them to feel like they have a little bit of hope or a chance.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not totally taking over a deal, right? Because next time I play with them, they're not going to want to work deals with me because they're
Absolutely.
like, oh yeah, like you just you took me out of the game. I sat there for 30 minutes, couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. If you're playing against a player and you're like, sit down, shut up, this is my game.
Yeah.
Right? That maybe that'll work. But then as soon as you like fast forward one game, and you're trying to navigate this this new pod, and everyone just talked about like, oh, did you play with that Colin guy? He was really mean to me.
We don't like that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Counter all his stuff, let my Thassa's through. I think it's a great example of how I think one of the strongest tools that cEDH has to maintain its health and viability, not just as a format, but the type of format that we are trying to grow it into in its most mature and healthiest form is where the community is able to self-regulate. And I think part of that is, as a politicker, I have to be careful to make sure that I'm treating people with respect and dignity, and not to say that you can't like apply pressure or like play your heart out, but that like I think we're continuing moving into a space, especially as more games get streamed and stuff like that, where you have to keep in mind, am I playing in a way that like engenders like respect towards my opponents?
1000%. And I think a lot of that comes from, as someone that's been playing Magic for a long time, like being able to evaluate your opponent to some degree. Like, hey, this is the guy first? Like, I would love asking, is this your first tournament? Because my job is to make sure you have a good experience. Because at the end of the day, we're not going to have these bigger events if we're not having a good environment for everybody.
Absolutely.
And I think people have to remember that. Like, if me and you are in a game, I might politic with you a little aggressive.
Yeah.
Because, like, you love it, you're a yapper, like, we're to go at each other, but it's out of respect. But someone that, I might be talking to, they're shaking their head. They're like, I can see their face getting hot. Like, sometimes, like, social cues, and it's a social game. You have to realize that player might not just know what's going on. You know? And that's okay.
I've definitely been in those situations where I'm dialed in. I know that like if I keep pushing, this Underworld Breach is gonna get through.
Yeah.
But then you look across the table and you see that the other player, for them, it's no longer about a spell on the stack. The game has become about so much more than just about winning or losing. And in those situations, it can be really, really difficult to navigate. But using some of those heuristics, like, well, okay, let's step back. Who here has more experience? Me. Who is having like a really, really terrible time? Them. Doesn't that imply some level of responsibility? Not that you should like let them win or that you shouldn't play your best, but that you should take into account in the way that you're playing the fact that it's generating this extreme level of distress for the players around you, specifically for new players. Once again, not to say that you have to throw a game to anyone who just says like, oh, I've never played before, but that if we're looking to develop more of a mentor culture, kind of lower the bar and open the gates of the format can keep growing. As we continue to have players climb the ladder and get better and better and better at Magic, we need to make sure we're not pulling the ladder up on the way with us.
Exactly. So that was a lot of information at one time. So I'll just give you an example. Like, what was the last event that we went to? Tennessee or something like that. I had a guy, he had 17 cards in his library, Breach, Bergie, Vamp Tutor.
A whole 9 yards.
Whole 9 yards, right? Mana Vault, all kinds of stuff. And he goes, Jessica's Will. And I'm like, cool, get mana before you do anything. He goes, exile 3 cards, Jessica's Will again. I'm like picking up my cards. I'm like, they're dead, right? And like he just like keeps exile. He's like, Jessica's Will, Jessica's Will, Jessica's Will, Jessica's Will. And then like he tries Intuition with no cards in the graveyard. And I'm like I have to talk to this guy afterwards and explain to him, like, break it down to where like that was his game.
Yeah.
And someone won the game obviously, but like it moves on. But I think after the game, I think it's good to be honest about decisions and not manipulate people. Like in the game, if you're trying to get a deal off, after the game, like I would love to have a conversation about why I wanted that deal, why I couldn't make that deal at that time, and really like break down the game so it's like a mutual respect thing.
Yeah,
sure.
and I think that also brings into account like one of the ways that we can help as cEDH players continue to steward the format via like helping usher and indoctrinate new players is like that kind of post-game conversation and having the vulnerability to have that walls down conversation of like, it felt like when you were tutoring, you didn't know what you were tutoring for. From my perspective, I saw a line. Next time you're in this situation, maybe here are some of the cards that you should consider like prioritizing.
Yeah.
Or even, showcasing like charity or curiosity. It seemed like you were playing in a very different way than I would have expected you to play given the situation you were in.
Yeah.
Now that we're not in the game anymore, can you talk to me about what some of the key pillars of information you were relying on? Because it seems like we looked at the game in very different ways, and I want to understand what's generating that distance. Because you've played forever and you're on Blue Farm.
Yeah.
So if someone's doing things you completely don't understand, it could be an indication that they're a little off in left field.
Yeah, for sure. And like sometimes like one of my games, like dude's resolving an Oz, and I tell him to stop at 17. He keeps going. He's at like 6, and I'm like, he's like, don't attack me, and I'll just keep counter spells. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we can move on. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Dude,
finished.
super. Thanks.
Yeah.
It looks like some stuff are wrapping up. I'm gonna step away real quick just to make sure everything's moving, and then we'll be back. Thanks for taking the
Yeah,
time to talk
appreciate
with
it,
us.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I am back. Sorry for the lack of volume. Just a lot going on. You guys know how tournaments go. Top 4 is top 4. A lot of details, a lot of things to hash out. They're currently resolving mulligans. Very interested to see how this plays out. Nick says, it's a conspiracy. No audio. Don't worry, once they've finished resolving mulligans, we'll get things started. Super duper excited to see how this pod plays out. Definitely going to be a lot of interesting plays happening. Fellow says, this coaling rit is about to hit hard. Is this top 4? Absolutely. Welcome to the finals for Mortal Kraumbat. Thank you guys for your patience. As is often the case with cEDH tournaments, there is a slew of decisions that have to be made at the very end, both from a player perspective and from a TO perspective. The stack is getting pretty high. So thank you guys for bearing with us during this time of transition. Thank you for sticking with us, chat. You guys have been awesome. A lot of strong players. Definitely a lot of talking already going on. Can't wait to see how things go. Absolutely. We will get player audio turned up once they are finished resolving mulligans. When Diesel says, turn 2 or turn 3 W incoming, I am definitely a huge fan of mid-range grind fests, but if I were someone responsible for cleaning up this event space, I'd prefer a turn 0 win. For those wondering where the player audio is, don't worry, we will have it turned on soon. Especially while players are resolving mulligans, there's a lot of shuffling that goes on, especially close to mics. If you think I'm peaking the audio, oof. Nick says this is a table talk I will definitely want to hear. I definitely would remind you guys that these players have been playing Magic all day. So definitely have some compassion, especially for the social dynamics between them. Yeah. Not everyone has had the pleasure of such great conversation companions as me today. All right, looks like we've got a pregame action. Let's go to player audio.
I'm good. All right, collect.
Is that good? Would you guys like me to represent my dice bag, dude?
Pretty cool. I don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Robert.
Yeah. We got live totals?
I'm 38. Why is this fuzzy? It's terrible. Spring.
I don't know the password to this iPhone. Yeah, sure.
Spring with drum okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day for a lot of people. We'll see if it ends up being a long game.
Gamer. Yep. On top, upkeep.
Yep.
Draw for turn, baby.
Yep.
We gaming. Let's go. Ancient 2 moves 2. Yep.
Even in cEDH tournaments, the age-old question of whose phone will be sacrificed on the altar is happening.
Cast a mana volt. Cast this LED. Yep. This passage.
Damn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What?
You said I'm getting it.
So I multiply. That's all I can do.
I'm gonna see what I hit.
I'll play Tundra. I'll play Metaball.
Sure.
I'll pass.
Okay.
I'm really thinking right now.
About what?
Or what? I don't know.
A scary thingy?
No. Because you get that, right?
Yeah.
You don't see the vision?
You
don't see the vision?
I see the vision.
Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'll split. That's all I'm saying.
Ristic Study. There we go.
Go. I gotta pass.
What a card. What a card.
Ristic into fucking Atali. That's how about keep. Drop for turn? Yep.
Don't worry, there is a judge at the table. It'll get pointed out soon. I would definitely feel very comfortable chalking that up to. The players are under a pretty intense time crunch right now.
He's got to earn this and get back to fetch.
I'm gonna leave this right here while I proceed. Go to combat. You don't play Nas.
It doesn't matter. You can hit me if you want.
Take 3. Get the land back.
Yep. Fetch again.
Tradition.
Don't worry, guys. We're on it.
I'll pay. Lumberjack. Fetch.
Yep.
There we go. Huge shout out to the Judge Kane.
Yep.
Eagle Eye Kane. If anyone in chat is aware of any other animal-related nicknames, please let me know before I start a new one.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Wow, guys. Who would have ever guessed what I'm doing? Cast a talk.
Ristic Study.
I cannot do that.
What is Colin playing? He is playing Gruul Airness. He actually had a game earlier on stream. If you want to end up checking it out later.
Oh, Expedition map, baby.
Keep going until it not lands. Oh, I'm sorry. You're good. Yeah. I'm not going to cast that for 0.
No Dry Arbor?
I'll
cast Tyro Gamers if you don't play Dry Arbor.
These stay exiled, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to cast all 3 of them. My
Snowman says, looks like Aaron is Street Urchin. I say, looks like you're correct.
Bing, bing, bing. Pass and Sacred. Map. Sorry. Map. Ritual. Yeah, I'm good. 3 red. I'm gonna crack map, floating a red. Good.
Yeah.
Ooh. Are we about to see token farm Atali?
I don't know, bro.
What is the land that makes a token?
I think we're on beats right now.
I'm surveilling, dog.
No, I don't think it's
Surveil?
I'm gonna get this and then play this surveil.
You know how many times I play with Tali? Like, never.
No, not even a Tali, it's a Loomer card.
Oh, Loomer?
Oh, this is your map.
What is it?
Did someone say Loomer card? What? Where?
I don't know, it's a surveil trigger.
Yeah, it just copies it.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a crazy ad for a Tali.
I'm gonna bin this Taiga, like to move to end step.
Yeah.
Putting a land in a graveyard. That's also a Lumra move.
Can I read Lumberjack? It's any forest.
To add 3 green or red.
It's Black Lotus, baby.
Any combination.
Any combination of red.
Green and red.
Green and red. Okay, thank you.
It is Gruul dot card. Is it only legal to play in fullbacks? Like, could you play him on a red? Okay. Because it does have the green.
Jesse asking to read Orcish Lumberjack, potentially because he looks to understand the literacy rates of lumberjacks. Here at Critical EDH, our official lumberjack stance on reading is agnostic. Regardless of whether they can read or not, all we care about is them making mana. Nick says, I was hoping that Chunky would be gas. Well, I hate to tell it to you, Nick, but Itali is a solid.
I'm just thinking, bro. Like, I know we're in a hurry, but like, yeah, I'm
just,
good.
you can just discard one. I will be discarding this. This is not a fast. Get rid of it.
Sounds good.
That's right, Samuel. LQR Gamers spotted. For those following along with our Mortal Kombat bingo, you may have just moved yourself forward one card closer to winning. If anyone wants to follow along while we're watching the Top 4 pod, I will go on ahead and put a link in the chat.
Yeah, think. The gaslighting's real with this one.
That's why I said pop off game, bro. I said it. Not like I have any stake in this game.
Druid Purification. Fire.
Ooh. I don't know about you guys, but if I were enchantment on that board right now, oof.
Land? Two. Great question. Next question. Beautiful question. You made it wrong.
I pass on Druid. I'm good.
Someone in chat says, high five next times you meet. Unfortunately, Logan has been influencing me with his superfluous amount of Quark decks, so I might only be able to give you a high 4.
Yeah. There's no other targets?
You can target his mana ball.
I'm fine with that.
But
he could untap that.
This is fine. No choice.
Yo, what do you mean? Combat, baby.
Harlan asks if there's a prize for winning bingo.
I don't play with fire that much. How many cards in your hand?
Me?
Honestly, I hadn't gotten that far.
Oh, we got the mana vault too?
Time will tell.
3 max. Blessing Mire.
Yep.
Captain Moral Support says, it turns out bad decks struggle to win. Unfortunately, as a Lumra pilot, I have no way of interacting with this comment.
That's great. That's good.
I was messing around.
I didn't get the lane.
Alright.
Bodhi says, I feel bad for the TNT player here. So down on resources already.
No, I do. I don't even know nothing about cards.
Typically, seed 4 isn't exactly where you want to be anyways, much less when you're that down on mana.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Good.
There you go.
Recruiting. That's right.
Cool. I don't know. Yeah, you got it.
I'm good. On tap. Oh, you have to do
I don't know if you want to do my thing. Yeah. Honestly, haven't done it this way before, so that for sure.
I'm sure he knows at least. At least somewhere.
It's not that hard. I believe in you.
It's fine. I'll top deck Twin.
I told Tyler. Just get drafted.
Harlan says, hot gruel summer. If this top 4 is any indication, definitely.
Get out of here.
This guy's clowning.
I apologize.
This guy's clowning.
Alright.
Oh, wait a minute. Folks, hold on to your chairs. I believe we may have just seen of Thrasios Passios. Get those bingo sheets out.
Not choosing targets, I'm just reeling. Put that on top. Draw that for turn. Do the haste thing. Do that thing.
Exciting. I can't believe it took us until top 4.
Library.
Chat, you know I would never lie to you. I did not think it would take this long to get there.
Yep.
Okay. In that order, I assume.
Nick says, what was the green card that entered and killed artifacts and enchantments? I didn't recognize the art. That card was Druid of Purification.
Yeah.
When it ETBs, it is able to destroy target artifact or enchantment each opponent controls.
Yep.
It's 3 colorless, 1 green.
Move the draw step, lose a life.
Hellbent, baby.
Go to combat.
They can get it.
Do you have any death touch creatures right now?
No.
I'm gonna swing 7 trample.
Oh wait, I do have 1 card in my hand.
You do.
Sorry, I apologize.
I mean, I death touch creatures. No.
Oh no, I'll take it. Yeah. So.
Budget Palm Stumper says, I have played nothing but Malcolm Tomna. Wow, I am losing the ability to speak.
Probably.
I have played nothing but Malcolm Tana in all 6 of my tourneys and have never missed a top cut.
Play Mockingbird. X is.
For clarification,
0.
is that what you were aiming for?
Yeah, I'll take Birds.
That's pretty good.
All right, I'm gonna pass.
These are 11.
Yearning with Dan says, Colin is making me really proud, right, Meow?
That's pretty good. Uno. No Uno.
Can I get a quick order? Yeah.
Fable Breaker. What's the last name?
Yeah, Fable Breaker.
This guy's good.
Oh, dude, I know cards. Don't ask me now. I'm playing pool right now.
Oh, okay. Dude, that card's been an all-star all day, though.
Control, yeah.
That's why I was also,
All right.
you can just murder it very easily.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, it's the thing. I will do...
Thrasios Passios. That's all Thrasios does.
I don't think so, dog.
What do you mean?
I don't think he's doing that.
Facts.
Not Thrasios Passios.
For real?
Right, top deck the raid, you're cooked.
Yeah?
Pogo says, the best background music. While this artist may be focused on last Friday, I've got my eye on this Sunday.
Again, I'm still. That's great with it.
That's really good. I got no cards in. Well, I got 1 card in.
I'm gonna let the judge know too. If priority is given to me, I am passing it automatically.
One card looks like
For the rest of the game?
A player opting to choose for automatic passing on priority as opposed to manual. While this is typically common for the average cEDH player, it's not uncommon for people to opt for manual passing of priority for increased gas mileage. And overall, I hear they're more fun to drive that way.
Is that good?
Something.
Yeah.
Is your mic on? Sorry, weird question.
I'm not wearing it.
You're not wearing it?
No mic.
I have one right. I have texture remedy. I have the additional commander.
Are we going to pass on that?
What?
We did.
Are you,
Yeah.
The winner?
Everyone passed.
Oh, yeah. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. I have texture remedy.
I didn't physically see the card, so
Good,
yeah.
You are good. I'll tap that. I'll get a spell scroll.
Sure. Yep.
If that's all right, I'll pass it.
Alright, Colin, let's see it. Bro, do it. Bro, do it.
Spear Garden. Dang that.
Take a spell scroll?
Yep.
Sure, I'll draw and ring. That's all right. Sure. Draw.
Yep.
Is that good?
I'd like to have it 16.
Nick says, all right, y'all, let's focus on the game. Appreciate it. Well, Nick, I appreciate you. Nick also says that he hasn't seen Snoop in a hot minute. Well, I have news for you, Nick. It's hot gruel summer.
I'm
Judge.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Cool.
Countered. You're helping.
Good thing I passed.
All that? Oh, protection. Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry, Todd. Two.
Nick says, I got your backtrack.
Three.
Unfortunately, my name is
I'll
Eric.
take that. I can. Oh yeah, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
3 and 3 good?
Attack.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Surveil.
You're good.
Yeah, that's not changed. I'm a surveil.
It's not.
Is it?
Yeah, well, it's the haste one first.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, his one's under.
No. You have to do the haste one first to activate to give scoop haste, and then you give it to So
Sure
it's
about
haste
that?
on top. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Tap. I'm gonna decline. I'm gonna move the draw.
I know the guys
draw.
from your line, bro.
I'm gonna go to combat. Yep.
I mean, there's no real reason. I'm not saying you. I'll go.
That's fine.
He has the wondering.
I
Pressure
understand
wondering.
that. I'd like to.
Oh, wait.
I love you.
On instep.
Listen, that's why I verbally have to say everything. It's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna fetch.
Yeah.
On instep.
I got beats. Shell got.
Bro, I got beats.
Bro.
What do you mean?
This hand was back.
Combat damage for the win?
What's the goal, dog?
I mean, I got 6 damage. He got
I would've
7
had
damage.
7. I had it.
Rawgrass has menace, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can work together.
Well, a menace Italian?
Yeah.
I think on your instep, I'm gonna cast Stand Pact.
Let's go.
Dude, do it. Oh, do it. Do it. I pass.
You hot? You got it, brother.
Varen says, I've got Roxanne built for hot gruel summer.
Yeah.
Thanks all the rest.
I pass on
Oh
instead.
my god. I almost never lose this, bro. I don't think I've ever lost to this. Yeah.
I'm gonna go turn.
Yeah, of course.
Don't activate 36.
I'm gonna cast Oracle.
Oh my word.
Did you?
Thank you.
Clinches it. Bass's Oracle painted back. Good work, C4.
I just want to know. I was going to flush it again next turn.
All right, I will go on ahead and turn player audio off. Great job to those guys. Another quick game. Wow. Did not see that one happening. Awesome job to Jesse, even after getting their Mana Vault sniped. Well, thank you guys all for taking the time to hang out with us. While traditionally we would take the time to try and do a post-game interview with at least 1 or 2 of the players from the pod, due to constraints put on our venue, we're going to have to kind of wrap this stream up and move on. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this entire time. And as some people have noted, that counts as a win through 1 ring protection. Just another thing to cross off our list.
Oh, okay. Apparently we didn't have any sound for the stream. I just got a text from Logan. Well, it's fine.
Alrighty. Well, once again, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down, but we're going to attempt to have the VOD up later. And of course, you can guarantee yourself that we are going to be talking about this on at least 1 or 2 episodes of critical EDH content. Thank you both to the players, to the judges, and everyone that helped make this event possible. Talking to people, this wasn't just a critical EDH tournament, this was a Colorado tournament. Couldn't have happened without you guys. You know who you are. Have a good one.